On the peak of Zhejiang province in the Blue Star, Lin Tian, a diligent worker entangled in the relentless 996 work schedule, sat at his computer, engrossed in gaming. Everyone, pay attention to the opening move, let's avoid overtime. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Finally, it's done. On the screen, Lin Tian was playing World of Warcraft, where he served as the leader of a raid team, having just led his comrades to successfully conquer one of the bosses in. Ulger, he lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and reached for a can of soda, poised to take a sip. Unexpectedly, ash from the cigarette fell onto his finger, causing him to flinch, and before he could drink, the soda spilled all over the power strip on his desk. Crackle! Blue sparks leaped from the power strip to the monitor. The screen first flickered, then turned black, culminating in the appearance of a dark vortex. Lin Tian cursed internally. What is this? There are several more bosses to defeat, and I still have hundreds of gigabytes of study materials on my phone that I haven't deleted. I must leave a clean slate behind. Thus, much like those predecessors who traversed realms, Lin Tian embarked on his own journey through dimensions. A day later, the news reported, a man in Hungyan tragically died after spilling soda while gaming, leading to an electric shock. In a dilapidated rental apartment in Hell's Kitchen, New York, within the Marvel Universe, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed his body, realizing it was certainly not his original form. Then he examined the shabby furnishings of the room. Shaking his head, he got out of bed and walked to the bathroom, sink to wash his face. In the mirror, he saw a handsome face reminiscent of a celebrity, standing at approximately 185 centimeters tall, with well-defined muscles. Lin Tian nodded, feeling satisfied with this new body post-transmigration. After all, having read numerous web novels on Blue Star, accepting such a transformation was not too challenging. Ding! Traveler number 9527 identified. System binding initiated. Binding in progress. System error. Dimensional barrier breach damaged. Attempting repairs. Lin Tian couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Repair failed. Commencing forced assimilation with the world. In essence, this meant adapting to the Marvel Universe, requiring a significant modification of the system. Assimilation complete. Binding to the God-level priest system. Incomplete version initiated. Lin Tian was utterly speechless. This system seemed remarkably unreliable. Even a system should not falter when crossing dimensional barriers. Binding successful. Please check the system interface for relevant content. Sigh. Lin Tian exhaled, reluctantly opening the system interface. Host. Lin Tian skills. Eye of Good and Evil displays the moral alignment of all humanoid beings within a 100-meter radius, with green indicating good, yellow as neutral, and red as evil. Holy Light weapon transformation allows the wielder to manifest various weapons from the power of Holy Light at will. Healing spell utilizes Holy Light to heal the target's injuries. There were a series of question marks following the healing spell, suggesting other skills were yet to be unlocked. Faith value. 0 faith value can be increased by completing tasks or earning the admiration and faith of ordinary people. A higher faith value enhances one's combat capabilities, including damage, defense, speed, and skill effects, akin to the combat power settings in games where if you're a brother, come at me. Tasks. None is that it. Just this scan information. This system is incredibly rudimentary. Even in its incomplete version, it could at least provide a system space. Lin Tian sighed helplessly, accepting this reality. He approached the window and gazed down at the bustling street, populated mostly by black and white individuals, with very few of Asian descent. Well, it seems I've crossed over to a foreign land. Lin Tian began experimenting with the skills provided by the system. First was the Eye of Good and Evil. Upon activation, various colored auras appeared around the diverse individuals on the street. He observed that red was the most prevalent, followed by yellow, while green was exceedingly rare. It seemed this place was not very peaceful. Looking around, he noticed the Eye of Good and Evil appeared to penetrate buildings, akin to a design game's wall hack. Even if a person was obstructed, their outline could still be seen through the structure, illuminated by the auras. Next, he tested the Holy Light weapon transformation. Thus far, he could only conjure short weapons like pistols and daggers. Attempting to form an assault rifle or longsword resulted in only half of it materializing. However, he could simultaneously conjure 2 weapons. Lin Tian manifested 2 golden revolvers, twirling them in his hands while occasionally striking a few flashy poses. After all, in the harmonious society of pre-transmigration China, he had little experience with firearms. He couldn't test the weapon's power yet, nor could he recklessly injure himself to experiment with the healing spell. Having finished testing his skills, Lin Tian decided to venture outside to assess the situation. Despite the system being simplistic, the abilities granted appeared quite promising. As he exited the room, the dimly lit hallway was adorned with various English advertisements plastered on the walls. Upon descending the stairs, Lin Tian stopped a passing black man, asking in English, "Hey friend, could you tell me where this is?" The man looked at him as if he were foolish, replying, "This is Hell's Kitchen, how do you not know you're here? Crazy." He turned away and walked off. Hell's Kitchen? Isn't that in the country where gunfire is a daily occurrence? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a news broadcast playing on a large screen at the street corner. The image displayed a man who bore a striking resemblance to Robert Downey Jr., surrounded by a throng of beautiful women. Intrigued, Lin Tian leaned in to listen to the report, discovering that Tony Stark was hosting a party to celebrate gathering last year's Playboy cover girls. Lin Tian smirked, thinking Tony Stark truly embodies the archetype of a playboy. However, his thoughts abruptly shifted. Wait, Tony Stark? The version played by Robert Downey Jr. Have I crossed over into the Marvel Cinematic Universe? After the initial shock, he contemplated, it appears that the days ahead may be challenging. Although Thanos, the purple-skinned tyrant, won't appear for several years, I must hurry to strengthen my abilities. I certainly don't want to disappear the moment he snaps his fingers. Ding! The system issues a beginner task. Within 1 week, successfully thwart 10 criminal activities. Task completion reward: 1,000 faith points. Skill: resilience enhances the target's physical strength for 3 hours. This beginner task is quite timely. Lin Tian thought joyfully, knowing that completing it would grant him rewards to bolster his strength. However, the inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen were not to be underestimated. He needed to exercise caution and avoid recklessness in the early stages. Subsequently, Lin Tian wandered through several blocks near his apartment, intermittently activating the eye of good and evil to identify areas with higher concentrations of red names, marking them on his recently acquired New York map. Passing a rather old church, he stepped inside and purchased a long black priest robe with a hood from the priest. Just before leaving, he also spotted a crafted mask adorned with a cross emblem. After paying, he returned to his rental, donned the priest's robe, and put on a mask. The black hood and mask concealed his entire face, while the robe reached down to his ankles, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the night. Now, I should be less likely to reveal my identity. In the province of Zhejiang on Blue Star, a hardworking individual named Lin Tian sat before his computer, engrossed in a game. Everyone, pay attention to the start, let's avoid overtime. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Phew, finally done, he murmured as he played World of Warcraft, where he served as the leader of a raid team that had just vanquished one of the bosses in Ulduar. Lin Tian lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs before reaching for a can of soda, poised to take a sip. Unfortunately, an errant ash from his cigarette fell onto his finger, causing him to flinch, and in the process, he spilled the soda all over the power strip on his desk. With a sizzling sound, blue sparks leapt from the power strip to the monitor, which flickered before going black, ultimately revealing a swirling vortex of darkness. Lin Tian couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What is happening? There are still several bosses left to defeat, and I haven't deleted the hundreds of gigabytes of study materials on my phone. I must leave my mark on this world. Thus, Lin Tian, like many predecessors who traversed realms before him, embarked on a journey through time and space. A day later, news reported, a man in Hengjian tragically died after spilling soda while gaming, resulting in electrocution. In a dilapidated apartment in Hell's Kitchen, New York, within the Marvel Universe, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. He examined his new physique. This was undoubtedly not his original body. Surveying the shabby furnishings of the room, he shook his head and made his way to the bathroom sink, splashing water on his face. In the mirror, he saw a face that bore a striking resemblance to a handsome figure, reminiscent of Azu, with a charm that could rival that of many readers. He appeared to be around 185 centimeters tall, with well-defined muscle tone. Lin Tian nodded, satisfied with this new body after his transition. Having read numerous web novels back on Blue Star, he found it rather easy to accept the concept of transmigration. Ding! Transmigrator number 9527 has been located. System binding commencing, binding in progress. System error, dimensional barrier breach detected, attempting repairs. Lin Tian couldn't suppress a curse. Repair failed, commencing forced assimilation with the world. Essentially adapting to the Marvel Universe, the system required significant modifications. Assimilation complete, binding with the God-level priest. System incomplete, version initiated. Lin Tian was left speechless. This system seemed rather unreliable. If it was a system, it should at least function properly when crossing dimensional barriers. Binding successful. For further details, please access the system interface. Sighing, Lin Tian opened the system interface. Host, Lin Tian skills. Eye of Good and Evil displays the moral alignment of all humanoid beings within a 100-meter radius. Green indicates good, yellow is neutral, and red signifies evil. Holy Light weapon transformation allows the wielder to manifest the power of Holy Light into various weapon forms at will. Healing spell utilizes Holy Light to heal the target's injuries. A series of question marks followed the healing spell, indicating that other skills remain to be unlocked. Faith value. 0 faith value can be increased by completing tasks or gaining the worship and faith of ordinary people. The higher the faith value, the stronger one's combat capabilities, affecting damage, defense, speed, and skill effectiveness, similar to the combat power system in games. Tasks. And that's it. Is this all there is? This system is far too rudimentary. Even a flawed version should provide some form of system space. With a resigned sigh, Lin Tian accepted this reality. Approaching the window, he gazed out onto the bustling street, where a mix of people passed by, predominantly black and white, with few of Asian descent. Well, it seems I've transmigrated abroad. Lin Tian began to experiment with the skills granted by the system. First, he activated the Eye of Good and Evil, and various colors of auras enveloped the diverse individuals on the street. Upon closer inspection, he noted that red was the most prevalent, with yellow trailing behind, while green was scarce. It appeared that this area was not particularly safe. He glanced around and discovered that the Eye of Good and Evil could penetrate buildings, akin to a perspective cheat in design games, allowing him to discern the auras of individuals even when obstructed by structures. Next, he tried the Holy Light weapon transformation. Currently, he could only conjure short weapons like handguns and daggers. Attempting to manifest a submachine gun or longsword resulted in only partial forms. However, he could create 2 weapons simultaneously. Lin Tian materialized 2 golden revolvers, delighting in their weight and occasionally striking a few cool poses. After all, back in Blue Star, he had lived a harmonious life and had little contact with weapons like guns. There was no way to test the weapon's power for now, and he couldn't simply stab himself to test the healing spell's efficacy, either. Having tested his skills, Lin Tian decided to venture outside to assess the situation. Despite the system's simplicity, the abilities it provided appeared promising. Stepping out of his room, he found the dimly lit hallway adorned with various English advertisements plastered on the walls. Upon descending the stairs, he stopped a passing black man and inquired in English, "Hey, friend, could you tell me where I am?" The young man looked at him as if he were foolish, replying, "This is Hell's Kitchen, and you don't know that? You must be crazy." With that, he walked away without a backward glance. Hell's Kitchen? Isn't that the place where gunfights occur daily? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a news report playing on a large screen by the street. The image showed a man strikingly similar to Robert Downey Jr., surrounded by a throng of beautiful women, reveling in their company. Curious, Lin Tian leaned in to hear the news report, which revealed that Tony Stark was throwing a party to celebrate gathering last year's Playboy cover girls. Lin Tian couldn't help but smirk, thinking Tony Stark truly embodies the archetype of a playboy. But suddenly, a shocking realization hit him. Wait a minute, Tony Stark? The version played by Robert Downey Jr.? I've transmigrated into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. After the initial shock, he contemplated, it seems the days ahead will be challenging. Though Thanos, the purple sweet potato essence, won't appear for a few years, I must quickly enhance my strength. I don't want to vanish when he snaps his fingers. Ding! The system has issued a novice task. Within 1 week, successfully thwart 10 criminal acts. Successful completion rewards. 1,000 faith points, and the skill strengthening spell, which can significantly enhance the target's physical strength for 3 hours. This novice task is just what I need, Lin Tian thought, feeling elated at the prospect of gaining rewards to boost his strength. However, the denizens of Hell's Kitchen were no pushovers. He would need to exercise caution and avoid recklessness in the early stages. Next, Lin Tian wandered through several blocks near his apartment, periodically activating the Eye of Good and Evil to identify areas with concentrated red names, marking them on his newly acquired New York map. Passing an old church, he ventured inside and purchased a black-hooded priest robe from the priest. As he prepared to leave, he also took note of a decorative mask adorned with a cross. After paying, he returned to his apartment, donned the priest robe, and put on the mask. The black hood and mask concealed his entire face, and the robe flowed down to his ankles, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the night. Now it should be difficult to expose my identity. Chapter 2. During the mission as night fell, Lin Tian left his rental house and headed towards a bar marked during the day. While passing by an alley entrance, he faintly heard a girl's cries for help from within. He stealthily entered the alley and saw 2 hooligans cornering a young girl against the wall. One of the hooligans with dyed blonde hair held a small knife in one hand and was about to snatch the girl's bag with the other. The girl was trembling with fear. Lin Tian immediately activated the Eyes of Good and Evil and looked at the 2 hooligans. He saw a faint red glow emanating from their bodies. These 2 hooligans, you'll be perfect to test my skills on. This afternoon, Lin Tian had only experimented with the Holy Light weapon transfiguration to conjure weapons and hadn't tried its attack effect yet. A revolver shining with golden light condensed in Lin Tian's hand. Fearing that using 2 pistols simultaneously would reduce the hit rate in his first battle, he quietly hid behind a nearby trash can, then turned and gripped the pistol, aiming at the hand of the bag, snatching hooligan that held the knife. A golden bullet condensed by holy light energy silently shot out from the gun barrel. The bullet precisely pierced through the palm of the blonde-haired hooligan, and blood gushed out. Ah, it hurts so much. The other hooligan panicked when he saw his companion's palm being pierced. Taking advantage of their confusion, Lin Tian fired a shot at the other hooligan's calf. The bullet shot from the revolver just conjured seemed to have a spiritual locking function, able to hit the target without aiming with the eyes. Otherwise, how could Lin Tian, who was touching a gun for the first time, hit exactly where he aimed? Lin Tian fired 2 more consecutive shots, this time aiming at the heads of the 2 hooligans. Puff, puff, 2 sounds, and 2 hooligans fell to the ground. To be honest, Lin Tian didn't feel any discomfort after killing these 2 hooligans. This world gave him a sense of unreality, as if he were playing a game. Just as he was about to leave, seeing him about to go, the girl quickly chased after him and asked, "Sir, who are you? Thank you so much for saving me today. Just call me father," Lin Tian said, then left without looking back. After leaving, he checked the system panel and found that his faith value had increased by 6 points. It seems that killing criminals can also earn faith values. Although not many, it's better than nothing. Now that he had found a way to improve, it was time to level up quickly. Although he had just arrived in the Marvel world, it was surely right to enhance his strength earlier. With the 6-point increase in the faith value, Lin Tian felt a slight improvement in all aspects of his body. As he walked, Lin Tian came to an abandoned stadium. In the stadium, a group of people were gathered around a dilapidated modified car watching the excitement, and the curses of the car owner could be heard from time to time in the middle of the crowd. Hey, there's something going on again. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. A bare-chested scar-faced big man holding a baseball bat was frantically swinging the bat at the car body, and the parts of the car were smashed to pieces by him. The car owner was a thin young man, pulling the scar-faced big man's arm anxiously with a worried look on his face. "Are you fucking crazy? This is my means of livelihood. Didn't we agree that I would pay you back in a week? It's only been 2 days, and you're here to demand the debt." Lin Tian activated the Eyes of Good and Evil, gazing at the burly man. A red aura encircled his body, while the majority of those watching the commotion had yellow auras. Goodness, he's no good person. Lin Tian quietly maneuvered to the back of the crowd, concealing himself in a corner. He continued to conjure a pistol, yet felt that the pistol's golden glow was far too conspicuous in the dead of night. If only it were black. As he was thinking this, the color of the pistol gradually changed until it was as black as ink. He raised the pistol, pulled the trigger, and the bullet it discharged was the same color as the pistol, hurtling swiftly towards the scar-faced man's head. With a sound, the scar-faced man instantly collapsed to the ground. The onlookers, startled by the sudden collapse of the scar-faced hunk, scattered in an instant. Lin Tian blended into the crowd and dispersed along with them. By the end of that night, he had successfully punished criminal acts 3 times, and his belief points had increased to 40. His physical strength had become much greater compared to when he first transmigrated. The next night, Lin Tian once again donned his standard black hooded robe and mask and went out. As he walked, he suddenly heard intense sounds of fighting coming from the pier ahead. When he arrived at the pier, he saw a robust white-skinned man engaged in a melee with over a dozen gang members. The man was agile, his punches landing solidly, and each strike could knock down a gang member. Lin Tian, out of curiosity, activated the eyes of good and evil to look at the man. Green was quite prominent on him. It was rare to see such a good person in Hell's Kitchen. Lin Tian, observing the man handling the situation with ease, decided to watch from the sidelines for the moment. However, as the gang members took turns attacking, the man gradually found it difficult to hold his ground. Lin Tian, perceiving the unfavorable situation, was ready to intervene. He thought that by eliminating more red-named individuals, his faith value would accumulate more rapidly. Due to the large number of opponents, this time he conjured 2 pitch-black pistols simultaneously. Subsequently, he pulled the triggers of both guns in unison, shooting towards the gangsters. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, the gangsters were sent sprawling to the ground. The man, seeing someone coming to his aid, felt a surge of energy and attacked the remaining gangsters with even greater vigor. Before long, all the gangsters were dealt with. The man approached Lin Tian and said gratefully, "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might have met my maker today." Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's but a trifle." The man, eyeing Lin Tian's mysterious attire, asked curiously, "Brother, your marksmanship is truly remarkable. How come I've never seen you in Hell's Kitchen before?" Lin Tian smiled and replied, "You may call me father. I've only recently arrived in Hell's Kitchen." The man nodded and refrained from asking further. After bidding farewell to Lin Tian, they each went their separate ways. 2 days later, Lin Tian had dealt with a total of 8 criminal incidents, and only 2 more were left to complete the mission. One night, as usual, he was prowling the streets in search of prey when suddenly, he heard the wail of police sirens. Following the sound, he saw a group of police officers surrounding a car. Inside the car, a burly man was holding a little girl hostage. Lin Tian, using his eye of good and evil, looked at the kidnapper in the car and noticed a dark red aura surrounding him. Goodness! It was so red that it was almost black. No wonder he dared to kidnap a little girl. Lin Tian prepared to step in and rescue the girl. The police had already encircled the car and were negotiating with the kidnapper face to face. The kidnapper seemed somewhat impatient. He pointed a pistol at the little girl's head and shouted loudly, "All of you step back. Make way for me. Come any closer and I'll kill her." The policeman slowly retreated, and the atmosphere grew extremely tense. Lin Tian, seeing the terrified eyes of the little girl, could no longer contain himself. He rushed to the rooftop of a nearby 2-story residential building. Then, he conjured a sniper rifle in the shape of an AWM in his hand. Indeed, after several days of increasing his belief points, he already had 550 belief points. When the belief points reached 500, he could already materialize various longer firearms. Lin Tian found a position, set up the sniper rifle, and then locked onto the kidnapper with his mental power. Taking advantage of the moment when the kidnapper was distracted during the confrontation with the police, he pulled the trigger. The jet-black bullet of the sniper rifle pierced through the rear window glass of the car and hurtled towards the kidnapper's heart. Only a dull boom was heard. The kidnapper didn't even have time to let out a scream. A big hole appeared in his chest, and his body fell heavily onto the steering wheel. The moment the kidnapper fell, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Tian's mind. Ding. You've obtained 100 belief points. Lin Tian was both surprised and delighted. He didn't expect that killing a red-named figure would yield so many belief points. Seeing the kidnapper fall, the policeman immediately rushed forward, opened the car door, and rescued the little girl. The little girl's parents hugged her excitedly, sobbing uncontrollably. The policeman then started to search everywhere for the person who had intervened, yet Lin Tian had already long since left. One more time, and the mission could be completed. In the past 2 days, I have been revising some chapters of Hell's Kitchen. If you notice any discrepancies between the skill names and the combat methods, please forgive me. March 17th, Chapter 3, completing the novice mission one night of the 2nd day. Lin Tian arrived at an abandoned factory and discovered a group of gangsters engaged in a drug deal. He activated the eyes of good and evil, and with the cover of the bunker, he preemptively predicted their movements. Then, he took out his illusory pistol and picked them off one by one. After all, With the perspective ability and the fact that the red aura on their bodies had darkened, they were too conspicuous. After a fierce battle, Lin Tian knocked down everyone and finally completed the last part of the novice mission. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the novice mission. You have obtained the reward, Power Word, Fortitude, and 1,000 faith points. After the battle ended, Lin Tian first took away the ill-gotten gains from their transaction, then used a public phone to call the police. After informing the police of the location, he left. Lin Tian excitedly checked the system panel and saw a new skill in the skill bar, Power Word, Fortitude, which can comprehensively improve the target's physical strength and last for 3 hours. Lin Tian used Power Word, Fortitude on himself. Instantly, Lin Tian felt as if he had taken some sort of stimulant. He became strong, sturdy, and his speed also increased significantly. He excitedly performed a set of the 8th set of radio gymnastics, feeling that he had endless energy in his whole body. So exhilarating. I can take on 10 of them. Recently, whenever Lin Tian combats crime, he will search the criminals for their belongings. After all, he has no other sources of income in this world, and even a single cent can trouble a hero. Today, he had just acquired a substantial sum of ill-gotten gains. He thought it wouldn't do to keep staying in this shabby rental apartment. He had to improve his quality of life. After a day of searching, he found the Star Apartments at the junction of Hell's Kitchen and Upper West Side. The location was excellent. On one side was a bustling commercial street, and on the other, it was close to Hell's Kitchen, which was convenient for him to work there at night. That evening, he finally found a satisfactory apartment. The apartment was not large, yet it was clean and tidy, and the lighting was particularly good. Standing by the window, one could overlook some of the streets in Hell's Kitchen. Finally, he had a decent home. That night, Lin Tian was patrolling the streets as usual when he suddenly heard a burst of scolding coming from the construction site ahead. He followed the sound and saw chaos in the construction site. A group of ragged workers were being wantonly beaten and scolded by several fierce-looking fellows. Lin Tian hid aside and activated his eyes of good and evil. Goodness, those fellows who were beating and scolding the workers were all emitting a red glow all around. He quietly circled behind those people, secretly took out a pitch-black M4A1 rifle, pulled the trigger, and started firing single shots at the group of hooligans. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, 19 people had fallen to the ground and died. The workers were still in a state of shock, yet they didn't flee. At this time, Lin Tian slowly emerged from the shadows. From the workers, he learned that they were all illegal immigrants brought to this construction site from abroad by the Australian gang through human trafficking and had no legal status. The Australian gang, enticed by their inexpensive labor, exploited them to the extreme. Their wages were pitifully meager, and they were frequently subjected to beatings and verbal abuse. Many of them had once led normal lives but were lured into this terrifying trap by the schemes of the Australian gang, finding themselves unable to escape. These scoundrels. After hearing this, Lin Tian's heart was filled with indignation and compassion. In his past life, he had also loathed human traffickers the most. Now that he had the ability, he was determined to make the Australian gang vanish from the world. He followed the clues provided by the workers and located the headquarters of the Australian gang. During this period, Lin Tian's faith value reached 2,000 points, and his own strength had also experienced a significant enhancement. He activated the eyes of good and evil to examine the good, evil values of the people in the stronghold. Through the outer wall, he discovered that those in the stronghold were surrounded by halos so red that they were almost black, indicating they were all deserving of death. This stronghold was an abandoned warehouse, with several guards stationed nearby. Lin Tian hid in the shadows and cast the true word of fortitude on himself. Instantly, his physical strength increased significantly. Then, he conjured 2 pistols and simultaneously fired at the 2 guards at the entrance. 2 pitch-black bullets hit the heads of the 2 guards at the door. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before their heads were pierced, and they fell to the ground. Subsequently, Lin Tian circled around to the back of the warehouse, easily dealt with the few guards at the back door, and quietly slipped into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the dim lights flickered, and a pungent smell assailed his nostrils. Lin Tian looked towards the place where the eyes of good and evil showed many yellow and green figures. There, he saw many men and women, their clothes tattered, locked in iron cages, their eyes vacant. In the center of the warehouse, several leaders of the Australian gang were sitting around, whispering about their next business. This batch of goods is excellent. Sell the men as coolies and the women to the club. We'll surely make a fortune, sneered a gangster with a fleshy face. Hearing this, Lin Tian's anger surged. He dispelled his pistol and condensed the M416, then pulled the trigger and started firing at those in the middle. Amidst the sounds of bullets piercing flesh, the small-time leaders of the Australian gang let out shrill cries and fell to the ground, dying one after another. "Who are you?" A leader managed to squeeze out his last words from his throat in the final moment. Lin Tian's voice seemed to come from hell. "I'm here to send you to hell, human traffickers. Your crimes are unpardonable." As Lin Tian continued firing, the remaining small-time leaders all perished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a mess. Lin Tian looked at the scene before him, and the anger in his heart subsided slightly, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. He walked to the center of the warehouse. The imprisoned people were lying on the iron cages, looking at Lin Tian in fear. Lin Tian ignored their reactions. After releasing everyone, he found that several people were on the verge of death, so he used the healing spell and cured them all. Their looks towards Lin Tian changed from fear to admiration and awe, as if he were a god descending from the sky. "Sir, you're our savior. We don't know what would have happened to us without you." "Yes, indeed." Lin Tian didn't linger and quickly left the scene. He found a public telephone booth, dialed the police emergency number, and informed the police of the location where the human trafficking was taking place. After all, handling the subsequent matters was beyond his individual capacity, and the police were the most suitable ones for this task. Lin Tian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he quietly concealed himself in a secluded corner. Only when the sirens sounded from afar and drew closer, and he was certain that the police had arrived and started dealing with the follow-up matters, did he quietly depart. A series of recent battles had made his title the priest increasingly renowned in Hell's Kitchen. Every day, he could receive a small amount of feedback in the form of faith points. People passed on tales of his heroic deeds by word of mouth, and more people outside of Hell's Kitchen began to learn of the existence of a mysterious and powerful priest. Returning to his new residence, Lin Tian couldn't wait to check the system panel. To his delight, the faith points had exceeded 2,500. The feeling of mowing down enemies like in a warrior's Orochi style is truly exhilarating, and the faith points are rising rapidly. Some chapters related to Hell's Kitchen are being revised in the past 2 days. If there are any discrepancies between the skill names and combat methods, please forgive us. March 17th, Chapter 4. The turbulent battle the night sky was like a heavy black cloth, pressing down oppressively over Hell's Kitchen. An unsettling atmosphere permeated every street and alley. The two major gangs entrenched here, the Fangtooth Gang and the Blazing Flame Gang, had long-standing conflicts that continuously intensified as they vied for absolute control of this neighborhood. Finally, tonight, the confrontation between the two sides erupted completely, escalating into a large-scale melee. In an instant, gunfire spat like venomous snakes in the darkness, raging wildly. Amidst the deafening gunshots, the shouts and screams of people intertwined into a chaotic elegy. The doors and windows of the street-side shops were hastily shut in a flurry. Nevertheless, numerous innocent civilians were trapped in the center of this unforeseen storm, having no time to evade, being mercilessly struck by stray bullets, and collapsing in a pool of blood, moaning in agony. Lin Tian, who was patrolling the street as usual, instantly detected this chaotic atmosphere with his acute senses. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the site of the conflict. The tragic scene that greeted his eyes tightened his heart. At this moment, the clear prompt sound of the system abruptly echoed in his mind. A large-scale conflict has been detected. Triggering an emergency mission. Transfer the remaining 10 civilians to a safe area amidst the chaos after the police intervene. The mission reward is 800 faith points, and the skill True Word shield will be obtained. At the same time, the shrill siren of the police pierced the night sky, and a large number of police officers swiftly arrived at the scene. However, the members of the Blood Fang Gang and the Blazing Flame Gang, who were blinded by fury, had lost their rationality and completely ignored the police's warnings, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with the police frantically. The three-party melee instantly pushed the situation to the abyss of being out of control. Lin Tian was well aware that every second was crucial for countless lives. He promptly activated two functions of the system, the mini-map and the good-evil value detection, accurately marking the positions of the civilians. Lin Tian took a deep breath and resolutely cast the True Word, Tenacity. A powerful force instantly surged into his body, enhancing his endurance. Subsequently, like a bolt of black lightning, he unhesitatingly plunged into the hail of bullets. skillfully using the cars, trash cans, etc. on the street as cover. He nimbly shuttled through the gunfire, approaching the trapped civilians. On the way, he spotted a civilian whose leg was injured and rendered immobile. Without the slightest hesitation, he bent down and carried the civilian on his back. With the aid of the small map, he successfully transferred the civilian to a safe area. During the rescue process, Lin Tian also encountered obstruction from gang members. Lin Tian promptly locked onto the enemy with his punishing finger gun, and a beam of divine light precisely pierced through the enemy's heart, causing him to drop instantly. Meanwhile, by leveraging the system's good, evil value detection function, Lin Tian anticipated the enemy's movement trajectories in advance. Before the enemies could emerge from their cover, he unleashed the punishing finger gun ahead of time, and streaks of light beams quickly claimed the lives of gang members on both sides. As time went by, the situation grew increasingly chaotic. He shuttled through every corner of the battlefield, rescuing civilians one by one. In a store affected by the flames of war, he discovered several civilians cowering under the counter. He softly comforted them and led them to safety. After much effort, Lin Tian managed to find 10 civilians and brought them to a secure zone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: Skill, Holy Word, Shield, 800 faith points. Moreover, he utilized the Lesser Heal spell to heal several severely injured civilians, gradually stabilizing their vital signs. However, the battle was not over. The scene was in chaos, and the police also suffered numerous casualties in this three-way melee. Without pausing to rest, he first cast Holy Word, Shield on each police officer, and then immediately proceeded to the Lesser Heal spell on the injured officers. Amazingly, the gunshot wounds on the officers' bodies began to heal visibly. At first, the police officers were taken aback. Subsequently, expressions of incredulity emerged on their faces. They stood there dumbfounded, as if in a dream, completely stunned by the incredible scene before their eyes. After finishing all this, Lin Tian's gaze coldly swept across the battlefield, locking onto a group of people whose faces were dark red. Then, his figure flashed and he shuttled through the crowd like a ghost, commencing the retribution against the evildoers. As the gunshots gradually grew sparse, Lin Tian knew that the police were about to gain control of the situation. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped away quietly, taking advantage of the shadows along the street. He had just killed someone. Although it was to protect the innocent, he had still violated the law. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his identity. Once caught by the police, he would surely get into big trouble. The newly acquired skill True Word spell, Shield, is a defensive magic. It can form a sturdy energy shield around the caster, effectively resisting external physical and magical damage. The strength of the shield increases as the caster's faith value rises, and the duration also extends accordingly. Returning home, Lin Tian slumped wearily beside the bed. Recalling the battle of tonight, he was filled with boundless emotion. Free America, gunfights every day, he murmured softly. The next night, Lin Tian went out as usual to continue his leveling up journey. However, the street was unusually quiet. It was so peaceful that not a single crime could be encountered. One police car after another passed by slowly with their sirens flashing. Perhaps due to the large-scale gunfight that broke out yesterday, Hell's Kitchen, this chaotic place, had fallen into an unusual tranquility. Lin Tian slightly raised his head, looking up at the night sky, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart how long such tranquility could last. When aliens attack New York in a few years, it's unknown how many people will survive. Lin Tian adjusted his equipment and once again stepped onto the street. His eyes revealed determination. He understood that in this peril-ridden Marvel world, there was still much room for him to enhance his strength, as he could hardly rival even Captain America, who held a vibranium shield. He had to grow as quickly as possible. Only in this way could he survive better. In the days that followed, Lin Tian constantly fought crime in every corner of Hell's Kitchen. His reputation grew steadily, and more people began to believe in him. Moreover, his power also experienced rapid growth through numerous battles. Lin Tian was no longer content with only acting within this area. He cast his eyes beyond Hell's Kitchen. He started to expand to the surrounding neighborhoods, extending his anti-crime activities to more places where darkness reigned. Wherever he went, it was like a beam of dawn, illuminating the corners shrouded in sin. As time went by, Lin Tian discovered that the criminal activities in Hell's Kitchen seemed to become increasingly complex. Some criminal organizations began to unite to resist his crackdown. When he was fighting crime, members of other gang forces who heard the commotion would occasionally join in and attack him. Additionally, he found that there seemed to be a more powerful force manipulating everything behind these criminal organizations. Chapter 5. The Park Incident on a sunny and pleasant weekend. The sunlight poured unreservedly onto Central Park in Hell's Kitchen. The Frank Castle family of 4 was immersed in this wonderful weekend time. Maria, the wife, was attired in a pale yellow floral dress, her countenance suffused with a blissful smile. Tenderly, she beheld her daughter Lisa and son Nick frolicking on the lawn, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. Lisa, adorned in a pink frock, her hair tied into 2 playful ponytails, her laughter as clear as a silver bell. Nick, clad in blue sportswear, was running and leaping on the lawn, embodying the liveliness of a child. Frank Castle, dressed in a casual shirt and jeans, sat leisurely on a picnic mat nearby, relishing this idyllic family joy. Gazing at the innocent smiles of the children, his heart was filled with warmth. At this moment, he felt himself the happiest man in the world, with all the weariness and troubles of daily life vanishing into thin air. However, this tranquility was utterly shattered by a group of uninvited guests. In pursuit of a wealthy merchant, a group of fierce gangsters, brandishing firearms, brazenly burst into the park. These gangsters were from the notorious Viper Gang in the vicinity. They had long tyrannized in Hell's Kitchen, committing all manner of atrocities with extreme cruelty. This time, having received word that a wealthy merchant with whom they had a feud had appeared in the park, they hastened to seek revenge. Heedless of the safety of the numerous innocent civilians in the park, in an instant, gunshots rang out. The leisurely people were seized with panic, and innocent civilians fled in all directions. Screams and shouts intertwined, and the entire park was plunged into chaos in an instant. Lin Tian happened to pass by and witness this tragic scene. Boundless anger welled up in his heart. Damn it! They're so blatant even in broad daylight. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding. System task initiated. Successfully rescue the Frank Castle family and eliminate all gang members. Task success reward, 1,500 faith points. Lin Tian was taken aback. Frank Castle? Wasn't that the infamous Punisher? He never anticipated encountering the future anti-hero's family in peril at this very moment. Was this not the pivotal point leading to his transformation into an anti-hero? Lin Tian's heart tightened. Even without the reward of 1,500 faith points, he could not stand idly by and witness a tragedy unfold. He swiftly retrieved a mask from his pocket and dashed toward the epicenter of chaos. Relieved that he had brought a mask along, as he had not donned his attire during the day, he swiftly cast Truth Shield and Truth Resilience upon himself, enveloping him in a radiant shield of shimmering light. Almost immediately, he unleashed his punishing finger, sending beams of divine light streaking like lightning toward the heads of the gang members, piercing through their skulls. The gang members were caught completely off guard by this sudden onslaught, their formation disarrayed in an instant. What on earth is this? A gang member with a grotesque scar etched across his face screamed in terror, his voice sharp and piercing, akin to a duck being throttled. Everyone, remain calm. Someone is clearly causing trouble. Keep your eyes peeled and search thoroughly. Find him. The gang leader bellowed, his voice strained as he desperately attempted to maintain composure. Yet it betrayed an unmistakable tremor of fear. Just then, a sharp-eyed underling suddenly stretched out his finger, pointed into the distance, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss, over there, that guy with the glowing shield." Hearing the shout, everyone turned their heads and, sure enough, saw Lin Tian standing there. Lin Tian knew in his heart that since he had been discovered, there was no point in hiding any longer. So, he might as well launch a direct assault. Moreover, enemies were constantly swarming in from all directions, their numbers increasing steadily. There was simply no time to precisely control and release the punishing finger gun. At this moment, the only hope lay in a full power release. He took a deep breath and said, "Punishing heavy cannon." His hands quickly gathered energy in front of his chest, condensing it into a basketball-sized ball of light, which he blasted forcefully towards the gangsters. This was another attempt Lin Tian had made in recent days. When the condensed ball of light hit the target, it would trigger an explosion effect similar to that of a grenade. In the blink of an eye, figures were like ashes scattered by a fierce gale. Under the impact of the punishing heavy cannon, they were reduced to dust. They didn't even have time to let out a groan of pain before disappearing from this world. A 2-meter square crater was left on the ground. However, the chaotic battlefield was always fraught with danger. A stray bullet, flying from who knows which direction, mercilessly hurtled towards Maria. When Maria sensed the danger, it was already too late to dodge. The stray bullet hit her body straight on. Her body shuddered violently, and then she fell limply into a pool of blood, her life hanging by a thread. In an instant, all the color drained from Maria's face, leaving it as pale as paper. Her eyes were filled with horror and pain. Her hands tightly covered the wound. Yet blood gushed out like a flood bursting through a dike, continuously seeping through her fingers and staining the ground beneath her. At the same time, Frank's children also couldn't escape this calamity. Stray bullets hit their hands and feet, and blood streamed from the wounds. They wailed in pain. "Dad, it hurts so much," Lisa cried out with a sobbing voice. Her small face was distorted beyond recognition due to the pain, and tears streamed down ceaselessly. Her wailing was particularly pitiful amidst the chaotic battlefield. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Nick also burst into tears, his voice full of helplessness and fear. His tiny body trembled constantly in agony. "Maria? Lisa? Nick?" Frank Castle let out a despairing roar. He rushed towards his family recklessly, with only one thought in his mind, which was to protect his family. But the gangsters' bullets rained down densely. Without hesitation, Frank flung himself onto his family, shielding them with his own body. His eyes were filled with anger and helplessness. Tears welled up in his eyes, yet he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Lin Tian witnessed this scene, and his heart seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Without hesitation, he promptly cast the true word spell, Shield. In an instant, golden light surged out like a tide, instantly enveloping Frank's family and constructing an impregnable defense for them. "Damn it, I will never let you bastards succeed." In his eyes, there seemed to be two raging flames burning. He continuously gathered power and unleashed the punishment-heavy cannon. One light ball, each about the size of a basketball, was like a shell fired from a bazooka, carrying a world-shattering powerful force, constantly bombarding the gangsters. Each light ball could explode among the gangsters, instantly knocking down a group of them. During the fierce battle with the gangsters, Lin Tian noticed that although these guys were somewhat flustered by his attacks, they still fought stubbornly and showed no sign of retreating. In their panic, they fired randomly, and bullets flew in all directions. Stray bullets kept flying towards innocent civilians, and the scene was in chaos. This couldn't go on like this. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. Lin Tian concentrated and mobilized all the energy in his body to gather power. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his face turned somewhat pale due to the exertion. Finally, when the light ball condensed to the size of 10 basketballs, it had reached the limit of Lin Tian's control. Carrying a world-destroying powerful energy, it shot straight down from above the gangsters' heads towards their location. Only a deafening bang was heard, as if a bomb had exploded in the crowd. The gangsters were blown off balance, and some were directly blown flying and fell heavily to the ground. The remaining gangsters were stunned and dizzied by the impact of the explosion, and they fell to the ground, unable to get up and losing their ability to resist. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian used the last bit of remaining energy to condense the punishment finger gun and shot it towards those gangsters who were still struggling. Rays of light flashed, accompanied by several shrill cries. The gangsters fell silent, and the battlefield finally regained a brief tranquility. As soon as the battle ended, he hastened towards the direction of Frank's family, his heart brimming with concern for their safety. At this moment, Frank Castle was on the verge of despair. Gazing at his injured wife and children, his heart was filled with agony. Why? Why did this happen? He kept reproaching himself, his voice laden with remorse. He held his family tightly, as if this could shield them from all perils. Just then, Lin Tian arrived by their side. "Don't worry, I'll save them," Lin Tian declared. Chapter 6. The revenge commences at this time. Lin Tian's energy was depleted, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead. His legs trembled slightly. Yet he still knelt steadily beside the gravely injured and critically ill Maria, exerting all his efforts to perform the minor healing spell. His hands lifted slightly, and a soft and mysterious glow emanated from his palms, containing the power of healing, which flowed continuously into Maria's body. Nourished by this power, Maria's face, which had been ashen, gradually regained a bit of rosiness. Her barely perceptible breath began to show obvious fluctuations and gradually stabilized. The abdominal wound that had been bleeding ceaselessly healed rapidly at a visible speed under the effect of this miraculous power. Lin Tian endured the extreme fatigue of his body and redirected the healing power towards the children. He took a deep breath, the veins on his forehead bulging, and once again concentrated that mysterious power. Under the shroud of this radiance, the wounds on the children's injured hands and feet stopped bleeding rapidly, and their vital signs gradually stabilized, successfully escaping the danger of death. When everything was over, he completely collapsed, falling heavily to the ground. His eyes gazed blankly at the sky, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Since time traveling till now, he had never squandered his physical and energy so thoroughly. Every muscle ached to the extreme, and his mind was dazed. Frank stood there stunned, looking at his family who had survived the disaster. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he wept with joy, emitting a suppressed cry. However, the fear of having just experienced life and death and the anger towards the gangsters still surged in his heart like a turbulent tide. Unable to subside for a long time, his eyes held both the luck of having survived the disaster and the worry about the future. Frank was well aware that although these people were not killed by his own hands, as survivors of this incident, given the gangsters' always vengeful modus operandi, they would come for revenge sooner or later, if it hadn't been for the timely appearance of this mysterious hell priest in front of them. His wife and children might have died. Just at this moment, a clear system prompt sounded in Lin Tian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 1,500 faith points. Relying on the newly acquired faith points, Lin Tian's body, which seemed to have been drained, finally regained a little strength. He struggled to prop himself up, slowly sat up, reached out to take off the mask on his face, and let out a long sigh. Looking at Lin Tian's actions, a speculation welled up in Frank's mind. Hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth slowly and asked tentatively, "Are you the Hell Priest?" Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. A flash of surprise flickered in his originally weary eyes. Then he smiled bitterly and nodded gently. "Yes." Hearing this, Frank couldn't help blurting out, "So the legendary Hell Priest is so young." A complex look instantly flashed in his eyes, which contained deep gratitude for Lin Tian's life-saving grace. He walked slowly in front of Lin Tian and said solemnly, "Priest, I'm Frank Castle. Thank you for saving my family. But I still want to ask you to help me take revenge. Those gangsters are extremely vindictive. If they know my family survived, they will never let us go." Frank's voice was firm and powerful, as if filled with a determination that would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Lin Tian looked at Frank, his eyes full of understanding and compassion, and said, "I understand your feelings, Frank, but you also need to consider your family. They won't give up easily and will surely come to cause trouble again." Lin Tian's voice was calm and gentle, carrying a reassuring power. Frank gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, and said, "I know, so I want to send my wife and children abroad first, find a safe place to settle them, and then I'll come back and deal with them together with you." Lin Tian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's a solution. Don't worry. I myself aim to combat crime and improve my strength. I'll help you take revenge during the time you're settling your family. I'll also help you search for any traces related to them." Having said that, Lin Tian then informed Frank of his contact information and exhorted, "Once you've settled your wife and children, get in touch with me. Let's deliberate on the subsequent plans together." In the following days, Frank, resembling a bustling ant, began to make arrangements for his wife and children to go abroad. He made inquiries far and wide and got in touch with a reliable friend he hadn't contacted for years, entrusting him to handle the visas and plane tickets. Meanwhile, he rummaged through every corner of the house, packing some essential luggage for his wife and children. Every item was imbued with his deep affection for his family. Although Maria was filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance to part with her husband, she was well aware that his decision was made for their safety. With tears welling in her eyes, she tightly grasped Frank's hand and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Frank, you must be careful and come back soon. We're all waiting for you." Her eyes were brimming with worry and concern. Frank gently embraced his wife and said tenderly, "Don't worry, my dear. I'll surely return safely." He held his wife tightly, as if trying to transfer all his strength to her. At the airport, Frank watched as his wife and children boarded the plane. Filled with a myriad of emotions, he secretly vowed to resolve matters as soon as possible, enabling his family to return to his side without a care. As the plane slowly took off and vanished into the horizon, Frank then turned around and strode away from the airport, embarking on his journey of vengeance. After settling his family, Frank rushed to Hell's Kitchen without delay to find Lin Tian. On an afternoon when the sunlight was just right, a series of rapid and forceful knocks on the door rang out in the quiet room, shattering the original tranquility. Lin Tian opened the door and saw Frank wearing a black windbreaker, a pair of cool sunglasses, and carrying a large and long black bag in his hand. Frank entered the room, found a table, and opened his bag. Goodness! Sniper rifles, shotguns, rifles, machine guns, everything was there. There were also a lot of bullets and grenades. Except for the rocket launcher, all other weapons were available. With this equipment, it would be more than sufficient to fight a small-scale war. "I'm ready," Frank's eyes were firm and his voice was deep, looking exactly like a real, life Terminator. Lin Tian secretly joked in his heart but remained expressionless on the surface. Have you arranged everything for your family? After seeing the other party nod, he patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'm here. Frank, it's daytime now. It's too easy to be exposed. Let's wait until night to look for clues together. Lin Tian thought for a while and said with a solemn expression, Most of the gang members who appeared in the park that day were Irish. It's possible that it was done by those Irish gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Moreover, according to my investigation in recent days, the gangs in Hell's Kitchen that are mainly composed of Irish people include the Mafia, the Jimmy Gang, and the Viper Gang. We'll first find out the details of these three gangs at night. Frank looked towards the direction of Hell's Kitchen through the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes deep, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 7. The revenge is underway as night fell. Lin Tian and Frank drove a pickup truck through the narrow streets. Their target was the Nightfall Bar, the location of an information dealer, and also the key to their search for clues. Ding. Release system mission. Obtain clues about the Central Park Gang and the location information of their leader. The reward is the invisibility technique and 500 faith points. After releasing the mission, a red dot was marked on Lin Tian's mini-map. It seems that the man named Hound is indeed inside, he thought to himself. Are you sure this Hound guy can provide us with useful information? Lin Tian asked in a low voice. Frank nodded. He is the most well-informed person in Hell's Kitchen. If anyone knows about what happened in Central Park that day, it must be him. The sign of the Nightfall Bar swayed in the wind, emitting a harsh creaking sound. At the entrance of the bar stood several burly men, their eyes vigilantly scanning every person approaching. Lin Tian and Frank exchanged a look and slowly walked towards the bar entrance. Stop. One of the men blocked their way and said gruffly, This is the Nightfall Bar. Not just anyone can enter. Frank sneered, took out a banknote from his pocket, and stuffed it into the man's hand. We're here to find Hound. We want to buy some intelligence from him. The man took the banknote, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He nodded, turned around, and walked into the bar, leaving Lin Tian and Frank waiting outside. A few minutes later, the door of the bar was pushed open, and a short and stout man came out. A hint of impatience was on his face, but a trace of cunning shone in his eyes. Are you the ones looking for me? Hurry up and say what intelligence you want. Don't waste my time. Lin Tian stepped forward, his gaze directly meeting Hound's. We would like to ask you about the incident that occurred in Central Park of Hell's Kitchen a few days ago. Who was behind it? A flicker of panic flashed across the Bloodhound's eyes, yet he feigned calmness. Central Park a few days ago? I don't have precise information regarding this matter. My apologies. Lin Tian sneered, a hint of coldness glinting in his eyes. You'd better tell the truth, or you'll regret it. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the bar. The Bloodhound's face paled instantly, and he turned to flee, disappearing into the crowd behind him. Damn it! Frank lunged but missed. At this moment, several of the Bloodhound's lackeys surrounded them. Frank quickly overpowered them and sent them sprawling to the ground. Lin Tian's gaze swept across the interior of the bar. Several drunken customers were making a racket, seemingly on the verge of triggering a chaos at any moment. He immediately grasped the Bloodhound's intention. He intended to slip away in the commotion. Frank, go to the back door, Lin Tian shouted. At the same time, he activated the good and evil value detection in the mini-map. The Bloodhound's location immediately appeared on the mini-map, and a red aura surrounding him also emerged before Lin Tian's eyes. Frank reacted swiftly and dashed towards the back door of the bar. Lin Tian, relying on the system's functions, precisely located the Bloodhound in the crowd. He grabbed the Bloodhound by the collar and dragged him into the alley behind the bar. Frank was already waiting at the back door and soon arrived. A glint of coldness shone in his eyes. You'd better come clean, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The Bloodhound was dragged into the alley by Lin Tian, a trace of fear on his face. What do you want? I don't know anything. Lin Tian sneered again, a hint of murderous intent now in his eyes. You better tell the truth, or I'll make you regret coming into this world. Just then, a deep growl suddenly came from the alley entrance. Lin Tian and Frank turned their heads simultaneously and saw a rabid stray dog baring its teeth approaching them. Its eyes were blood red, and it let out a deep growl, looking extremely ferocious. Damn it, what is this? Frank cursed in a low voice, and his hand had already reached for the gun at his waist. Lin Tian, however, smiled, a hint of mockery showing in his eyes. No need to trouble yourself. I'll handle it. He raised his hand, and a beam of divine light shot out, enveloping the mad dog. It let out a shrill scream and instantly turned to ashes. Lin Tian withdrew his hand, a trace of coldness in his eyes. See, do you want to give it a try? The hound's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and his body trembled involuntarily. Are you the Hell Priest? Lin Tian sneered, a glint of killing intent showing in his eyes. We want to know what happened in Central Park that day. The hound's face became even paler, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was the Viper Gang. They did it. Lin Tian's brows slightly lifted. The Viper Gang? Who are they? The hound's face became even more terrified, and his body trembled involuntarily. They're one of the biggest gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Their leader is a man named Viper, who is ruthless and has hundreds of subordinates. Lin Tian's brows slightly furrowed, a trace of coldness showing in his eyes. Where's their headquarters? The hound's face grew even more terrified, and his body trembled involuntarily. In the southern district of Hell's Kitchen. That's their turf. Hearing this, a bit of the murderous intent in Lin Tian's eyes dissipated. Frank nodded and said, "Well done. Now we know where the Viper Gang's headquarters is." Lin Tian sneered and said, "Let's go. Take us to the Viper Gang's headquarters and give them a surprise." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: the skill of Fade, 500 belief points. After that, Lin Tian picked up the hound and walked towards the main entrance. When they arrived at the main entrance, Frank drove, and Lin Tian escorted the hound, sitting in the back seat and making him give directions. The car slowly drove towards the Viper Gang's headquarters. The closer they got to the destination, the more desolate the surrounding environment became. The hound was trembling with fear all the way, for fear that Lin Tian and Frank would end his life if they were unhappy. Finally, the car stopped in front of a building that resembled an abandoned factory. This was the Viper Gang's headquarters. Lin Tian looked at the countless deep red figures in the building. Among them, there were several whose red color was so dark that it was almost black, and even one was completely black. This was the most evil person to date. There seems to be a great villain in there, Lin Tian murmured. After the two knocked out the hound and threw him into the roadside grass, they quietly sneaked in. There were many guards inside, but Lin Tian used the mini-map positioning to silently take out some of the sentries. When they penetrated deep into the core area, they were surrounded by a group of thugs. Frank took out 2 rifles first and started shooting, while Lin Tian used the punishing finger gun to instantly kill the minions. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from the side at an astonishing speed, lunging towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian nimbly sidestepped to evade, only to discover that it was a figure enshrouded in a pitch-black aura. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a mission. Defeat the leader of the Viper Gang, Viper, and you'll be rewarded with 5,000 faith points. Seeing the shadow lunging at him, Lin Tian swiftly conjured a layer of protective shield around himself. When Viper missed his initial strike, a fiercer flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his double claws, several black chi blades shot towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian lightly tapped his foot and leaped backward. Light converged in his hand, and then he launched another punishment finger spear. The punishment finger spear collided with the chi blades in mid-air, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. On Frank's side, his bullets had run out. He discarded his rifle, drew 2 pistols from inside his trench coat, and, relying on the shield, dashed into the enemy formation like a ghost, commencing indiscriminate shooting. Although there were numerous small minions, they couldn't harm him in the slightest before his shield shattered. Taking advantage of Lin Tian's distraction, Viper's figure flashed and appeared right in front of him. Lin Tian felt a stench of decay assail his nostrils, forcing himself to endure the discomfort. He released a punishment and charged towards Viper. Viper had no way to dodge and was struck by the holy light, emitting a pain-filled howl. Yet, he tenaciously launched another attack. Lin Tian seized the opportune moment, employed the newly acquired Fade technique, and vanished from Viper's sight. While Viper was in a state of bewilderment, Lin Tian suddenly emerged behind him and unleashed a punishment-heavy cannon, directly bombarding him on the back. Viper's body exploded instantly and then dissipated into the air. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've completed the mission and are rewarded with 5,000 faith points. Lin Tian heaved a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had faced someone with special abilities. Subsequently, he assisted Frank in clearing out the small minions and prepared to evacuate this troublesome place. Chapter 8. Daredevil's interrogation. The night was as dark as ink, and the stench of blood permeated the air unrestrainedly. Lin Tian and Frank stood on this battlefield that had just witnessed a brutal massacre. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly beneath their feet, and blood pooled into dark, red puddles on the ground, glinting with an eerie light in the dim moonlight. Lin Tian slightly furrowed his brows, and a complex emotion flickered in his deep eyes. He raised his hand and gently wiped away a drop of blood splattered on his cheek. The touch was warm and sticky, evoking an indescribable sense of revulsion within him. This was the first time in his life that he had taken so many precious lives, and a feeling of indescribable reluctance welled up in his heart. Frank, on the other hand, tightly grasped the gun in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His chest heaved violently, and his heavy breaths were particularly distinct in the quiet night. His eyes revealed a weariness and a sense of relief after revenge. Just as the two were about to leave this bloody place, a sharp gust of wind whistled overhead. Lin Tian was startled and instinctively looked up. He saw a black shadow plummeting rapidly from the top of the tall building like a shooting star, landing steadily just a few steps away from them, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Lin Tian could make out the appearance of the newcomer. He was dressed in a red and black form-fitting combat suit. The material seemed to devour light, glistening with a cold luster in the moonlight, as if he were an envoy emerging from the abyss of darkness. He wore a black hood that covered his eyes completely, leaving only his chiseled chin exposed, which was now tightly clenched, indicating his inner anger. Clutching a retractable red cudgel tightly in his hand, the cudgel trembled slightly in his grasp, as if it were about to deliver a deadly blow at any moment. Hell's Priest, why have you killed all these people? Although they deserve punishment, they shouldn't be privately judged by you. The law will mete out justice to them. Daredevil's voice was deep and forceful, resonating in the quiet night, like a sonorous bell that made one's eardrums ache. Frank snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He took a step forward, exuding a thick aura of malevolence. Justice? The law's justice is too slow. I can't wait. These people constantly threaten the lives of my wife and children. They run amok in this Hell's Kitchen, and their crimes are too numerous to record. The law's trial is nothing more than a means of procrastination for them. I must deal with them myself. As Frank spoke, he grew more and more agitated, unconsciously gripping the gun in his hand tighter, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. Daredevil frowned slightly. He took 2 steps forward, the black battle suit on his body fluttering slightly with his movements, as if black flames were burning. You're abusing lynch law. Do you think this can solve the problem? If you kill them, what's the difference between you and them? There was a tinge of anger and a touch of helplessness in Daredevil's voice. The two of them argued back and forth, neither willing to yield, and the atmosphere instantly became highly tense. Lin Tian stood quietly aside, watching the quarrel between the two, pondering silently in his heart. He knew Frank's pain and understood Daredevil's persistence. But in this chaotic Hell's Kitchen, could the law really play a role? His gaze slowly swept across the surrounding corpses, a sense of desolation welling up in his heart. Lin Tian couldn't help but ask inwardly, System, can others see this good and evil value? The system responded immediately, yes. Stop arguing, Lin Tian shouted, taking a few steps forward and standing steadily between the two. In an instant, his eyes glowed with a strange faint light, a unique ability of his, the power to see through a person's good and evil value. His gaze was piercing, scanning everything around him keenly. Look at this Viper gang. There are fully 300 people at the scene. Among them, over 200 people have good and evil values so low that it's hair-raising, and more than 10 people are even ruthless murderers. If we follow the legal procedures, how many years would it take to convict them all? During this period, how many innocent people would be brutally harmed? Sometimes, being overly kind-hearted instead harms more people. Do you know your own good and evil values? As soon as the words fell, the good and evil values emerged around the corpses of the remaining members of the Viper gang, clearly presented in front of Frank and Daredevil. Looking at the horrifying dark red, some even red to the point of being black, Frank and Daredevil exchanged a glance, speechless for a moment. Lin Tian beside them quickly stepped forward to explain. The good and evil value is green for goodness. The darker the color, the more good deeds one has done. Negative values are red. The darker the color, the more heinous the evil deeds. Red to the point of being black has reached the terrifying level of being a ruthless murderer. After that, Lin Tian looked at the two of them, saying, let's take a look at your 2 good and evil values. Frank, green. Daredevil, light green. Previously, Frank's good, evil value is yellow, neither good nor bad, merely at the level of an ordinary person. However, after this battle, it soared to green. How many heinous criminals must have been eliminated for this to happen? And you, Daredevil Matt Murdock, the good deeds you've done in Hell's Kitchen and the criminals you've sent to prison are countless, yet your good, evil value is only light green. Have you never pondered why this is so? Lin Tion's words were like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of Daredevil and Frank. Both of them were stunned and, for a moment, couldn't utter a word. Daredevil slightly lowered his head and sank into deep thought. He had always firmly believed in the fairness of the law. But Lin Tion's words forced him to re-examine his perseverance. In this Hell's Kitchen, can the law really punish these evildoers in a timely manner? Is it possible that as soon as he sends a criminal to prison, the latter is released right away? And how can the lives of those innocent victims be guaranteed? Frank, on the other hand, raised his head, looked at Lin Tion, and the murderous aura in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a complex emotion, a mixture of gratitude and a tinge of confusion. To relieve his family of future troubles, his hands were stained with blood. But now, after hearing Lin Tion's words, he suddenly felt that the murderous aura on him was gradually disappearing, as if a large part of his heart had become empty. Daredevil remained silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his head, looked at Lin Tion, and said, "Although your words make sense, vigilante justice ultimately isn't the solution to the problem. We should seek a more reasonable way, one that can punish evildoers while upholding the dignity of the law." Lin Tion gave a faint bitter smile. He knew that Daredevil's idea was far too idealistic. In this Hell's Kitchen, reasonable methods often proved ineffective. Sometimes, it was necessary to resort to extreme measures to protect the innocent. Frank looked at the two of them, and an inexplicable impulse suddenly surged within him. Regardless, he had achieved his goal. From now on, he would lay down all this and lead a life of his own. Farewell, father. With that, Frank turned around and slowly left this bloody battlefield. Daredevil watched Frank's departing figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He turned his head, looked at Lin Tion, and said, "I hope you can remember your words and not abuse your power to do evil." Having said that, Daredevil also turned around, made a few leaps, and vanished into the darkness. Lin Tion stood alone in place, gazing in the direction where Daredevil and Frank had left, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. The discomfort caused by killing so many people for the first time gradually dissipated. A night breeze blew, bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Tion took a deep breath and turned to walk towards his residence. His figure gradually faded away in the darkness, leaving only this bloody battlefield to bear witness to all that had just transpired. Returning to his residence, Lin Tion wearily lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind filled with countless thoughts. All that had happened today had given him a deeper understanding of this world. He knew that the system he possessed had endowed him with formidable power, yet he must not lose himself because of this power. He needed to remain vigilant at all times and hold fast to his true self. After an unknown length of time, Lin Tion gradually drifted into slumber. In the dream, he dreamed of returning to the world of the past and resuming his 996 corporate slave-like life. Chapter 9, A New Beginning. The next day, the sunlight trickled down gently onto the earth like gossamer threads, draping a warm and soft golden veil over Hell's Kitchen, a land usually filled with darkness and sin. The thrilling battle of last night seemed to be gradually dispelled by this dazzling sunlight, leaving only some remnants in the corners, recounting the once intense and cruel events. Frank stood in his former home. The sunlight filtered through the dusty window and fell upon his weather-beaten face. His hand gently stroked the clean and tidy clothes in the wardrobe. In his eyes, the hatred and madness of the past were no longer there, replaced by a sense of calmness and liberation, as if overnight, the heavy shackles on his body had been completely removed. He slowly put on the clothes, each movement slow and solemn, as if conducting a sacred ritual. After getting dressed, he walked to the mirror, looked at the new self in the mirror, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In that smile, there was a farewell to the painful past life and an anticipation for the new life in the future. He knew that from this day on, he would no longer be the revenge machine driven by hatred. He was going abroad to be reunited with his wife and children and start a new life. At the same time, Daredevil Matt also returned to his own world. He took off the black battle suit that symbolized darkness and justice and changed into an ordinary suit, holding a blind, guiding cane. He groped his way out of his home and walked towards the law firm jointly opened with Foggy. On the street, people came and went, and the noisy sounds reached his ears. However, he appeared exceptionally calm. The argument with Frank and Lin Tion last night had caused some wavering in the belief he had always adhered to. He needed time to contemplate and re-examine his path. In every nook and cranny of Hell's Kitchen, people were talking about what had happened last night. The Viper Gang, a once all-powerful gang in Hell's Kitchen, was uprooted overnight by Lin Tion and Frank. This news was like a blockbuster. causing a huge stir in the entire area. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every street and lane in Hell's Kitchen, and even radiating throughout New York. On people's faces, there was both the joy of the eradication of evil forces and the astonishment at this sudden change. At this moment, Lin Tian was sitting in his room, feeling the continuous surging power within his body. As the news of the destruction of the Viper Gang spread, his faith value was increasing at an astonishing rate. The system prompt sounds kept ringing in his mind. Each prompt meant that his strength had been further enhanced. At present, including the rewards obtained from completing tasks, his faith value had reached 15,000 points. These faith values were like a miraculous source of energy, enabling a qualitative leap in both his physical fitness and skill effects. He stood up and walked to the window. The sunlight shone on his face. He took a deep breath, feeling this brand new power. His body became more light-footed and agile, and every movement was full of a sense of strength. He gently waved his hand, and a glistening white, gold radiance flickered at his fingertips. This was the manifestation of the enhanced smite skill. He was well aware that this formidable power was not merely a boon, but a weighty responsibility. In order to better acclimate to this sudden physical elevation, Lin Tian resolved to venture out for some training. He arrived at an abandoned factory. Standing in the center of the vast, empty factory, he closed his eyes and began to mobilize the power within him. First, he unleashed the smite finger gun. Streaks of white, gold light shot forth from his hands, precisely striking the dilapidated machinery in the distance. With each strike, a deafening boom resounded, and the old machines were shattered into pieces. He could distinctly sense that the current smite skill was far more powerful than before, and its attack range had also widened significantly. Subsequently, he attempted other skills. The power word, shield, formed a transparent protective barrier around him. When he struck the barrier with smite, he merely felt a slight ripple on the surface of the barrier, which soon returned to calm, remaining unscathed. Evidently, even a bazooka would be unable to breach his defense. He nodded in satisfaction. These enhancements to his skills had instilled in him greater confidence when facing future challenges. Next came the Fade skill. After casting it, the effect of concealing his form became even more remarkable, and the duration it lasted was significantly longer than before. The efficacy of power word, Fortitude, was even more formidable. It could not only endow the target with a more robust physique, but also substantially increase the duration of its continuous protection. The Lesser Heal spell, however, has witnessed a qualitative leap in its curative effect. It can heal wounds more expeditiously, and the duration of its continuous effect has also been significantly enhanced, providing a more reliable therapeutic safeguard for teammates. At the very moment when Lin Tian was immersed in profound contemplation and intense training, in every nook and cranny of Hell's Kitchen, people's lives were undergoing a transformation in a subtle yet profound way. As for those criminal forces that still lurked in the depths of darkness, reaping benefits from heinous deeds, their former arrogance and audacity had vanished without a trace. Having heard of Lin Tian's various deeds and witnessed his severe blow to the Serpent Gang, they were filled with profound awe of Lin Tian's power. Once, they ran amok in Hell's Kitchen, disregarding laws and morals, wantonly committing evil. But now, every action they take becomes extremely cautious, no longer daring to take that fateful step into sin lightly, for fear of touching Lin Tian's bottom line and meeting the same demise as the Serpent Gang. Daredevil also sensed the slight changes in Hell's Kitchen. Could it be that the philosophy he had adhered to for so many years had less impact on Hell's Kitchen than what Lin Tian and Frank had accomplished in just one day? As time went by, Lin Tian's training was coming to an end. He felt that he had gained a preliminary grasp of his newly acquired power. Yet he was well aware that this was far from sufficient. In the days to come, he still needed to constantly temper himself and enhance his strength to confront various unknown challenges. He walked out of the abandoned factory, gazing at the world outside, his heart brimming with sentiment. This once darkness, shrouded Hell's Kitchen now has a glimmer of hope because of his actions. Returning home, Lin Tian had a simple dinner and then prepared to start his night patrol. No matter what, the pace of improving his strength must never stop. Just then, the picture on the TV screen suddenly changed, and the news that Tony Stark was going to Afghanistan in a week began to play. Lin Tian's already tense nerves were instantly stretched even tighter by this news, and his heart rate involuntarily accelerated. Tony's trip to Afghanistan this time was not just an ordinary journey. In the eyes of Lin Tian, a time traveler who was familiar with the plot of the Marvel Universe, this was simply the grand prologue to the major Marvel events. Recalling the subsequent battles in his memory, in the Battle of New York, the Chitauri army came overwhelming, and the Avengers engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the alien invaders. In the Age of Ultron, Ultron, with great power, attempted to destroy humanity, bringing huge disasters to the Earth. In the thrilling Infinity War, with just a snap of his fingers, Thanos wiped out half of the life in the universe. Compared with these, the gang wars and street skirmishes in Hell's Kitchen, where he was currently located, were really just trifles, not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 10. First encounter with the black sky. The night sky was like thick ink, pouring out unreservedly, wrapping Hell's Kitchen tightly. The lights in the streets and alleys were extremely faint in this abyss, like darkness, as if they could be swallowed by the darkness at any time. They flickered laboriously, merely capable of faintly casting the gloomy and dilapidated outline of the city at night. Lin Tian, the priest of Hell, in this thick night, embarked on his routine nocturnal patrol. His figure emerged and vanished in the darkness, at times merging with the shadows, and at others flashing past under the dim, bean-sized lamplight, as if he were an inherent part of this darkness, yet harboring the mission of bringing light to this expanse of darkness. Lin Tian's footsteps were light, yet steady, nimbly navigating through the narrow and cramped streets and the gloomy and damp alleys. His gaze was as piercing as a torch, keenly scanning everything around, leaving no corner overlooked. His ears were like precise detectors, every slightest sound, even the faint movement of a mouse under a distant wall corner, could be clearly detected by him. In this Hell's Kitchen, where sins multiply wantonly, any slightest abnormality might herald the impending arrival of a crisis. He was well aware that every patrol was like walking on the edge of a dark abyss, and a single misstep could plunge him into an irretrievable situation. So he dared not slacken in the slightest. Suddenly, a fierce scuffle sound, like a sharp blade, sliced through the stillness of the night. The sound was shrill and rapid, accompanied by the harsh clanging of weapons colliding, as well as the painful cries and angry roars of people, interweaving into a chaotic and perilous symphony of death. Lin Tian's heart jolted violently, his eyes instantly becoming as sharp as an eagle's, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the source of the sound. He moved at an extremely fast speed, like a gust of black gale, and the buildings and scenery on both sides of the street seemed to rapidly recede like phantoms in his eyes. When he arrived at the scene, the sight before his eyes made him involuntarily gasp in astonishment. There, Daredevil Matt was engaged in a fierce and evenly matched battle with two individuals. One of them was clad in a ninja suit as white as snow, yet exuding a chilling aura. His movements were as swift as a phantom in the dark night. Each shift of his body stirred up a faint breeze. The blade in his hand glinted with a frigid light, resembling the deadly fangs of a viper, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. The other was a female ninja emanating a thick black aura. Every attack of hers was imbued with an evil and eerie power, sending a chill down one's spine and making people tremble with fear. Her entire body seemed to be tightly encircled by a thick layer of black mist, rendering her figure indistinct, adding an even greater sense of mystery and menacing terror. Combining with the plot of Daredevil, Lin Tian instantly understood in his heart that these two were crucial figures in the hand. The ninja in white was Nobu. In the hand, he was feared far and wide for his extraordinary martial arts skills and callous personality. And that female ninja was Elektra, the once deeply loved lover of Daredevil Matt, having passed away with the passage of time. Elektra was resurrected and completely controlled by the evil power of the Black Sky, becoming a cold-blooded killing tool in the hands of the Hand. In her eyes, the tenderness and love of the past were no longer present, replaced by endless coldness and intense killing intent. As he watched the intense battle scene before him, suddenly, the cold and alluring prompt sound of the system rang out in Lin Tian's mind. Ding. The system task was triggered: kill Shin and capture Elektra, with the reward being the Dispel skill. Upon hearing this prompt, a glint of excitement and anticipation instantly flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. If he could successfully kill Shin, obtain the Dispel skill, and attempt to use the Dispel spell to expel the of Black Sky from Elektra's body, he could rescue Elektra, who was being controlled by the power of Black Sky, from the endless abyss of darkness. Then Elektra could properly discipline Matt, who was overly compassionate. Lin Tian quickly concealed himself in the nearby shadows and began to attentively observe this thrilling battle. He knew clearly in his heart that killing Shin was not difficult. With his skills, he could strike a fatal blow at the right moment. However, the troublesome part was capturing Elektra alive. The ninja's ability to stealthily escape was extraordinarily strong, which was the truly thorny problem. His gaze was firmly fixed on Elektra. With her unpredictable movement techniques and dark, evil power, she constantly disrupted and held back Daredevil's actions, making it difficult for Daredevil to concentrate on dealing with Shin's attacks. Although Daredevil Matt was highly skilled in martial arts and rich in combat experience, faced with the combined attacks of Shin and Elektra, he was gradually showing signs of being overwhelmed. His breathing became rapid and heavy. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, yet his eyes grew increasingly resolute and determined. The red short stick in his hand was brandished vigorously, and each block was perfectly timed, skillfully defusing the fatal attacks from Shin and Elektra one after another. As time ticked by, the battle grew more and more intense. It seemed that Nobu had detected Lin Tian's spying nearby. He suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction where Lin Tian was hiding, a trace of disdain and contempt flashing across his eyes. Subsequently, he quickened the pace of his attack, attempting to swiftly defeat Daredevil before Lin Tian could find an opportunity. Matt, the Daredevil, felt the increasingly heavy pressure. His movements started to become somewhat sluggish, yet he still tenaciously resisted. He was well aware in his heart that he absolutely could not fall, otherwise not only would his own life be in jeopardy, but the entire Hell's Kitchen would be plunged into deeper darkness. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Tian. Could the True Word shield be cast on Elektra? Then she would have nowhere to hide, and then they could join hands with Daredevil to kill Nobu. First, he cast True Word shield and True Word fortitude on Matt. Both Elektra and Nobu were stunned by this unexpected turn of events, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Matt would not let this fleeting chance slip by. Taking advantage of Nobu's momentary distraction, his figure moved like lightning, his steps nimble and changeable. In an instant, he lunged forward and launched a fierce onslaught towards Nobu. Each of his punches carried a powerful force, the howling fist winds aimed directly at Nobu's vital points, each strike potentially fatal. Taking this opportunity, Lin Tian quickly cast the stealth spell. His figure faded away like mist. His steps were light, like a ghost in the dark night, silently approaching Elektra. Although the True Word shield could be cast from a distance, considering that after killing Nobu, Elektra was highly likely to flee in the chaos. If the distance was too far, it might be too late to pursue her. Thus, it was more prudent to get as close to Elektra as possible. Chapter 11. Restraint of the Darkness. With his incredibly agile movements, Lin Tian, resembling a specter of the night, silently circled around to the back of Elektra. At this moment, Elektra was fully engrossed in a fierce battle with Daredevil Matt. Everything around her seemed to be automatically blocked out by her, and she didn't notice the lurking danger approaching from behind at all. Lin Tian took a deep, steady, and prolonged breath, then whispered mysterious incantations and instantly cast the True Word spell, Shield. In an instant, a crystal-like transparent shield appeared out of thin air, tightly enveloping Elektra, like a solid protective shell. However, an unexpected incident occurred without warning. Under normal circumstances, when the True Word spell, Shield is applied to an ordinary target, the object protected by the shield can not only freely extend their hand outside the shield to launch attacks, but also move freely and flexibly without any restrictions. But Elektra's situation was quite different. She was possessed by the black sky, and her whole body was soaked in thick ink, like dark energy. There was an extremely intense repulsive reaction between this dark energy and the shield, as if they were two polar opposites that could not coexist, like water and fire. Elektra couldn't touch the shield at all. Her body seemed to be firmly imprisoned by an invisible shackle, rooted to the spot and unable to move. As soon as any part of her body came into contact with the shield, it was like touching scalding sulfuric acid. A hissing sound immediately rang out, followed by wisps of green smoke, unless she could shatter this layer of shield from within. However, after the fierce confrontation with the Viper Gang last time, the strength of Lin Tian's shield had been remarkably enhanced. In a short period, it was nearly an impossible task for Erica to break through the shield. Humph, let's see how you can disrupt things now. Lin Tian secretly felt complacent in his heart. He knew that he had successfully restricted Erica, creating extremely favorable conditions for dealing with Exion next. Taking advantage of this excellent opportunity when Erica was under control, Lin Tian resolutely shifted his target to Exion. Without hesitation, he unleashed the punishing finger spear. A beam of white, gold light, like a bolt of lightning splitting the night sky, shot towards Exion with boundless deterrence. Exion acutely sensed the approaching danger. A flash of panic instantly crossed his eyes, and his body instinctively tried to dodge. However, at the very moment he was about to act, he was horrified to find that the dark power within his body started to go wild uncontrollably, like a runaway wild horse. His body's reaction also became much slower, and he almost failed to evade this fatal attack. What on earth was going on? Xian was suddenly shocked in his heart. He had been wandering in the martial world for many years, experiencing countless trials and tribulations. Yet he had never encountered such a strange and unpredictable attack. In his perception, his power was bestowed by Black Sky, and it was supposed to be extremely powerful. Moreover, he could be reborn after death. But today, facing the attack of this mysterious person, an unprecedented intense fear welled up in his heart, and his body instinctively wanted to flee. Lin Tian secretly rejoiced upon seeing Xian's embarrassed appearance. He swiftly uncovered the secret. The resurrected creatures of the dark void bore an affinity for darkness, while the punishment skill was precisely effective against this malevolent force, akin to Erica's entrapment within the Shield of Truth. This monumental revelation bolstered Lin Tian's confidence. He had discerned the fatal weakness of Xian. Embrace your demise. Lin Tian roared, his voice resonating like thunder, resolutely determined to press the advantage. Xian's evasion was as swift as a specter, rendering ordinary punishments insufficient to pose a tangible threat. Lin Tian concentrated all his mental energy into the tips of his fingers, simultaneously unleashing the punishment finger guns from both hands. In an instant, a barrage of blinding golden light surged forth, akin to a torrential downpour, hurtling towards Xian. Xian moved with electric speed, evading left and right, yet he seemed ensnared in an invisible cage, perpetually unable to evade the relentless pursuit of the punishment finger guns. With every strike, the dark energy enveloping him waned, akin to a flickering candle being extinguished. The excruciating pain piercing through him as though countless steel needles were simultaneously penetrating his very marrow, driving him to the brink of despair. The Night Demon Knight, Matt, also sensed Lin Tian's involvement and felt a surge of elation. Though their ideologies diverged, their objectives aligned in the face of a common foe. He intensified his assault on Xian, wielding his crimson baton with the grace of a sinuous serpent, relentlessly seeking out the slightest chink in Xian's defenses. Each strike imbued with fierce momentum. Under the combined onslaught of the Night Demon Knight and Lin Tian, Xian gradually began to falter. His movements grew increasingly sluggish, and the wounds upon his body multiplied. Blood streamed profusely from his body, pooling on the ground to form a dark crimson stain, exuding a pungent metallic odor. A flicker of fear and despair began to manifest in his gaze, as he realized that he might meet his demise today. As an elite member of the Hand Association, he had been bestowed with the power of resurrection by the Black Void. His will was unyielding, and his spirit indomitable, even in the face of dire straits. He had never entertained a thought of surrender. He clenched his jaw tightly, almost drawing blood, resolved to fight to the bitter end, gathering every last ounce of his strength for a final struggle. In an instant, a surge of formidable power erupted from within him, and he broke free from the entanglement of the Night Demon, charging towards Lin Tian like a frenzied beast, moving with such velocity that it stirred a fierce gust of wind. Humph, a desperate struggle. Lin Tian scoffed lightly, having anticipated that Xian would fight with all his might. Unperturbed, he invoked the incantation, shield, and a transparent protective barrier materialized before him, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Xian's blade struck the barrier with a sharp clang, yet it could not penetrate the shield, as though it had collided with an iron wall. Seizing the moment of Xian's thwarted attack, Lin Tian prepared to unleash his most potent strike. He concentrated all his energy, the golden radiance gradually transforming into a brilliant platinum hue. As the energy of the strike coalesced into a sphere the size of a basketball, Xian seemed to sense the immense power behind Lin Tian's impending blow. His eyes filled with terror, yet, having no avenue for retreat, he could only muster all his strength, determined to pierce Lin Tian's shield first, engaging in a final struggle of a cornered beast. Die! Lin Tian shouted, launching the punishing cannon towards Xian. The enormous platinum-colored sphere shot towards Xian with such velocity that it left no time for reaction, resembling a fleeting comet streaking across the sky. Xian's eyes widened in horror as the golden beam approached, filling his heart with despair, as if he were witnessing his own demise. With a thunderous roar, the golden beam pierced through the top of Xian's head, creating a massive 2-meter diameter crater in the ground, debris scattering in all directions. The overwhelming force shattered Xian's body into fragments, while his soul dissipated into wisps of azure smoke, vanishing into the air as though he had never existed in this world. With Xian vanquished, Lin Tian and the Night Demon Knight, Matt, exhaled in relief. They exchanged glances, a hint of solace reflected in their eyes. Despite the arduous nature of the battle, they had ultimately emerged victorious. "Thank you, Father," Matt said. "If it weren't for you, I might not have made it through today." "There's no need for thanks," Lin Tian replied. "Though our philosophies diverge, our goals align." He continued, "However, we must remain vigilant. Erica is still under the control of the Dark Void. We must devise a means to rescue her." Matt nodded, his gaze fixed on Erica, ensnared within the shield, his eyes brimming with concern and care. He knew she was the woman he had once deeply loved, and regardless of the cost, he was determined to save her from the clutches of darkness. Chapter 12. Rebirth. Lin Tian breathed heavily, his gaze directed towards the Night Demon Knight, Matt. Matt was covered in scars, his clothing tattered and stained with blood. He struggled to maintain his composure, each breath accompanied by a subtle tremor. Clearly on the brink of exhaustion after the intense confrontation with Xin and Erica. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian recited an incantation, invoking a secondary healing spell. A gentle white light began to emanate from his palm, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, softly enveloping Matt. As the light flickered, the wounds on Matt's body healed at a visibly rapid pace, and his previously pallid complexion gradually regained some color. With a sigh of relief, Matt allowed his taut body to relax slightly. At that moment, Lin Tian heard the cold, mechanical chime of the system in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned the skill Dispel, remove beneficial effects from enemies or detrimental effects from allies." Upon hearing this notification, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy and instinctively turned his gaze towards Erica, who was still ensnared within the transparent shield formed by the spell of truth. The dark aura surrounding her was intensifying as she desperately attempted to break free from this prison. The dispel should prove effective, otherwise the system would not have bestowed such a skill upon him, Lin Tian pondered as he slowly approached Erica. Reaching the shield, Lin Tian took a deep breath, extended his hand towards Erica, and commanded, "Dispel." In an instant, a soft light blossomed from his hand, akin to a blooming white lotus, gradually enveloping Erica. Where the light touched, the dark aura surrounding her dissipated like snow melting under the warm sun. Subsequently, an illusory black figure slowly detached itself from within Erica. The figure contorted and struggled, emitting shrill howls. "Ah!" Erica groaned in pain, her body trembling violently. She clutched her head tightly with both hands, her face contorted in agony. It was as if she was undergoing a spiritual baptism, engaged in a final, desperate struggle with the dark power within her. Hearing Erica's scream, Daredevil Matt's heart tightened, and he quickly approached Lin Tian's side. His hands trembled slightly as he tried to reach out to Erica, but was blocked by the shield. His eyes were filled with worry and concern, his lips quivering as he murmured, "Erica, hold on." After detaching from Erica, the black figure seemed extremely enraged and charged towards the shield with a sudden lunge. A loud bang resounded, and the shield shook violently, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. Seeing this, Lin Tian immediately concentrated his energy and unleashed the punishing cannon. A flash of white, gold light enveloped the black figure in an instant, like a bolt of lightning. Under the effect of the punishing cannon, the black figure let out a roar of unwillingness, then melted away into the air like snowflakes, disappearing completely. At the same time, Erica slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment, as if she had just awakened from a long and terrifying nightmare. She looked around, and upon seeing Daredevil Matt outside the shield, tears welled up in her eyes instantly. "Matt, Erica was about to say something when Matt pulled her into a tight embrace. Matt's arms embraced Erica forcefully, as if he intended to dispel all the darkness and dread for her with his embrace. His body trembled slightly, and his voice was tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Erica, you're finally back." Leaning into Matt's arms, Erica's tears streamed uncontrollably. She began to slowly recount her experiences after being controlled by the Black Sky. It turned out that during the days of being possessed by the Black Sky, although she was conscious, she could not control her body at all. The Hand utilized her ability as the host of the Black Sky to train her into the organization's core weapon, carrying out various assassination missions. Those bloody scenes and the screams of the innocent echoed in her mind like nightmares. She closed her eyes painfully and said with a trembling voice, "Every time I took action, I could feel my hands stained with blood, yet I was powerless. I even almost hurt you." Matt gently stroked Erica's hair and comforted her, It's all in the past, Erica. This isn't your fault. You're also a victim. His tone was full of pity and love, as if he were willing to shoulder all the pain Erica had endured. Lin Tian stood aside, watching this scene quietly and muttering to himself, I saved you too. Yet I have to endure being shown affection. Erica raised her head from Matt's embrace, looked at Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, father. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never have been able to break free from the bondage of that evil force. Lin Tian nodded slightly and said softly, You're welcome. Subsequently, Erica elaborated on the various evil deeds of the Hand. In their pursuit of power, they stop at nothing. They utilize the power of Black Sky to cultivate assassins, eliminate dissenters, and aspire to rule the entire Hell's Kitchen, even extending their influence to the whole of New York. Their conspiracy is like a vast net of darkness, casting a shadow over the lives of countless people. Lin Tian said, Although you've now broken free from the control of the evil forces, the Hand will surely not let it go. Only by eradicating the Hand can this series of entanglements be completely ended. Matt and Elektra also expressed their desire to invite Lin Tian to fight against the Hand together. They were well aware that it would be extremely difficult to completely uproot these evils solely relying on the two of them. Only by gathering more strength could they have a greater chance of success. The three of them briefly discussed their subsequent plans. They decided to first clear out the Hand strongholds that Elektra knew about. After dealing with these strongholds, they would then challenge the core leadership of the Hand. After the discussion, Lin Tian glanced at the sky and noticed that dawn was approaching. A faint glow of dawn emerged on the horizon, and a new day was about to begin. He bid farewell to Matt and Elektra, preparing to go back and rest well to gather strength for the upcoming battles. Just as Lin Tian turned to leave, an elderly man with snow-white hair appeared in front of him. It was Stick. Young man, your strength is formidable. Join the chase. Together, we can safeguard this world and combat the dark forces, Stick said in a deep and magnetic voice. Lin Tian sneered inwardly. He had no intention of being manipulated by Stick. Matt serves as the prime example. Under Stick's long-term tutelage, Matt was gradually indoctrinated with a variety of extreme concepts. His overly kind heart and indecisive nature were nothing but traps laid by Stick to mold him into a tool to combat the Hand. Eventually, under such a distorted influence, Matt was plunged into endless pain and struggle. Sorry, I'm not interested, Lin Tian said coldly. Stick said, Then could you listen to a story before you leave? All right, let's see what you can come up with. Stick began to speak. 500 years ago, there were 5 elite members in Kunlun. Coveting the secret of immortality of the divine dragon, Shou Lao, they harbored thoughts of desertion. They knew that each time Shou Lao underwent nirvana, the dragon bones left behind possessed the power to bestow immortality. So they attempted to steal the dragon bone resources hidden in Kunlun. Taking advantage of their positions, these 5 people stole a large amount of dragon bones and colluded with external forces of Kunlun to plot their desertion. In order to conceal their tracks, they brutally massacred the villages on the border of Kunlun. Eventually, they fled to Japan with the dragon bones and thus established the embryonic form of the Hand. These 5 people, with the help of the dragon bones, integrated dark magic, summoned ancient demonic beasts, and developed 2 resurrection techniques. One was the puppet resurrection technique. Ordinary ninjas, with the help of the beast's power, could achieve infinite rebirth but would lose their self-awareness. The other was the high-level immortality ritual. The 5 of them consumed the energy of the dragon bones to achieve physical regeneration. However, they could not stop the process of aging and needed to constantly seek new dragon bones for replenishment. Thereafter, based on the 5 major fields of military, economy, intelligence, belief, and technology, they divided the work to control global criminal activities. The Sanctity Order has been dedicated to eradicating the Hand from beginning to end. What do you think of joining us? Lin Tian sneered and said, Do you think I'm as gullible as Matt? You've been constantly manipulating Matt to achieve your goal of defeating the Hand, controlling him, and turning him into a pawn acting according to your will against the Hand. What else have you done besides teaching Matt some martial arts? You even claim that his destiny is to deal with the Hand. Destiny? You really know how to glorify yourselves. A gang like the Hand that can't even unify Hell's Kitchen, and you've been fighting it for a lifetime without any results. For world peace, how noble. Ha. With that, Lin Tian turned around and left. Oh, right, you'd better not try any tricks on me, or I won't hesitate to make the Sanctity Order disappear as well. After saying that, Lin Tian looked at the dark red light of good and evil value around Stick. He was really hypocritical. If it weren't for not wanting to have a falling out with Matt and the others. Lin Tian really wanted to finish off this old man directly. Stick was so angry that his whole body was trembling, with a rush of qi and blood surging. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't. He couldn't argue and couldn't fight either. Chapter 13 The Evil Alliance. Deep in Hell's Kitchen. Inside an unremarkable building, the five fingers of the hand were sitting around a huge conference table. The atmosphere was solemn. Alexandra's face was lined with wrinkles, and her eyes were full of exhaustion and anxiety. As the core figure of the hand, she knew better than anyone that her body was rapidly deteriorating and could die at any time. In order to extend her life, she would spare no effort to search for the Dragon Bone. The news from Lord Beast has arrived. Shinobi is dead, Lady Gao said in a solemn voice. The man known as the Hell Priest, the power within him, seems to have a great restraining effect on us. Hearing this, everyone's faces grew even more somber. We must find a solution, another thin-built member said. We've learned that the Dragon Bone is beneath the ground of Hell's Kitchen. It's our only hope. But for now, we can't bypass that Hell Priest. A brief silence fell over the conference room as everyone weighed the pros and cons in their hearts. After a long while, Lady Gao slowly raised her head. We need help, someone with sufficient influence in Hell's Kitchen. Everyone's eyes turned towards her, as if they understood her intention. Lady Gao nodded slightly and continued. Kingpin, he's the underground overlord of Hell's Kitchen. If we can cooperate with him, perhaps we can achieve our goals. This proposal plunged everyone into deep thought. Cooperating with Kingpin is undoubtedly seeking skin from a tiger, but at this moment, they seemingly had no better option. Eventually, everyone reached a consensus and decided to send Lady Gao to Kingpin Tower to negotiate the cooperation. Meanwhile, in Fist Tower, Kingpin was overlooking the entire Hell's Kitchen from his spacious and luxurious office. Boss, Lady Gao from the hand requests an audience. A subordinate entered the office cautiously and said softly. Kingpin slightly raised his eyebrows, a glint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Oh? What does she want? Let her in. Before long, Mrs. Gao, leaning on a walking stick, ambled into the office. She was attired in a quaint front-button gown. Her silvery hair was neatly combed back, and her face, though crisscrossed with wrinkles, bore a gentle smile. Mr. Kingpin, long time no see, Mrs. Gao said, inclining her body slightly with politeness. Mrs. Gao? A rare guest indeed. Kingpin emerged from behind the desk. What brings you here today? Mrs. Gao smiled and said straightforwardly, Mr. Kingpin, the hand is currently facing some troubles, and we need your assistance. Kingpin looked at her with keen interest. Oh, the hand actually needs my help? Tell me, what is it? Mrs. Gao then detailed the hand's plight and their plan to Kingpin. Kingpin listened quietly, his facial expression remaining unchanged, but his eyes grew increasingly profound. So, we hope to cooperate with you, Mrs. Gao said finally. We can help you fulfill your wish to resurrect your wife and child. In return, you need to help us deal with that Hell's Priest and assist us in excavating the Dragon Bone. Kingpin was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. Mrs. Gao, you're really good at business. But why should I trust you? Mrs. Gao replied unhurriedly, Mr. Kingpin. The hand has a long history and formidable strength in the dark world. This cooperation will be beneficial to both of us. Although the Dragon Bone is precious, it's difficult for you alone to activate its resurrecting power. Only by means of the ancient ritual exclusive to our hand can the Dragon Bone exert its true efficacy. Isn't this a great temptation for you? A flicker of hesitation flashed in Kingpin's eyes. He indeed yearned to resurrect his wife and children, and the Dragon Bone might truly help him fulfill this wish. However, collaborating with the hand also entailed great risks. Let me think it over, Kingpin finally said. Madame Gao nodded slightly. Very well, Mr. Kingpin. I hope you can give us a reply as soon as possible. After Madame Gao left, Kingpin stood alone by the window. Lost in thought, he knew this was a difficult decision, but for the sake of resurrecting his wife and children, he seemed willing to take a risk. He was well aware that this decision might bring unforeseeable consequences, yet for the resurrection of his family, he could no longer care so much. Kingpin raised his hand in a gesture, and his confidant, understanding his meaning, quickly stepped out of the room. Moments later, he invited Madame Gao, who had just reached the ground floor of the building, back. With a calm expression, Madame Gao entered the conference room again, walking with steady steps. Kingpin inclined his body slightly and spoke first. Madame Gao, there are some more crucial details that need to be discussed with you in depth. Madame Gao nodded slightly and resumed her seat, gracefully folding her hands in front of her. Soon, the two sides reached a cooperation agreement. Kingpin would assist the Hand in dealing with Lin Tian and help them excavate the dragon bone. In return, after the task was accomplished, the Hand would help Kingpin resurrect his wife and children. After the agreement was reached, Kingpin immediately took action. He summoned his most capable subordinates, preparing to launch an assassination attempt on Lin Tian. Among his numerous subordinates, the most fearsome one is none other than Bullseye. Bullseye, a killer endowed with extraordinary marksmanship skills, commands a formidable reputation within the underworld. His projectiles seem to carry the summons of death, capable of precisely hitting the target and consigning it to its doom. Bullseye. This mission is of utmost importance. Kingpin gazed at Bullseye, a glimmer of trust flickering in his eyes. That Hell's Priest. His very existence poses a significant threat to our plans. You must eliminate him at all costs. Bullseye nodded slightly, a glint of excitement dancing in his eyes. Rest assured. Boss, I won't let you down. Subsequently, Bullseye embarked on meticulously planning the assassination of Lin Tian. He painstakingly studied Lin Tian's patterns of movement and formulated a detailed assassination plan. Meanwhile, in another corner of Hell's Kitchen, Lin Tian remained completely oblivious to the impending danger. As night fell, Hell's Kitchen was entirely enveloped in darkness. Bullseye, like a cheetah lurking in the shadows, stealthily approached Lin Tian's residence. His figure loomed and vanished in the darkness, the bow in his hand glinting with a cold light, as if waiting for its prey to emerge. At the same time, the Hand's 5 fingers were making final preparations for excavating the dragon bone. Once they succeed in unearthing the dragon bone, they will acquire formidable power and extended lifespan, thus fulfilling their ambitions. The entire Hell's Kitchen seemed to be plunged into a deathly silence. However, beneath this serene facade, a surging undercurrent lay concealed. Chapter 14 Counter, killing Bullseye under the veil of night in Hell's Kitchen. The streets were permeated with a damp atmosphere. The dim streetlights flickered and swayed in the mist, as if on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Lin Tian was walking along a narrow alley. Having just dealt with 2 hooligans who were causing trouble, he patted the dust off his body, completely unaware of the deadly crisis lurking in the shadows. Bullseye, a killer who strikes fear into the hearts of the dark world, was hidden in the shadow of the rooftop opposite the alley at this moment. He was clad in a specially crafted black form-fitting combat suit. The material was light, weight yet tough, conforming perfectly to his body shape, allowing him to move without the slightest hindrance. The prominent bull-eye mark on his forehead was like a mark from hell, exuding an eerie aura. His gaze was as sharp as that of a falcon. Through the night, he stared intently at Lin Tian's every move. The throwing knives in his hand glinted with a cold light in the dim light, each seemingly infused with a curse of death. Boy, die. Bullseye's mouth curled into a wild and twisted smile, filled with confidence and contempt. An overweening arrogance radiated from his entire being. No one has ever escaped under my throwing knives. Hardly had the words fallen when his wrist suddenly flicked, moving as fast as a lightning bolt. The throwing knife in his hand turned into a streak of black cold light, carrying a fierce gust of wind, shooting towards Lin Tian at a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye. The throwing knife seemed to come to life in Bullseye's hand. Once it locked onto its target, it was like a relentless parasite, with no chance of missing. The knife sliced through the air, emitting a shrill whistle, just like the whisper of death. At this critical moment, Lin Tian reacted swiftly and instantly cast the true word spell, Shield. In an instant, a shield emanating a gentle golden radiance enveloped him tightly, leaving no room for penetration. This shield, seemingly soft, was actually incredibly tough, with mysterious runes flowing on its surface, as if recounting ancient powers. The throwing knives struck the shield, producing a clear metallic clanging sound, like the tolling of a great bell. They were sent flying out like kites with broken strings, bounced a few times on the ground, and then fell silent. Bullseye, seeing this, furrowed his brows tightly, a flash of surprise and reluctance crossing his eyes. He had never encountered such a formidable defense. Those throwing knives that were invincible on ordinary days now seemed so powerless in the face of this golden shield. However, as a top-notch assassin, his self-esteem and cold-blooded nature prevented him from giving up easily. He quickly drew more throwing knives from his waist, his hands dancing like phantoms, so fast that it was dazzling. The throwing knives rained down on Lin Tian, each carrying a deadly threat. For a moment, the alley was filled with flashing knife lights, and the howling sound never ceased, as if one were in an ocean of knives. Lin Tian stood inside the shield, calmly observing every move of Bullseye. He tried to release the punishing finger gun, attempting to hit Bullseye from tricky angles, At times, he released the punishing heavy cannon, attacking with its powerful area coverage. Nevertheless, Bullseye's reaction speed and evasion ability were too formidable. His figure was as agile as a black ghost. No matter how the punishing light changed, he could easily dodge. Every dodge seemed effortless, as if he had long predicted Lin Tian's attack trajectory. Seeing that the throwing knife attacks couldn't break through Lin Tian's shield, Bullseye decided to engage in close combat. With a form as swift as lightning, he lightly tapped the ground with his feet and rapidly rushed towards Lin Tian. Drawing a short dagger from his waist, the blade glistened with a cold light, as if it could exude a frigid aura even in the darkness. He attempted to break through this obstruction with fierce close-range attacks. His attacks were like a tempestuous storm, and each swing of the dagger carried immense power. The short dagger sliced through the air, making a whistling sound. As the attacks persisted, Lin Tian's shield began to react. The rune light flickered more intensely. At first, it was just a faint glimmer, but then the frequency gradually accelerated, as if desperately resisting Bullseye's powerful force. Under Bullseye's tempestuous assault, the light of Lin Tian's shield grew dimmer, as if it could shatter at any moment. Seeing this, a flicker of excitement and bloodlust flashed in Bullseye's eyes, feeling that he could soon break through Lin Tian's shield. However, just as he was about to launch the final blow, Lin Tian remained calm and composed. He released his skill again. Instantly, a brand new shield, power word, shield, firmly protected him. The light of this new shield was bright and sturdy, as if mocking Bullseye's naivety. This scene caused Bullseye's mindset to collapse in an instant. He could never have imagined that under such intense attacks, Lin Tian still had the strength to replenish his shield. Before Bullseye could recover, Lin Tian seized the opportunity. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a smite finger gun shot out like lightning, so fast that no one could react in time. This smite finger gun precisely hit Bullseye's arm. Bullseye winced in pain and let out a roar that echoed through the alley. A charred mark emerged on his arm, and searing pain radiated from the wound, causing his movements to come to a brief halt. At this opportune moment, Lin Tian launched a more ferocious counter-attack. Streaks of punishing finger spears hurtled towards Bullseye like a shower of concentrated rays, slicing through the air with a shrill screech. This can't go on. My strength is nearly exhausted, Bullseye thought to himself. He was well aware that continued stalemate would surely lead to his defeat. Thus, he feigned an all-out attack while secretly gathering strength, waiting for an opportunity to break through. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Although the attacks in his hands seemed fierce, he was gradually adjusting their rhythm. Finally, in the brief lull when Lin Tian was releasing his punishing finger spears, Bullseye seized the moment, hurtling towards the exit of the alley like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was so great that his feet left shallow imprints on the ground. In an instant, he vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a silent alley. Lin Tian looked in the direction Bullseye had fled, a faint sneer playing on his lips. He began to mutter incantations again in the fading away technique. In an instant, his body seemed to meld with the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Then, he quietly set off in pursuit of Bullseye. Bullseye ran at full speed until he was certain Lin Tian wasn't in pursuit. Only then did he stop, leaning against a wall, gasping for breath. His face was etched with fatigue and unwillingness. He took out his phone and dialed Kingpin's number. "Hello, boss." Bullseye's voice quivered slightly. "The assassination failed. That guy's defense is too strange. My throwing knives couldn't harm him at all." On the other end of the phone, Kingpin's enraged growl came through. Bullseye's face grew even paler, and he could only keep saying, "Sorry." After hanging up the phone, Bullseye was extremely depressed. He urgently needed a way to vent his anger, so he dialed a number. On the other end of the phone, a coquettish voice sounded. After briefly giving some instructions, Bullseye headed to a secluded apartment he had purchased nearby. It was the place where he had trysts with his lover. As soon as he entered the room, his lover greeted him. Bullseye cast aside his fatigue and anger, immersing himself in the brief pleasure. However, he didn't know that at this moment, Lin Tian was hiding in the shadows, quietly waiting for him. Lin Tian concealed himself in the shadows, like an invisible specter, closely watching Bullseye's every move. He knew that the moment Bullseye finished his business and went out would be the best time for him to act. Bullseye staggered out of the apartment with unsteady steps. After all, having just experienced a high-intensity battle with Lin Tian and then immediately engaging in another one, anyone would feel physically exhausted. Just as Bullseye turned back to close the door, Lin Tian made his move decisively. In an instant, His punishing heavy cannon enveloped Bullseye. A powerful surge of energy burst forth. Bullseye didn't even have time to let out a cry before he dissipated into ashes in the glow. Only his spine, forged from adamantium, clanked and fell to the ground, echoing with a clear sound on the quiet street. Lin Tian gradually emerged. Gazing at the adamantium alloy spinal column on the ground, he said coldly, "Humph, do you think you can kill me with that?" Having said that, he turned around and vanished into the darkness. He didn't take the adamantium alloy because once it takes shape, its form cannot be changed, making it useless to take. After all, one couldn't possibly take out a section of spinal column to attack others when seeing someone. Chapter 15. The Outbreak of the Dragon Bone Crisis in the Deep Labyrinth. Like an intricate underground of Hell's Kitchen, the joint team of the Hand and Kingpin had been digging continuously for quite a few days. The damp, earthy smell permeated the surroundings, and the deafening roar of the excavation equipment filled the air. The 5 fingers of the Hand looked anxious. They were aware that their physical conditions were deteriorating day by day and urgently needed to rely on the power of the dragon bone to prolong their lives. Kingpin stood aside. His tall and burly figure was like a small mountain, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. A hint of urgency could be seen in his eyes, for the hope of resurrecting his wife and children was pinned on this dragon bone. "Speed up! Hurry up!" Kingpin roared, and his voice echoed in the underground space. The workers dared not slack off and hasten their actions. The operation speed of the excavation equipment became even faster. Finally, after another deep excavation, a worker shouted excitedly, "Found it! Found it!" Everyone immediately gathered around. In the soil, a corner of what seemed to be a huge stone slab was revealed, engraved with mysterious runes. Kingpin's eyes instantly lit up. He knew that this was likely the gate leading to the location of the dragon bone. In the following days, the excavation work became even more cautious. The 5 fingers of the Hand, applying their age-old knowledge, endeavored to decipher the runes on the slab, seeking the means to unlock the gate. Kingpin, on the side, watched intently and interjected words of urging from time to time. Just as they were on the verge of successfully opening the gate, Kingpin received an unwelcome piece of news. Bullseye was dead. This news instantly cast a shadow over Kingpin's countenance. He had always placed high hopes in Bullseye's abilities, only to be met with failure. However, at this moment, the dragon bone was within reach, and he simply could not afford to be distracted by this matter. "Leave it for now. We'll deal with it after obtaining the dragon bone." Kingpin gritted his teeth and said. He was aware that the dragon bone held crucial significance for both him and the Hand. At this time, the underground excavation work had reached its final crucial stage. The workers were meticulously clearing the soil around the gate. Suddenly, one of the workers accidentally touched a certain rune on the gate while digging. In an instant, the earth trembled, and the entire underground of New York began to shake violently. The earth seemed to be shaken by an invisible giant hand. The buildings on the ground swayed one after another, and the sounds of shattering window glass rang out continuously. People were panicked and fled in all directions, unaware of what dreadful thing had occurred. A layer of blue light shield materialized on the mysterious gate. Meanwhile, the monitoring system of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters detected this abnormal situation in the blink of an eye. Alarm bells rang out within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building, and the lights flickered. Director Nick Fury hastened to the monitoring room. With a solemn expression, he stared at the fluctuating data on the screen. A powerful energy had erupted beneath New York, triggering a minor earthquake. Ascertain the situation immediately, Nick Fury commanded. Soon, a staff member rushed to report, "Director, the epicenter of the vibration is beneath Hell's Kitchen. The exact cause remains undetermined. However, if such energy eruptions occur several more times, the entire New York could potentially face an unprecedented earthquake, and even some areas might collapse." Nick Fury's brows knitted tightly, as if forming an intractable knot. He swiftly dialed Natasha's number, his tone filled with urgency. "Natasha, intense energy eruptions have been detected beneath Hell's Kitchen. The situation is unclear. Proceed there immediately to investigate and report back as soon as possible." "Yes, Director." Meanwhile, on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil Matt was about to commence his nightly patrol. Suddenly, he felt the vibration from the ground. This vibration was not only transmitted through the ground, but also directly assailed his heart through his acute sensory ability. Matt immediately halted. He closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the source of the vibration. As Daredevil, He was intimately familiar with every inch of Hell's Kitchen. This abnormal vibration made him aware that something momentous must be happening. It seems something extraordinary is about to occur tonight, Matt murmured to himself. He promptly headed towards the source of the vibration, the red billy club in his hand glimmering faintly in the darkness. And Lin Tian was engaged in his daily cultivation in his room at this moment. Suddenly, a prompt sound from the system shattered the tranquility of the room. Ding! A chain quest was triggered. 1. Locate the position of the energy outburst. Reward, the skill Divine Spirit, which can increase the target's energy ceiling and resistance to spiritual type spells, lasting for 3 hours. 2. Eliminate the 5 fingers of the hand and kingpin. Reward, Divine Fire, creating a tornado filled with divine flames to scorch the target and cause continuous divine damage for a certain period of time. The system's voice resounded in Lin Tian's mind. Oh, it's a chain quest, rewarding 2 skills at once. Lin Tian opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement flashing through them. He had long known of the existence of the Dragon Bone and was well aware that this would be a huge crisis. However, he understood even more that this was also an excellent opportunity to completely resolve the threat in Hell's Kitchen by taking care of Kingpin, the most powerful figure in Hell's Kitchen, and the hand. Lin Tian said. He stood up, stretched his body, and his gaze focused on the small map in front of him. A flickering mark indicated the direction of the energy outburst. At the same time, a prominent arrow emerged in his field of vision, clearly pointing to the destination. Beneath Hell's Kitchen, the members of the Hand and Kingpin's men were also caught off guard by the sudden tremor. Kingpin steadied himself and shouted, "Don't panic. Figure out what's going on." The 5 fingers of the Hand rushed to Kingpin's presence in a hurry. With a flustered look and a hasty tone, they said, "A blue light curtain suddenly appeared in front of that gate. It should be the automatic defense mechanism of the gate. Legend has it that only the Iron Fist can open this gate. But after Lord Black Sky's observation, it was found that due to years of erosion, this shield is now on the verge of collapse. In our opinion, the use of high-powered explosives should be capable of breaching this layer of shield." On the ground, Natasha has arrived at Hell's Kitchen. Clad in a sleek black form-fitting battle suit, she exhibits a lithe and agile physique. Gazing upon the chaotic streets and the panic-stricken crowd, she furrows her brows. What on earth is happening? Natasha mutters to herself. Guided by the markings on her mobile phone, she briskly makes her way towards the area with the most intense underground vibrations, tightly gripping her weapon and vigilantly observing everything around her. Daredevil Matt is also hastening his journey. Leveraging his familiarity with Hell's Kitchen, he takes a shortcut towards the destination. His heart is filled with anxiety, unsure of what exactly is occurring underground and whether he can handle the impending crisis. Lin Tian, upon receiving the system's instructions, immediately departs from his residence and hastens towards the destination as directed. At this moment, beneath Hell's Kitchen, the Hand Ninjas and Kingpin's subordinates are conducting covert operations. With hurried expressions, they are transporting explosives to the underground through hidden tunnels, modified vehicles, and various other means. The heavy explosive packs appear particularly menacing under the dim light. As time elapses, Natasha nears the source of the underground vibrations. She beholds a large building, and the ground around the building has developed cracks, as if on the verge of collapse at any moment. Daredevil Matt has also reached the vicinity, hiding in the shadows and observing the situation. And Lin Tian is approaching rapidly as well, his eyes brimming with determination. Beneath the building, the 5 Fingers members of the Hand and Kingpin are growing increasingly impatient. They were well aware that creating such a huge commotion in New York would inevitably prompt the relevant authorities to take swift action. What they yearned for with all their hearts was to blast open the door and obtain the Dragon Bone before others. In their eyes, once they got the Dragon Bone, what did the lives and deaths of other ordinary people matter to them? Natasha took a deep breath, ready to enter the building and explore. Daredevil Matt also gripped the short stick in his hand tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Tian quickened his pace. Finally, Natasha entered the building first. She walked cautiously towards the basement, with every step full of vigilance. Daredevil Matt followed closely behind, his figure looming in the darkness. Lin Tian also arrived in front of the building. He looked up at this rickety building, then walked in without hesitation. Chapter 16. Breaking into the underground. As soon as Lin Tian stepped through the door leading to the underground, the noisy sounds of fighting rushed into his ears like a surging tide. He looked up and saw 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle not far away. In their back and forth exchanges, The surrounding air seemed to be wantonly stirred by an invisible giant hand, creating layers of distorted ripples. One of them was dressed in a signature black and red battle suit, holding a blind man's stick, and his movements were as agile and powerful as a cheetah. The familiar figure and fighting style made Lin Tian recognize at a glance that this person was Daredevil Matt, and the one fighting against Matt was a live woman. Her striking red long hair fluttered freely during the fight, and her eyes were sharp and profound, just like the sharpest cold stars in the night sky, as if they could penetrate all the secrets of the world. She was attired in a form-fitting black combat suit that exquisitely outlined her shapely figure. Every movement of hers was fluid and natural, fully showcasing the harmonious blend of agility and strength. With every gesture and step, she exuded a mysterious and distinctive charm. Lin Tian felt a pang in his heart. As a die-hard fan of the Marvel world in his previous life, Natasha's sacrifice had always been the deepest regret in his heart. In order to obtain the Soul Stone, she resolutely leaped off the cliff and sacrificed her life. Later, when Hulk gathered the Infinity Stones and revived everyone, Natasha, whose soul was imprisoned, could never return. She vanished forever into the universe. Thinking of this, Lin Tian shouted, "Stop!" At the same time, he cast a true word shield spell on himself and quickly rushed towards the two. With a twist of his body, he precisely inserted himself between Daredevil and Natasha, using the shield to withstand their attacks head-on. Daredevil and Natasha were startled by this unexpected turn of events, and both halted their actions. Lin Tian looked at Natasha and said to Matt, "Daredevil, I'm afraid her purpose is the same as ours, to stop the source of this earthquake." Natasha's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with confusion. In his eyes, there was regret, pity, and a hint of indescribable affection. Who was this person? Why was he looking at her with such eyes? Did they know each other? Natasha said, "Yes, I'm an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. We detected a powerful energy outbreak beneath Hell's Kitchen, which then triggered the earthquake in the entire New York. So I received an order from above to come and investigate." Natasha sized up Lin Tian, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Then she spoke. "Are you the Hell Priest? Have we met before?" As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was well versed in various supernatural events and figures. Recently, Lin Tian's series of actions in Hell's Kitchen had already reached S.H.I.E.L.D. through various channels, and the title Hell Priest had left a deep impression on her. Lin Tian nodded slightly and said, "We should not know each other." Although Natasha wanted to ask Lin Tian why he was looking at her in such a way, seeing the ninjas and gang members continuously emerging from the passage leading underground in front of her, she had to abandon this thought and said, "I'd like to ask you two to help me solve this incident together. I've realized that this incident might be beyond my single-handed ability." While they were conversing, Kingpin Underground witnessed everything through the surveillance screen. The moment he saw Lin Tian appear, his face instantly turned as gloomy as the sky before a tempest, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. "This Hell Priest is really a persistent nuisance," Kingpin cursed in a low voice. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie and roared viciously, "Immediately dispatch the hand ninjas and all our men. Stop them from reaching underground at all costs. They must not be allowed to ruin our plan." At present, Lin Tian, Natasha, and Daredevil were looking at a group of hand ninjas and Kingpin's men emerging in front of them, blocking their way completely. These men held sharp blades in their hands, their eyes fierce, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, ready to pounce on their prey at any moment. "Humph, they come at the right time," Lin Tian snorted coldly. In an instant, 3 shields emitting a soft glow emerged respectively on him, Natasha, and Daredevil. This was precisely his true word technique, shield. Subsequently, he cast the true word technique, tenacity, enhancing the defensive power of the 3 of them. Natasha looked at the shield on her body, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, revealing a confident smile. Then, without hesitation, she took out 2 pistols and rushed towards the enemies with big strides. With the protection of the shield, she no longer had any scruples. The pistols in her hands spat out tongues of fire continuously, and bullets shot towards the enemies like shooting stars. In an instant, several enemies fell. Daredevil was not to be outdone either. The red short stick in his hand was brandished with great force, each swing generating a gust of strong wind, repelling the approaching enemies. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was on the side, seizing the right moment and occasionally unleashing the punishment finger gun. Streaks of white, gold light flashed, and the ninjas hit by the punishment finger gun were directly reduced to ashes. However, as the battle persisted, Lin Tian gradually felt something amiss. Although they were killing the enemies at a rapid pace, the enemies kept pouring in ceaselessly. Moreover, although the enemies' attacks seemed fierce, it always felt somewhat deliberate. It seemed that they were not really trying to put them to death, but rather stalling for time. Lin Tian's heart tightened, realizing that the situation was not good. While fighting, he moved closer to Natasha and Daredevil and shouted loudly, "Something's wrong. They're stalling us. It can't go on fighting like this. Charge straight underground." Hearing this, Natasha and Daredevil were startled and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Lin Tian quickly cast the spell, Shield again. After enchanting the three with a protective shield, he shouted, "Follow me, charge." Then he took the lead, releasing the smite cannon towards the front of the passage, blasting open a vacuum channel. Natasha and Daredevil closely followed behind him. The three were like three sharp blades, forcefully tearing open a gap in the enemy's encirclement. They ran all the way and finally reached the underground. The scene in front of them astonished them. The 5 fingers of the hand and Kingpin were standing in front of a huge stone gate. The stone gate was tall and magnificent, engraved with mysterious runes all over, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. In front of the stone gate, there was a blue energy shield, like a transparent wall, firmly guarding the stone gate. "What are they up to?" Natasha asked, frowning with a look of confusion. Before everyone could figure out the situation, the members of the hand had already started to act. They quickly brought high-energy explosives and placed them around the stone gate, preparing to blow it up. "No, stop them!" Lin Tian roared and rushed forward without hesitation. Natasha and Daredevil immediately followed, and the three charged towards the members of the hand. But it was already too late. With a deafening, the high-energy explosives exploded. The powerful impact was like an invisible giant force, instantly knocking everyone flying. Lin Tian only felt his eyes go black, and his body uncontrollably flew backwards, hitting the wall heavily. At the same time, centered around Hell's Kitchen, a minor earthquake struck New York once again. The energy shield in front of the stone gate shattered instantly under the powerful blast, dissipating into countless blue lights in the air. Lin Tian struggled to get up from the ground. Fortunately, the power word, shield spell, had deflected most of the damage for them. Otherwise, they would have been blown to smithereens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first part of the chain quest. Reward skill, Holy Spirit. It significantly enhances the target's mental power for 3 hours. Mental power can improve resistance to mental control, enhance perception, and boost the ability to control the body. Seeing Matt and Natasha lying unconscious, Lin Tian immediately activated all his buffs, successively casting Lesser Heal, Power Word, Shield, Power Word, Fortitude, and the newly acquired Holy Spirit on them. In an instant, the three of them fully recovered to their prime condition. After obtaining the Holy Spirit, Lin Tian's perception was greatly heightened. He could even clearly detect an ant on the ground in the distance. When he concentrated, the world around him seemed to slow down, and every detail came into full view. Chapter 17: The End of 500 Years. The stone gate was blown to pieces, and an ancient and time-worn aura surged out from within the door like a turbulent tide, instantly filling the entire underground space. Lin Tian was slightly startled by this impact. He knew in his heart that the dragon bone should be inside the door. At that moment, with a solemn expression, he quickly turned his head to look at Matt, the Daredevil, and Natasha, and said in a very rapid tone, "What's inside the blasted door should be their target. The door has been blown open. We must prevent them from obtaining what's inside the door." Subsequently, his gaze fixed on the 5 fingers of the hand. He carefully sensed the dense dark energy on them and said to Mark and the others, "You two go deal with Kingpin. I'll take care of the 5 fingers of the hand first, and then come to support you immediately." Matt tightly gripped the red short stick. Although his eyes were covered by an eye patch, his resolute gaze seemed to see through everything. He nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Okay. We'll try our best to hold Kingpin. Be careful." Natasha quickly took out her twin guns, and her eyes revealed fearless determination as she replied forcefully, "No problem. Let's finish this quickly." At this moment, on the side of the hand and Kingpin, during the previous explosion, they had relied on covers to avoid some of the damage, but were still buffeted by the explosion's aftermath in a sorry state. Their figures staggered, and they were more or less injured. Their faces were contorted with pain and anger. Lin Tian seized this excellent opportunity without hesitation. He stood firmly on his feet and quickly aimed the punishing finger gun. In an instant, streaks of golden light shot out from his hands like lightning, cutting through the dark underground space and hurtling towards the 5 fingers of the hand. The 5 fingers of the hand, already flustered by the explosion, widened their eyes in horror as they saw the white, gold light approaching. They tried to dodge, but were horrified to find that the dark power within them became sluggish and powerless in the face of this light. The 5 of them tried their best to evade, but still, one of the 5 fingers couldn't dodge in time. His arm was hit by the light, and it instantly turned to ashes and drifted away with the wind, leaving only his shrill scream echoing in the space. What on earth is this strange skill? Why does it restrain us so effectively? One of the 5 fingers of the hand shouted with a trembling voice, filled with boundless dread. Don't panic. Charge together and kill him. Madame Gao shrieked, her face as gloomy as ink, gnashing her teeth. In an instant, a black dagger materialized in her hand, shimmering with an eerie glow, evidently a lethal weapon imbued with powerful dark forces. She took the lead, dashing towards Lin Tian. Seeing this, the other 4 fingers, despite their overwhelming fear, suppressed it and followed Madame Gao, brandishing their weapons and launching a frenzied attack on Lin Tian. Facing the surging enemies, Lin Tian remained composed. A protective shield shimmered around him, fending off the encroachment of dark powers with ease, completely unfazed by the enemy's onslaught. Lin Tian continuously unleashed the punishing finger spear. Streams of platinum, gold light shot out like a dense rain, flickering ceaselessly in this dark underground space, leaving the 5 fingers of the hand with less and less room to dodge. Meanwhile, Daredevil Matt and Natasha charged towards Kingpin. However, they soon realized that Kingpin was unusually powerful today. It was unknown how Kingpin had trained his body, which had long surpassed the limits of the human body. His muscles bulged, making him resemble an unshakable fortress of steel. Matt and Natasha's attacks on Kingpin were like a dragonfly trying to shake a stone pillar, merely causing some negligible minor wounds. Kingpin's counter-attacks, on the other hand, were incredibly powerful. Fortunately, with the blessing of Lin Tian's divine spirit, their perception of the surroundings and control over themselves had been significantly enhanced. Thus, they were only hit a few times. However, due to the extreme ferocity of Kingpin's attacks, the protective shields bestowed upon them by Lin Tian began to flicker incessantly, emitting a dangerous signal of impending shattering. The battle grew increasingly fierce. In the underground space, the air was thick with gunpowder smoke, and the stench of blood became more pungent. The smite skills by Lin Tian grew ever more powerful, and their radiance became increasingly dazzling. In the eyes of the members of the hand, this radiance was like the judgment light from hell, striking fear into their hearts. Under Lin Tian's fierce onslaught, the 5 fingers of the hand were gradually pushed to the brink of despair. Their bodies grew weaker and weaker, and signs of physical exhaustion began to show. Lin Tian, looking at another battlefield, knew that he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time went by, it would be difficult for Matt and Natasha to hold on. Humph, do you think this can stop me? Lin Tian snorted coldly. After a rapid succession of smite finger spears, Lin Tian suddenly changed his style and unleashed a maximum power smite heavy cannon. Shrouded in white, gold light, it hit 2 of the 5 fingers who had no time to adapt to the change in rhythm, instantly reducing them to ashes. No. Seeing this, the other 5 fingers of the hand let out roars of anger and despair. They were driven mad and launched more reckless attacks on Lin Tian, trying to avenge their fallen comrades. Lin Tian was not the least bit afraid. He once again cast the power word, shield, creating a brand new golden protective barrier for the 3 of them. When the enemy's attacks hit the shield, only a series of clanging sounds were heard, and they could not cause him any harm. Taking advantage of the gap in the enemy's attacks, Lin Tian directly cast Vanish, making his figure disappear from everyone's sight. While everyone was stunned, he circled around to the side of the 5 fingers of the hand, and with all his might unleashed a white, gold smite heavy cannon and shot it towards them. Under Lin Tian's surprise attack, the light suddenly enveloped 3 of the 4 people. Their bodies gradually dissipated under the illumination of the white, gold light, as if they had never existed in this world. Soon, only Alexandra was left, standing there in a daze. Alexandra stared in disbelief as her companions turned to ashes one by one, her heart filled with fear and despair. She knew well that she couldn't deal with Lin Tian on her own, yet she was unwilling to die like this. At this critical moment of life and death, she gritted her teeth and made a crazy decision. Using all her last bit of strength, She took herself as a medium and began to summon the Black Void's true body to descend. She was aware that the price of this was that she would be forever controlled by the Black Void, but at this moment, it was better than being turned to ashes by Lin Tian. As Alexandra summoned, the surrounding dark power began to surge wildly, and an oppressive feeling that made people suffocate filled the air. Alexandra's body started to expand, the black light on her became increasingly intense, and her entire being was wrapped in an armor formed by thick black gas. Her face gradually distorted, as if possessed by a demon. Hell Priest, why do you stop us? Do you know how many years we've been waiting for this moment? A full 500 years. Go to hell with me. Alexandra let out a shrill scream, filled with hatred and madness, and rushed towards Lin Tian. Chapter 18: The final battle with the successful descent of the Black Void and its possession of Alexandra. The entire underground space seemed to be dragged into the endless abyss of darkness by an invisible black hand. The thick darkness spread rapidly like a tide, devouring all the light in the blink of an eye. The temperature seemed to plummet to the freezing point in an instant, sending shivers down one's spine. The hair-raising laughter of Heikong echoed in the darkness, like the whispers of a demon, wantonly eroding the minds of everyone. Lin Tian only felt a powerful and evil mental force surging towards him like a tempestuous wave, attempting to take control of his consciousness. At this critical moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detection of an external mental force invasion. Invasion failed. Lin Tian secretly rejoiced, thanks to learning the divine spirit before, which had greatly enhanced his mental resistance. Otherwise, he might have already become a puppet of Heikong at this moment. Even so, the evil whispers still lingered in his ears unceasingly. Come over here, throw yourself into my embrace, become my vessel. A flash of inspiration crossed Lin Tian's mind, and a plan formed in his mind. He pretended to be controlled, his eyes becoming blurred, and he walked unsteadily towards Heikong slowly. He took every step with extreme caution, for fear of revealing any flaws. Seeing this, Heikong's laughter became even more arrogant, as if confident of obtaining the new vessel at hand. When he was only 3 meters away from Heikong, Lin Tian suddenly launched an attack. His eyes instantly regained clarity, and he burst out with astonishing speed, muttering incantations. He first cast a true word spell, Shield, on Heikong. The golden shield instantly enveloped Heikong, making it unable to break free in a short time. The complacency on Heikong's face instantly turned into astonishment. It never expected that it would fall into Lin Tian's trap. Immediately, Lin Tian unleashed the full might of his punishing cannon. A circular, platinum-hued radiance shot forth from his hand like a brilliant meteor, while Black Void attempted to swiftly breach the shield, but to no avail. The platinum light penetrated the shield of Verity, enveloping Black Void entirely. Within that luminous embrace, Black Void writhed as if immersed in sulfuric acid, emitting a hissing sound of searing agony. His pained roar echoing as if it could rend the very fabric of the subterranean realm. Despite sustaining grievous injuries, Black Void's formidable vitality prevented him from succumbing to death. Lin Tian understood that he could not afford to grant Black Void a moment's respite. He steeled himself against his body's exhaustion and swiftly gathered his strength once more, launching 2 additional volleys of full-powered punishing cannon. These 2 strikes fell upon Black Void like heavy mallets, each blow resonating with immense force. Under the overwhelming impact of energy, Black Void's form gradually became ethereal, ultimately dissolving into ash and dispersing into the air. Lin Tian lay exhausted upon the ground, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with perspiration. However, upon vanquishing Black Void, the dark energy transformed into the purest essence of faith, flowing ceaselessly toward him. Over the countless ages, Black Void had wrought innumerable sins, and now, the malevolent energy metamorphosed into Lin Tian's newfound strength. Nourished by this essence of faith, the energy within Lin Tian began to gradually replenish. Having dealt with the 5 fingers of the hand and Black Void, Lin Tian, still weary, directed his gaze toward Jin Bing. At that moment, the shield had shattered, and Natasha and the Night Demon, Matt, were retreating under Jin Bing's relentless assault. Both were marred with wounds, their garments stained crimson with blood, presenting a most disheveled sight. Jin Bing's towering figure loomed in the darkness like an unyielding mountain, each of his strikes imbued with formidable strength, rendering Natasha and Matt nearly defenseless. Witnessing the annihilation of all members of the hand by Lin Tian, Jin Bing succumbed to a complete emotional breakdown. The ferocity in his gaze was now ignited by boundless fury. The hope of resurrecting his wife and child had been utterly extinguished, plunging him into madness. No, Hell Priest, you have obliterated my hope. Perish. Jean Bing roared, disregarding the assaults from Natasha and Matt as he charged directly at Lin Tian. His speed was astonishing, causing the very air around him to resonate with a buzzing sound. Upon realizing the imminent threat, Lin Tian steeled himself, unleashing the punishing finger. However, Jean Bing's physical prowess was overwhelming. The minor attack barely left a small puncture wound on his body, failing to inflict substantial damage akin to that on the dark creature. Jean Bing merely furrowed his brow before continuing his relentless advance towards Lin Tian. Aware that the situation was untenable, Lin Tian collaborated with Natasha and Matt, dodging Jean Bing's assaults while dealing minor wounds in return, all the while contemplating a strategy. The battle had reached a stalemate, with each side continuously encasing themselves in shields to withstand Jean Bing's ferocity, only for him to shatter those defenses in a relentless cycle. Soon, the energy Lin Tian had recently regained was nearing depletion. At that moment, a new application of the punishing technique he had been experimenting with flashed into his mind, a method that would require Natasha and Daredevil Matt to restrain Jean Bing for a brief period. Natasha, Matt, help me hold him for 5 seconds. Lin Tian roared, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Natasha and Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, didn't hesitate for a moment. They immediately exerted all their strength and charged towards Kingpin. Matt's figure flashed, and he quickly used his body to block in front of Kingpin. The blind man's cane in his hand was brandished so densely that it seemed impenetrable, attempting to restrict Kingpin's movements. Natasha was not to be outdone. She took out her signature weapon, the Widow's Bite. Instantly, a powerful electric current shot out from the Widow's Bite, enveloping Kingpin. Kingpin was caught somewhat off guard by this sudden attack, and his body slightly froze. Lin Tian seized this once in a lifetime opportunity, exhausted all the energy in his body, and began to fully the most powerful Punisher's strike. A white, gold light gathered in his hands, growing more and more powerful. He compressed this powerful energy, gradually shaping it into the form of a short sword, hidden but ready to strike. Lin Tian tightly grasped this energy short sword and fiercely stabbed towards Kingpin's neck. At this moment, Kingpin had just broken free from the restraints of Matt and Natasha and threw the two of them against the wall. But it was already too late for Kingpin to do anything else. With the energy short sword directly pierced through Kingpin's neck, and the powerful energy instantly exploded within Kingpin's body. Kingpin's eyes widened to the fullest, his face filled with unwillingness, and he only had time to say, "I'm not willing," before collapsing to the ground, losing his vital signs. As Lin Tian's control power dissipated, that energy short sword also scattered with the wind. Lin Tian, having exhausted his last bit of strength, lay on his back on the ground, gasping for breath. "Father, how are you?" Natasha inquired anxiously, as both she and Matt found themselves incapacitated. The recent encounter had resulted in multiple broken ribs for both of them, leaving them to lean against the wall in a feeble attempt to sit upright. I am fine, merely exhausted and somewhat drained," Lin Tian replied weakly. Due to the incessant shattering of the shield by Kingpin, Lin Tian bore injuries, and his mask lay in ruins upon his face. Daredevil Matt gazed at Lin Tian, saying, "Father, you are remarkable. Were it not for your efforts, we would likely have perished today." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the chain quest. Eliminate the fingers of the hand and Kingpin. You have been rewarded with Sacred Fire. Conjure a vortex containing holy flames to inflict sacred damage upon your target, and continue to deal persistent sacred damage over the following duration. If only I had possessed this ability earlier, I could have incinerated Kingpin. Chapter 19. Unexpected gains. Just as Lin Tian intended to examine his newly acquired skill, a crystalline notification echoed in his mind. Ding. A substantial energy source has been detected beyond the stone door, convertible into faith points. Please approach the stone door and maintain contact for 10 seconds. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Tian, invigorating him, yet he understood the necessity of discretion. He turned to Natasha and Daredevil Matt, his face adorned with a curious expression as he painstakingly moved toward the stone door, muttering, "I wonder what Kingpin and his associates have exerted themselves so greatly to retrieve from this stone door. I shall investigate. Perhaps I may uncover some clues." Upon hearing this, Natasha and Matt merely nodded, without giving it much thought. Lin Tian approached the stone door, stood there pretending to peer inside. In fact, he was extremely nervous, his eyes stealing glances at Natasha and Matt from time to time, for fear that they might detect something amiss. He secretly rejoiced that he was only required to approach the stone door instead of entering it. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to explain to them. He was well aware that if Natasha and S.H.I.E.L.D. were to learn about the energy behind this stone door, it would surely stir up a great deal of trouble. Just then, the system began to absorb the energy of the dragon bone. Lin Tian felt a warm current surging towards him from the direction of the stone door. Subsequently, the faith points increased wildly like a tide. 1,000, 2,000. The numbers kept flickering. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 faith points were credited to his account. His total faith points soared to 65,000 in an instant. Immediately, a powerful force filled his entire body, and his originally exhausted body regained most of its energy. Lin Tian composed himself and then turned to look at Natasha and Matt. The wounds on the two were still oozing blood, and they looked extremely disheveled. Without hesitation, Lin Tian cast a high-power minor healing spell. With a wave of his hands, a soft golden light enveloped them. Under the nourishment of the light, the wounds on Natasha and Matt healed at a visible rate. The bruises gradually dissipated, and their complexions returned to a rosy glow. Natasha felt the pain in her body disappear, and her spirit was lifted. She raised her head and happened to see Lin Tian's face revealed after his mask shattered. And she was suddenly stunned. Before them stood Lin Tian, with striking arched brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, and lips slightly curled in a hint of rebellious amusement. Exuding a charm that rivaled even that of Hollywood stars, Natasha could not help but exclaim, "So our legendary Hell Priest is both youthful and handsome." Matt, upon hearing Natasha's words, chuckled in response, "Is that so? What a pity I cannot see it, haha." Although he was unable to see, he could sense the surprise and playful teasing in Natasha's tone. The trio exchanged laughter as they proceeded toward the stone door. Upon discovering the ordinary dragon bone, devoid of energy, they were momentarily taken aback. They had initially expected a rare treasure, something that would incite such fervent competition between the Golden Hand and the Hand Association, only to find it was merely an unremarkable bone. Matt shook his head, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "After all this fuss, it comes down to this? Such a commotion for this trivial object." Natasha wore a similar expression of disbelief, yet she quickly regained her composure and turned to Lin Tian and Matt, stating earnestly, "Though this dragon bone appears ordinary, it would be best entrusted to our Bureau of Territorial Strategy and Logistics. After all, it has already caused such a stir. There may be unforeseen dangers lurking." Lin Tian, unable to resist a jest, quipped, "With such a lengthy name, it must be quite a hassle to say. Wouldn't it be better to abbreviate it to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha shot him a disapproving glance, yet she acknowledged the validity of his point. Subsequently, she dialed Nick Fury's number. Once connected, she succinctly reported the situation, concluding with, "Director, we have nearly wrapped up matters here, but someone needs to handle the aftermath concerning the dragon bone." Nick Fury responded, and after hanging up the phone, immediately contacted Coulson, instructing, "Coulson, take a team to the scene to handle the aftermath and dispose of the dragon bone properly. Additionally, keep an eye on that Hell's Priest and see if there's an opportunity to invite him to join us. His abilities might prove useful to us." Coulson promptly replied on the other end of the phone, "Understood, Director. We'll set off right away." After hanging up, Natasha, along with Lin Tian and Matt, waited for Coulson's arrival. During the wait, with nothing else to do, Natasha began to attentively assess her physical condition. Suddenly, she discovered an astonishing change. The fertility she had lost during her time in the Red Room had miraculously been restored. She was both startled and overjoyed, presuming it was Lin Tian's healing ability that had helped her regain it. Lin Tian's handsome visage involuntarily emerged in her mind, along with the tender look in his eyes when he gazed at her. Natasha's heart rate quickened, and an unusual feeling spread within her. Before long, Coulson arrived with a large number of people. Finally seeing this so-called rookie village chief in many Marvel novels, he was dressed in a sharp suit, wearing a professional smile, looking extremely capable, except for his rather high hairline. Upon seeing Lin Tian, he immediately stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, "Mr. Lin, I've long heard of your great reputation. I'm Phil Coulson, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Your performance in this incident was outstanding. and our S.H.I.E.L.D. is in great need of talents like you. I wonder if you'd be willing to join us." Lin Tian was well aware that at this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra and had become a so-called Snake Shield Bureau. Joining it would only bring endless troubles. He smiled and politely declined Coulson, saying, "Thank you, but I prefer a life of freedom and am not quite suited to joining an organization. Also, the name of your bureau should be changed. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite nice." Coulson, upon hearing this, though a bit disappointed, did not force the issue. "I also think the name is too long. S.H.I.E.L.D., huh? It's really good. I'll convey this suggestion to our director." Natasha, standing aside, watched as Lin Tian rejected the invitation and felt a bit disappointed in her heart. However, she knew that everyone had their own choices, and she respected Lin Tian's decision. She stepped forward and said to Lin Tian, "Although you're not joining S.H.I.E.L.D., if you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Lin Tian responded with a smile, "Definitely. The same goes for you. If you have any unsolvable problems, you can come to me. And if you're injured, I can help you recover even faster." Hee. After saying that, Lin Tian scratched the back of his head. Natasha couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're not like that hell priest in the freezer." Hee. After the matter was settled, Coulson left with the dragon bone. Natasha and Matt were also ready to return to their respective places. At the moment of parting, Natasha took a deep look at Lin Tian. Her heart filled with mixed emotions. As night fell, Lin Tian walked alone on the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Having experienced this thrilling battle, his state of mind had changed significantly. He was aware that his power had grown even more formidable. Both Kingpin and the Hand had been dealt with, and it seemed that the Hell's Kitchen novice level should be coming to an end soon. For he had seen on the television the news that Tony Stark would be heading to Afghanistan in a few weeks to conduct a weapons demonstration. Chapter 20. The sudden appearance of vampires. One evening a few weeks later, Lin Tian was lounging idly on the sofa, watching TV. Ever since the Hand and Kingpin had been vanquished, out of fear of the Hell's Priest, the remaining gangs in Hell's Kitchen seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement and had become much more subdued. Major crimes rarely occurred in Hell's Kitchen anymore, and Matt and his girlfriend Elektra could handle the minor crimes. They were now jointly known as the Daredevil Duo, a rather cheesy title, as was typical of the naming style of the people in the land of the free, the United States. Just then, a piece of news made him sit up straight immediately. The news reported that Tony Stark had been kidnapped while attending a weapons exhibition in Afghanistan. As a time-traveler familiar with the Marvel plot, Lin Tian knew clearly that this was the beginning of a major event in the Marvel Universe. In the future, the appearances of superheroes and super-criminals would become increasingly frequent. The main storyline had finally begun, and it was time to prepare to leave the Hell's Kitchen novice area. He wondered if the sacred timeline existed here. After Tony became Iron Man, perhaps he could try to alter the plot of some major events. Lin Tian murmured to himself. These past few days, Lin Tian had been looking for a new residence in Chinatown. He had previously lived near Hell's Kitchen for the convenience of combating crime. Now, he was about to move beyond the novice stage. In his previous life, Lin Tian was an authentic Chinese. In this life, as an overseas Chinese, he has always been nostalgic for the cuisine of his hometown deep in his bones. After the last incident, he secretly obtained a considerable amount of wealth from the safe in Kingpin's building. Although he needs to continuously enhance his own strength, he never holds back when it comes to enjoying life. Just thinking about moving to Chinatown and being able to savor authentic Chinese dishes every day makes him feel extremely delighted. However, before he could even take the first step towards moving, a major incident occurred in Hell's Kitchen that very night. In just a few hours, several strange homicides took place one after another. The victims' death postures were eerier than one another, and there were two distinct wounds resembling tooth marks on each person's neck. Lin Tian's system rang in his mind. Ding. A system mission is obtained. Find out the cause of the mysterious deaths. And the reward is mind control. Control a target weaker than oneself, and the duration varies according to the strength difference between the two. Just as Lin Tian finished reading the mission prompt, his eyes caught sight of the small map built into the system. A red dot was flashing not far away. His curiosity piqued. He decided to go and take a look. When he got closer, to his surprise, it seemed like these two people were flirting in the street. Moreover, they were two men, which was quite an eyesore. No, it seemed like one was gnawing at the other's neck. The bitten one struggled a few times and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. My goodness, could this be a vampire? Realizing this, Lin Tian didn't dare to delay. He raised his hand and launched a punishment strike. A flash of golden light flickered, and the creature gnawing at the neck was instantly consumed from within, as if set ablaze, and was reduced to a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the system prompt sounded in Lin Tian's mind. Ding. Mission completed. Obtain mind control. Control a target weaker than oneself. The duration varies according to the strength of both parties. Ding. For the first time killing a special creature, the system map is upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. The host can identify vampires through the map. Then a system mission is obtained. Eradicate the vampire bar. Reward, purification technique. It can eliminate negative states, such as poisoning or curses, on the target. Lin Tian scratched his head. Purification technique? That's quite good. Now as long as a person isn't directly dead, they can be saved. However, first, he had to deal with this vampire matter. Guided by the system mission, he headed towards the hidden underground bar in the corner. When he reached the bar entrance, Lin Tian felt something was amiss. The people coming in and out walked in a strange and unnatural manner. Their complexions were as pale as paper, and their eyes exuded an indescribable eerie aura. It seemed this place was truly suspicious. Most of these guys were likely vampires. Lin Tian activated the system's good-evil value observation function. He was shocked when he saw the result. The good-evil values in the bar all showed a dark red color. Looking at the mini-map, those icons representing people all had a small bat symbol added, evidently a new function brought about by the mini-map upgrade after killing the vampire before. Since it's all decided, there's no room for hesitation. I'll launch a frontal assault today. Lin Tian cast various status, enhancing skills and shields on himself. Once ready, he kicked open the door of the bar and strode in. As soon as he entered, several vampires sensed something amiss and lunged at Lin Tian, their claws bared. Lin Tian remained calm. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed several smite attacks. After a flash of light, those vampires were instantly reduced to ashes. As he charged forward, he muttered to himself, "No matter how many of you come, I'll wipe you out. I'm going to exterminate this nest of vampires today." Soon, Lin Tian reached the bar hall. The sight before him almost made him vomit. In the hall, the vampires were holding a wild blood drinking party. The fire hydrant overhead was opened, and instead of water, bright red blood flowed out, pouring down like rain on the reveling vampires below. Blood was everywhere, on the ground and on the tables. The air was thick with a pungent smell of blood. "You disgusting creatures, today is your doom." Lin Tian roared and unleashed the holy flame he had newly acquired. A tornado formed by the holy flame began to take shape in the center of the hall, dragging all the vampires within a 3-meter radius into it and reducing them to ashes in an instant. He kept casting his smite skills one after another. Every time a ray of light flashed, a vampire vanished. Just as Lin Tian was in the heat of the battle, a mysterious black-skinned man suddenly rushed out from the adjacent passage. This person was clad in a dazzling black leather outfit, donned black sunglasses, and held 2 glistening silver long swords in his hands. Without uttering a word, he directly joined the fray, fiercely slashing at the vampires. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Who on earth is this guy? A black leather outfit, black sunglasses, and silver long swords. This equipment, goodness, could it be Blade? But how could he be in the Marvel Cinematic Universe?" As far as Lin Tian could recall, Blade was indeed under Marvel, yet he had never collaborated with the Avengers. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. For now, the priority was to wipe out these vampires. As Lin Tian delved deeper into the battle, his good-evil value function detected over a dozen ordinary people with green-colored good-evil values beneath the bar. Lin Tian redoubled his efforts to clear out the vampires. 10 minutes later, he and Blade had eradicated all the vampires. But Lin Tian had one vampire survivor, and coincidentally, the mission rewarded him with mind control. Lin Tian used mind control on the survivor. "What major moves have you guys been planning lately? Why did you suddenly start blatantly killing and sucking human blood in Hell's Kitchen?" Chapter 21. The Vampire's Grand Scheme. Lin Tian and Blade stared at the ashes of vampires covering the ground, speechless. They dragged the last vampire, who was under Lin Tian's mind control, to one side, ready to dig deep into the secrets behind it. "Now, you must confess honestly. What exactly are you plotting in Hell's Kitchen? Why have you caused so many homicides here?" Lin Tian's eyes blazing, he directly questioned the controlled vampire. The vampire, under mental control, with a dull gaze and a mechanical voice, replied, "We are acting under the orders of Marquis Yolande." After the collapse of the hand, a power vacuum emerged in Hell's Kitchen. The Marquis intends to turn this place into the territory of our vampires. The Marquis? What Marquis? Blade asked, frowning. He is the leader of the vampires in New York. Originally, these matters were carried out furtively, but recently, the Vampire Council issued an order, asking us vampires to step out from behind the scenes and prepare to rule over humanity. Thus, our actions have become more blatant. The vampire hastily explained. Lin Tian and Blade exchanged a glance. Lin Tian thought to himself, were these vampires insane? Did they think the big shots on Earth didn't exist? Not to mention the likes of Ancient One, just the fact that the S-H-I-E-L-D alone wouldn't let the vampires have an easy time if the vampires on the righteous side intended to rule the Earth. Moreover, with vampires being afraid of sunlight, how could they possibly rule the world? However, this matter was extremely troublesome, at least more so than the petty squabbles of the gangs. You're the Daywalker, Blade? The one who hunts vampires? As he spoke, he casually used a smite and eliminated the controlled vampire. Blade nodded. Yes. Coincidentally, this time the vampires have started showing themselves. Not hiding like before. I can have a good killing spree. Ding. A new quest is obtained. Find the source of this vampire crisis together with Blade. Rewards include the skill Heal, restores a large amount of health to the target, and Inner Fire, increases one's own defense and spell damage, lasting for 3 hours. Wow. 2 new skills all of a sudden. Lin Tian nodded to Blade and said, I feel that the existence of vampires is unnecessary. It would be better to exterminate them completely. Lin Tian added, oh, by the way, I sense that there are still living humans in the basement of the bar. Let's go and take a look. Blade nodded. Lin Tian located the entrance to the basement according to the mini-map and blasted it open with a smite. When they reached the basement, the sight before their eyes filled them with fury. In the basement, there were huge containers, each securing an ordinary human. These people were like plants, with various tubes inserted into their bodies. On one side, nutrient solution was being infused, while on the other, fresh blood was being continuously drawn. These damn vampires. Lin Tian couldn't help but curse, his face flushed red with anger. He really didn't expect that the vampires would do such inhumane things. Blade Warrior also wore a face full of anger, gripping his sword even tighter. Lin Tian suppressed his anger with great effort, picked up his phone, and dialed the number Carlson had left him before. When the call connected, Lin Tian said in a gloomy voice, Carlson, I want to talk to Nick Fury. Carlson on the other end seemed a bit surprised, but quickly replied, okay, wait a moment. Moments later, Nick Fury's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Tian, what do you want from me? Lin Tian took a deep breath and asked, Nick, you know about the vampires, right? Why doesn't S-H-I-E-L-D eliminate them? Nick Fury was silent for a moment and then said, I know. However, the senior members of the Security Council had reached an agreement with the vampires. I'm not clear about the specific content. This has rendered S-H-I-E-L-D unable to intervene in matters related to vampires. What kind of agreement is it that allows these vampires to act so outrageously? Lin Tian said angrily, I can't help it either. S-H-I-E-L-D is subordinate to the Security Council and can't act beyond its jurisdiction. Nick Fury responded helplessly. All right then, send Carlson to the basement of the bar in Hell's Kitchen. You need to know the situation here. After saying this, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Before long, Carlson arrived. He entered the basement, and upon seeing the scene before him, his face turned extremely grim. This is too excessive, Carlson murmured to himself. He promptly reported the situation here to Nick Fury. However, Nick Fury's reply still disappointed everyone. I've contacted the Security Council, but they don't agree to take action against the vampires, saying it will trigger a racial war, so S-H-I-E-L-D can't intervene, Nick Fury said. Carlson listened with a helpless expression. At this moment, Lin Tian took the phone from Carlson's hand and said into the phone, Nick, I thought S-H-I-E-L-D was omnipotent. Just because you can't intervene doesn't mean I can't. From now on, I'll handle matters related to the vampires. Afterward, I hope S-H-I-E-L-D won't interfere and can help with the aftermath, by the way. Nick Fury, upon hearing this, was actually eager for such an outcome. He didn't want to see the vampires being so arrogant either, but was previously restricted by the higher-ups. Now that Lin Tian was willing to step forward, of course he was delighted. All right, no problem. If there's anything, you can just contact Carlson. Nick Fury readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian said to Carlson, "You've seen it too. These vampires are abhorrent. I can't just stand by." Carlson nodded. "I understand, but be careful yourself. Leave the aftermath work to me." Lin Tian and Blade decided to start from Hell's Kitchen and gradually clear the vampire forces throughout New York. However, this battle would be rather protracted. Vampires lurked in the darkness and couldn't be detected unless they bared their fangs. But Lin Tian was an exception. His mini-map could identify vampires. Nevertheless, the mini-map could only show the vampires near Lin Tian, so they could only conduct a thorough search of Hell's Kitchen first. On Blade's side, he started to inquire about clues to the vampire strongholds through his own channels. In the following days, Lin Tian and Blade carried out a comprehensive sweep of Hell's Kitchen. They searched every corner of Hell's Kitchen based on the clues obtained from the interrogated vampire. Whenever they found a vampire's hiding place, they would launch an attack without hesitation. A week later, they arrived at an abandoned factory on the dock of Hell's Kitchen. According to the intelligence, this was the most important stronghold of the vampires in Hell's Kitchen. Lin Tian and Blade stealthily infiltrated the factory. As soon as they entered, a group of vampires surrounded them. "Looks like we're in the right place. There are so many vampires as soon as we enter," Lin Tian said coldly. He immediately buffed himself and Blade with various status effects and shields, ready for the battle. The Blade Warrior was not to be outdone. He brandished the silver sword in his hand and charged towards the vampires. In an instant, the battle erupted. Rays of light from Lin Tian's smite skill flashed and struck the vampires, reducing them to ashes in an instant. The Blade Warrior weaved through the vampire horde. Wherever his silver sword passed, the vampires dissipated one after another. During the battle, Lin Tian keenly perceived that the movement patterns of these vampires were entirely different from those they had encountered before. Unlike the scattered vampires who fought solely by instinct, these ones demonstrated astonishing teamwork. Their figures intertwined as they constantly moved around, attempting to encircle Lin Tian and the Blade Warrior from all directions. However, it seemed that Lin Tian didn't need to evade. With his current faith points, even if an ordinary vampire attacked his shield, the act of draining blood would instead cause it to be seared by the shield. Meanwhile, Lin Tian shouted to the Blade Warrior beside him. "These creatures are somewhat different. Their cooperation is too seamless. It seems there should be a high-level vampire secretly controlling them. No matter how they change, we can still exterminate them." The Blade Warrior replied, then charged into the vampire camp. Lin Tian was not to be outdone either. He raised his hand and hurled a holy flame into the vampire cluster. The fire tornado engulfed a group of vampires, creating an instant vacuum in that area. After a fierce battle, they finally broke through the vampires' encirclement and continued to penetrate deeper into the factory. In the depths of the factory, they discovered a vast chamber filled with all sorts of strange instruments and containers, which seemed to be a place where the vampires were conducting some kind of experiment. "It seems there is a great secret here," Lin Tian said. They cautiously entered the room. Chapter 22. The giant vampire Lin Tian and Blade stood side by side at the entrance of the mysterious underground laboratory. A pungent smell of chemical reagents permeated the air around them. The lights in the laboratory were dim and flickering, as if on the verge of going out at any moment, adding an eerie and terrifying atmosphere to the entire space. The two stepped into it with extreme caution, each step taken gingerly, and their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Tian's gaze was drawn to a huge glass tank in the center of the laboratory. Immersed in the tank was a burly vampire approximately 3 meters in height, his body several times stronger than any vampire they had encountered before. The vampire's eyes were tightly shut, and his skin had an eerie bluish-white hue, with blood vessels faintly visible beneath the skin, resembling wriggling black earthworms. The moment they stepped into the laboratory, a shrill alarm sounded abruptly, echoing in this enclosed space and making their eardrums ache. Subsequently, fine cracks began to appear on the outer wall of the huge glass tank, making a click sound. "Not good, trouble's coming," Blade cursed in a low voice. The silver sword in his hand was instantly drawn, its cold light glinting, and he charged towards the glass tank without hesitation. With a loud crash, the glass tank shattered completely, and blood splashed everywhere. The robust vampire slowly opened his eyes, in which blood, red lights flickered, filled with endless killing intent. Before the vampire could fully react, Blade had already rushed to his front. The silver sword in his hand stabbed out like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight towards the vampire's chest. However, to everyone's surprise, the vampire didn't dissipate instantaneously like its kind attacked by a silver sword in the past. It merely furrowed its brows slightly, extended one hand, and effortlessly grasped the blade of the silver sword. Humph, silver is useless against me, dwarf. The vampire let out a deep growl. The vampire violently swung its arm, and Blade was flung out like a kite with a broken string. He an arc in the air, crashing heavily into the wall of the laboratory with a dull thud. Blade. Lin Tian was horrified and immediately rushed over to check on Blade's injuries. It could be seen that Blade's shield had completely shattered, and he was wounded in many places. Blood stained his clothes. Are you just going to watch me get beaten up like this? Blade looked at Lin Tian gloomily, his eyes full of helplessness and grievance. I thought you could handle it yourself. Hee. Lin Tian gave an awkward smile. Leave the rest to me. Lin Tian took a deep breath to calm himself. He raised his hand and muttered something. Instantly, a huge sacred flame condensed and took shape in his hand. The flame was of a pure golden color, emitting a dazzling glow as if containing endless sacred power. Lin Tian violently waved his hand, and the sacred flame swept towards the vampire like a golden tornado, enveloping it in an instant. The vampire let out a painful roar in the flames, struggling frantically, trying to break free from the shackles of the flames. However, how could the power of the holy flame be so easily broken free from? It tightly coiled around the vampire, continuously searing his body, emitting a hissing sound. The air was permeated with the stench of charred flesh. Lin Tian, looking at the trapped giant vampire, muttered to himself, although it can resist the damage from silverware, it seems unable to withstand my abilities. Taking advantage of the moment when the vampire was ensnared by the holy flame, Lin Tian recited an incantation and conjured a sword of chastisement. The sword glimmered with a white, gold radiance all over, with runes flowing on its blade. Exuding a formidable aura, Lin Tian, gripping the sword of chastisement, flashed forward and lunged at the vampire with the sword. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had reached the vampire's presence. Without hesitation, he raised the sword of chastisement high and then forcefully thrust it down towards the vampire's head. With a sound, the sword of chastisement pierced through the vampire's head unhindered, and the powerful force instantly pierced the skull through and through. With a shrill scream, the vampire's body began to gradually dissipate and vanished into the air. The laboratory fell silent immediately. Only the flickering lights and the lingering smell of blood attested to the fierce battle that had just taken place. Whoosh, it's finally taken care of. Lin Tian let out a long sigh and put away the sword of chastisement. He walked over to Blade's side, crouched down, and checked his injuries. How are you? Can you still hold on? Lin Tian asked with concern. I'm fine. I won't die. Blade gritted his teeth and said, although his voice was weak, his eyes still conveyed a sense of tenacity. This time, I owe it all to you. Otherwise, I might have met my end right here. Don't say that. We're partners, Lin Tian said with a smile. Then, Blade cast a minor heal spell. Moments later, Blade's complexion gradually regained its color, and the wounds on his body began to heal slowly. The effect is quite good, Blade exclaimed with admiration. Naturally, as long as you don't die on the spot, I can bring you back to life, Lin Tian replied with a proud smile. After taking a short rest, the two began to search the laboratory. They knew that this underground laboratory must conceal some important secrets, and perhaps they could find crucial clues about the vampire organization. The laboratory was filled with all kinds of experimental equipment and instruments. Some looked quite advanced, while others seemed rather outdated. Lin Tian and Blade carefully inspected every corner, leaving no potentially valuable item overlooked. Suddenly, Blade discovered a huge safe in a corner. The safe was covered with various complex combination locks and protective devices, looking extremely sturdy. Lin Tian, come and take a look at this, Blade called out. Lin Tian quickly walked over. Upon seeing the safe, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Maybe what we're looking for is hidden inside. Lin Tian promptly conjured a sword of chastisement in his palm and swung it towards the safe without hesitation. With a shrieking sound, as easily as a sharp blade cutting through tofu, the door of the safe was instantly sliced open, revealing what was inside. Lin Tian and Blade exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with anticipation. Slowly, they opened the door of the safe. Inside, there were some documents and a black box. Lin Tian picked up the documents and perused them carefully. The contents of the documents made his countenance turn extremely solemn. It turned out that this underground laboratory was a place where the vampire organization used to conduct a secret experiment. They attempted to create a more powerful and perfect vampire warrior through genetic modification. And that giant vampire they had eliminated was one of the products of the experiment. These fellows are truly insane, Lin Tian exclaimed angrily. This vampire is already unafraid of silverware. If it becomes unafraid of sunlight and garlic in the future, it will be truly terrifying. Yes, fortunately we discovered it in time, Blade also said with a serious expression. Then what's in this black box? Lin Tian put down the documents and picked up the black box. The box looked extremely exquisite, with some strange symbols engraved on it. He gently opened the box. Inside was a test tube, and in the test tube there was only a single drop of blood as red as a ruby. With a label attached, Blood of the Progenitor. Chapter 23. The vampire god Lin Tian and Blade stared at the blood of the progenitor in the box and the document that revealed the vampire's evil plan. A strong sense of unease welling up in their hearts. This is madness. They aspire to create an invincible vampire god. Lin Tian's voice carried anger and concern. Blade clenched his fists tightly. They must not be allowed to succeed. We have to stop all of this. Blade asked. What should we do with this blood of the progenitor? Such things cannot be kept. I shall handle it. With that said, a small divine flame tornado formed in the hand. The blood of the primogenitor, along with the test tube, was completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. The two were well aware that time was of the essence. After making some preparations, they immediately embarked on a journey across the United States. According to the clues provided in the documents, they began to search for and destroy one by one the 12 vampire laboratories scattered throughout America. Each time they arrived in a city, they moved like phantoms, shuttling through the darkness, searching for the traces of vampires. Thus, over the next 2 months, Lin Tian and Blade overcame numerous difficulties, traversed various parts of the United States, continuously tracking the whereabouts of vampires. Their reputations gradually spread throughout the vampire world, making them the existence that vampires feared at the mere mention. Every time they destroyed a laboratory, they could gather some crucial information about the vampire's plans, which enabled them to have a clearer understanding of the vampire's madness and wickedness. With the successful destruction of the last laboratory in San Francisco, they finally eradicated the remaining 11 laboratories and wiped out all the vampires in the cities where they were located. After integrating the information from the 12 laboratories, all the clues pointed to the mysterious temple in Los Angeles. This mysterious temple is the seat of the entire American Vampire Council, and currently, all the remaining vampires have gathered here. During these 2 months, Lin Tian's belief points had reached 155, 400. The belief points obtained from slaying vampires were copious. Moreover, during this process, people constantly witnessed the Hell Priest and Blade fighting against vampires. Gradually, the fame of the Hell Priest had spread throughout the United States, and the belief points of ordinary people also poured in ceaselessly. Eventually, they arrived in Los Angeles, a city full of sunshine and vitality. However, in their eyes, the entire city was enshrouded in an inescapable darkness. Based on the clues, they found the location of that mysterious shrine. The shrine was situated on an ancient hill at the edge of the city, surrounded by thick forests, exuding an air of extraordinary mystery. The two of them walked cautiously towards the shrine. The closer they got to the shrine, the more they could sense a powerful dark force. When they reached the gate of the shrine, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of finding the source of the vampire crisis. Rewards, skill heal, which restores a large amount of health to the target. Inner fire, which enhances one's own defense and spell damage for 3 hours. Ding! A system mission is triggered. Solve the vampire god, Deacon, together with Blade. Rewards, skill, levitation, enabling one to levitate and fly using the internal energy, Holy Nova, which deals holy damage to all nearby enemies and restores the health of nearby teammates. Lin Tian thought to himself, I've hit the jackpot. The priest's levitation spell has actually been modified. In this case, apart from evasion ability, I basically have no weak points. Discovering the gate tightly shut, Lin Tian directly unleashed a powerful smite, shattering the gate. As the gate broke, a gloomy aura rushed towards them. The two exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and stepped into the temple. Inside the temple, it was dim and lightless, permeated with a thick smell of blood. They advanced along a long corridor. Some portraits were hung on the surrounding walls, and the figures in the portraits were all in the appearance of vampires, with an evil aura revealed in their eyes. Suddenly, a burst of footsteps came from the front, and a group of vampires emerged from the darkness. These vampires were dressed differently from those they had encountered before, and a more powerful aura emanated from their bodies. "It seems we've entered their core area," Blade whispered, the silver sword in his hand already drawn. Lin Tian nodded. Besides the inner fire which could only be used on himself, he applied all other states to both himself and Blade. He condensed sacred flames in his hand, ready to face the approaching battle. Upon seeing Lin Tian and Blade, the vampires let out a low growl and then quickly charged towards them. Lin Tian and Blade immediately engaged in the battle. During the intense fight, they found that the strength of these vampires was much greater than those they had met before. Their attacks were more incisive, and their defenses were more solid. Blade's silver sword needed to strike the head or the heart to disperse them. Of course, Lin Tian discovered that their resistance to sacred power was still rather weak. Thus, he continued to output the energy of the sacred flame and manipulated the fire tornado to start moving deeper. All the vampires in its path were sucked into the flames, screaming in agony and turning to ashes one after another. As Lin Tian advanced, he sensed something amiss. Wasn't Blade following me? Why is it so quiet? He checked the mini-map and then glanced behind him. There was no sign of Blade at all. Damn it. All the other conditions to become the vampire god have been met, and all that's lacking is the blood of a daywalker. I actually brought Blade here on my own accord. As he spoke, he slapped his forehead. Helpless, Lin Tian could only keep going. After advancing for about 2 minutes, 2 icons appeared on the mini-map. One was the vampire icon, and the other green that should be Blade's. Lin Tian quickened his pace and arrived at a vast space. There was only a huge reservoir inside, filled with bright red blood, and Blade was lying pale beside the blood pool at this moment, almost looking like a white person. Lin Tian raised his hand and cast a full set of buffs on Blade, rescuing him from the half-dead state. At this time, Deacon in the blood pool had reached the final stage. All the blood in the entire blood pool rushed towards its body and was absorbed by it. In just a few seconds, the whole blood pool was empty. Deacon no longer had the appearance of a human at this moment. He was bald with pointed ears. His skin was gray, white, and he had fleshy wings growing from his back. His hands and feet had turned into something similar to a mouse's, and his legs could not stand upright, but were slightly bent. Deacon was in a very good mood at the moment. So good that he started the typical villain routine of being talkative. Haha, Blade, and you, Hell Priest. What if you've destroyed my stronghold and subordinates? I was originally pondering how to find Blade. Little did I expect that you'd come to me on your own, allowing me to effortlessly become the most flawless vampire god. Lin Tian said speechlessly, whether it's flawless or not, I don't know. Just by looking at your countenance, it can't be called flawless. You're a hybrid vampire. You must have been human once, right? Take a look at yourself now and see if it meets the aesthetic standards. With that, he pointed at the huge glass wall. Deacon looked towards the glass wall. Oh, it was truly hideous. Deacon forcefully retorted, the perfection I mentioned refers to perfection in ability. I possess formidable power. I no longer fear silver, nor garlic, and even less the sunlight. From now on, my blood descendants will also inherit my abilities and no longer fear these things. Haha. Lin Tian suddenly asked, let me ask you a question. Since you mutated through the blood of the primordial, do you still have to obey the vampire primordial? Deacon's laughter stopped abruptly. While he was in a daze, Lin Tian used the invisibility technique to disappear and circled behind Deacon. Then, he cast the truth-telling spell, Shield. Yes, it was still the old trick. Then, he added a holy flame to surround Deacon for dual control. Finally, he launched a punishing sword of white gold light that pierced through Deacon's head. At this moment, it was already too late for Deacon to react. Lin Tian's words still echoed in his ears. Although you no longer have your previous weaknesses, you've overlooked one thing. You vampires still fear divine power, and coincidentally, I possess this power. Fortunately, when we previously raided vampire strongholds, we killed all the vampires. You simply had no idea that I was the perfect counter to you. Subsequently, Deacon, the god of vampires, hadn't even embarked on his grand ambitions, hadn't dominated humanity, and hadn't left the temple before he was reduced to ashes and vanished into the air, as if he had never existed. At this time, on the European continent, 12 vampires returned to their birthplace from the American continent with their descendants. One of them said, Deacon, that fellow is still too young. He has no idea how many terrifying existences there are in this world. Even our vampire ancestors couldn't unify any small country and had to choose to go into slumber. He, a hybrid strengthened by the blood of the ancestors, actually to rule over all of humanity. Coincidentally, we have a reason to return to our homeland and vie for the position of prince. Of course, what happened in Europe had nothing to do with Lin Tian anymore. Chapter 24. The beginning. Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Reward skills, levitation, allows one to hover in the air. Holy Nova, deals holy damage to all nearby enemies and restores the health of nearby teammates. Lin Tian heard the system's prompt in his mind, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He couldn't wait to try out the newly acquired levitation technique. With a mere thought, his body gently lifted off the ground, hovering in the air as lightly as a feather. And just as he had discovered, this levitation technique not only enabled one to hover, but also to move freely, bearing a striking resemblance to the flying Nimbus technique in Dragon Ball. He darted through the air unrestrainedly. Aside from reaction and evasion abilities, Lin Tian could now be considered almost omnipotent. After disposing of Deacon, Lin Tian and Blade, as per usual, notified SHIELD to handle the aftermath. Lin Tian intended to return to New York, longing to savor Chinese cuisine in Chinatown, reside in his new small, and indulge in a period of rest. For the past 2 months, he and Blade had been either slaying vampires or on the way to do so, lacking proper food and sleep. Meanwhile, Blade received news from his adoptive father that the 12 elders of the Vampire Council had fled back to Europe. Hunting vampires was Blade's lifelong mission, so without hesitation, he once again embarked on that perilous hunting journey. Before departing, Blade, in his heart, divulged all the painstakingly collected vampire-related information over these 2 months, along with the underhanded dealings between vampires and human politicians, onto the internet all at once. This act was like casting a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly causing a huge commotion. There was an outcry on the internet. The public was filled with righteous indignation. Those hypocritical politicians who had always appeared proper were now exposed and left with nowhere to hide. Many politicians stepped down one after another, and their hideous features were made public. The worshippers and believers of the Hell Priest spread throughout the United States. The number of his believers increased at an accelerating rate, soon exceeding 300,000 and reaching 356,000. When the belief value exceeded 300,000, Lin Tian felt a kind of sublimation within himself. His abilities seemed to have been elevated, no longer confined to rigid skills. His powers were as natural as breathing, releasing spontaneously with a mere thought, without the need for incantations or gestures, approaching the state of the Ancient One and her ilk. Of course, there was still a long way to go before reaching the level of the Sorcerer Supreme. However, Lin Tian felt he had no disparity with the disciples of the Ancient One. A week later, on the balcony of a 2-story small Western-style house in New York's Chinatown, Lin Tian was reclining leisurely on a deck chair, basking in the sun and relishing the rare moment of tranquility and comfort. Suddenly, Nick Fury paid a personal visit. Nick Fury wore a worried look on his face. The moment he saw Lin Tian, he began to pour out his grievances. "You went too far in this vampire incident. You shouldn't have posted those materials online. It has brought us too many unnecessary troubles." After hearing this, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. "Nick Fury, don't you think you're being hypocritical by saying these now? Why didn't you say so at that time? You waited a week to come and hold me accountable. Did you only remember to settle accounts with me after a group of politicians who were restricting you stepped down?" Nick Fury looked rather embarrassed by what Lin Tian said. He quickly changed the topic. "This time, I'm here in the name of the director of SHIELD to earnestly invite you to join our organization. Although SHIELD has many experienced agents, we lack high-end combat power. Often, when faced with tough missions, we can only rely on the sacrifice of numerous agents." After pondering for a moment, Lin Tian gave his reply. "It's possible, but I have several conditions." "Go ahead. First, appoint me as a consultant. Only approach me when there are major matters or when SHIELD can't handle a situation. Don't bother me with trivial tasks. Second, don't record my data in SHIELDS files. Third, when contacting me in the future, send beautiful ladies, like Agent Natasha or Agent Hill. Although Nick Fury felt a bit helpless, he had to compromise. Then, Nick Fury suddenly shifted the topic. How do you know Hill? Have you met before? No, but I know more about you than you can imagine. However, I can't tell you for now. How could he possibly say that in his previous life, he was attracted by Hill's appearance in the movies? The black-skinned Nick Fury frowned. There's one more thing. Tony Stark has been kidnapped for over 2 months. I hope you can go to Afghanistan to help rescue him. I sent Natasha and Coulson to Afghanistan a month ago, but unfortunately, they've achieved nothing so far. To be honest, Lin Tian had no idea exactly where in the Afghan desert Tony had been abducted. When watching the movie before, the specific location wasn't clearly indicated either. Just as Lin Tian was hesitating, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. A system mission is triggered. Rescue Tony Stark in Afghanistan. The reward is the skill resurrection technique. Resurrect a target whose death time is within 1 day. Hearing this reward, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The resurrection technique held great allure for him. Thus, Lin Tian no longer hesitated. He agreed to Nick Fury's request and decided to head to Afghanistan. An hour later, Lin Tian was brought to a military airport. Coincidentally, there was a plane flying to the Afghan military base that day. Lin Tian happened to catch a ride on this plane to Afghanistan. Meanwhile, in the mountains of Afghanistan, Natasha and Coulson were still perseveringly searching for Tony's whereabouts. They inquired about information everywhere, not missing any possible clues. Relying on her excellent spy skills, Natasha continuously extracted intelligence from the locals. During this period, she destroyed several World Gang bases, but none of them was the one where Tony was abducted. Half a day later, Lin Tian finally set foot on the land of Afghanistan. After getting off the plane, he was received by Colonel Rhodey, Tony's good friend. Hey, buddy, I don't know exactly which mysterious department you're from, but I still hope you can help me rescue Tony, said Rhodey. Lin Tian patted Rhodey on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, I have a feeling that Tony is still alive and well. I will rescue him. Having taken the communication device, water, and food from Rod, Lin Tian ventured out of the base. After covering a certain distance, he unleashed his levitation technique, soaring into the sky. With a resounding boom, he broke through the sound barrier, heading towards the direction indicated by the system's arrow. Initially, the levitation technique did not possess such swiftness, but upon surpassing a faith value of 300,000, the skill transcended its conventional limitations. By releasing a continuous barrage behind him after initiating levitation, he achieved a turbocharging effect, significantly enhancing his speed. At the speed of sound, he could maintain energy recovery, which meant he could fly indefinitely. To be candid, this was the first time Lin Tian experienced such unrestrained flight. The indescribable exhilaration was overwhelming. Enveloping himself in a protective incantation, the scorching heat of the desert no longer affected him. Chapter 25. The rescue of Tony. Lin Tian navigated the levitation technique above the vast, sandy expanse of the Afghan desert, the howling winds rushing past his ears. He was wholly absorbed in the small map presented by the system, his gaze piercing, not missing a single detail. As he approached within approximately 50 kilometers of Tony's captivity, 2 conspicuous green dots abruptly appeared on the map, standing out against the monotonous backdrop of yellow sand. Instinctively, Lin Tian lowered his gaze and beheld 2 figures struggling across the desert below. Upon closer inspection, they resembled Natasha and Coulson. With the increase in his faith value, Lin Tian had experienced a remarkable enhancement in all physical attributes, including his senses. At this moment, Natasha and Coulson had parked their car behind a sand dune in the sun. Having searched in the desert for so long, they were both thirsty and fatigued. Tilting their heads back to gulp down water, a tiny black dot in the sky caught the corner of her eye. At first, she didn't pay much heed, merely regarding it as a distant bird. However, that black dot grew larger and larger, becoming gradually distinct. Her movements suddenly froze, her eyes widening to the size of saucers, and the water bottle in her hand nearly slipped. She muttered in disbelief, how is this possible? As the dot drew nearer, she finally made out that familiar visage. It was none other than Lin Tian. Natasha stood rooted to the spot, her mind a complete blank, thoroughly stunned. Lin Tian, upon seeing this, smiled gently, gradually lowering his altitude and landing steadily in front of Natasha and Coulson. Natasha still stared intently at him, seemingly not having snapped out of her shock yet. Coulson, too, wore an expression of great surprise. But as an agent, he quickly composed himself and took the initiative to ask, Lin Tian, what brings you here? Lin Tian patted the dust off his body and explained with a smile. I'm now a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, or as you call him, Black Egg, invited me to come and help rescue Tony Stark. Only then did Natasha come to her senses. Her eyes grew hot, glistening with crystal clear tears. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and hugged Lin Tian tightly. This sudden act left Lin Tian instantly rigid, his hands awkwardly hanging in mid-air, not knowing where to place them. Coulson beside them also widened his eyes. Looking completely at a loss, Natasha said, her voice slightly choked, Lin Tian, do you know? Ever since you cast the lesser heal spell on me last time, I felt something different about my body. Later, during a break in the mission, I went to the hospital for a check-up and was astonished to find that my long-lost reproductive function had fully recovered. This was nothing short of a miracle for me. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes and trickled down her cheeks. I had planned to come to you and express my heartfelt gratitude after finishing my current tasks, but unexpectedly, I was dispatched by Fury to Afghanistan to rescue Tony. In a flash, more than 2 months had passed. After hearing this, Lin Tian was filled with a myriad of emotions. He gently patted Natasha on the back and comforted her tenderly. There, Natasha. With me around from now on, you'll never have to endure any grievances. These words, seemingly simple, carried a double meaning. Lin Tian's mind drifted to the potential crisis Natasha might face in the future, sacrificing her soul to obtain the Soul Stone. He secretly made up his mind to protect her at all costs. In his past life, even NBA stars had coveted the water from her bath. Coulson cleared his throat softly, his face flushed with embarrassment as he interrupted this tender moment. At the moment, Tony's matter takes precedence. If you two want to catch up, let's do it after rescuing Tony. Only then did Lin Tian and Natasha come to their senses. They looked at each other, smiled, and released their hold on each other. Just then, the system suddenly alerted. Ding. The mission has changed. There are 30 minutes left until Tony is ready to break free. Rescue Tony Stark within 30 minutes. Lin Tian was taken aback and said to Natasha and the others, in my perception, Tony is located 50 kilometers to the north. However, something might have gone wrong. I'll rush over first, and you guys come later. Lin Tian pondered in his heart that if they waited for Tony to run out on his own, this rescue would be meaningless. Moreover, no one knew whether, due to his influence as a butterfly, the original plot would be altered. What if it led to Tony's misfortune? That would be dreadful. Natasha and Coulson exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Tian bestowed a set of status effects on Natasha and the others, and regardless of whether they were injured or not, cast 2 healing spells their way. Without further delay, Lin Tian once again unleashed the levitation spell, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Like a bolt of black lightning, he hurtled rapidly towards the north. When the terrorist camp came into view, Lin Tian slowed down and carefully descended. He activated the invisibility spell, and his figure gradually melded into the air, like a ghost, approaching the camp silently. Soon, a dilapidated camp hidden in the valley came into sight. The camp was surrounded by makeshift defenses, and the patrolling terrorists, armed with weapons, looked vigilant, communicating with each other via walkie-talkies from time to time. Having cast the invisibility spell, Lin Tian decided to enter first to check on Tony's situation. Following the green that indicated on the map, Lin Tian made his way towards the cave where Tony was trapped. There were 2 terrorists guarding the entrance of the cave. Lin Tian slipped silently between them and entered the cave. Inside, after making several twists and turns, he advanced approximately 50 meters and reached an iron door. Aware of the surveillance, Lin Tian addressed the small window on the iron door, saying, Tony Stark, remain still and allow me to finish. I have come to rescue you. However, I am uncertain of your current situation. I am capable of eliminating all the terrorists in this stronghold alone. If you are unharmed within, I shall proceed with my mission. At that moment, a voice from inside responded, Who are you? And why should I trust that you are here to save me? Lin Tian replied, Your trust is unnecessary. I merely need to ascertain that you are alive and well. From the sound of your voice, you appear unharmed. I will now proceed to eradicate these terrorists. You may exit shortly. Before Tony and the others could respond, Lin Tian added, Oh, I almost forgot to unlock the door. With that, he thrust his punishment blade into the iron door as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, then traced a circle around its perimeter, causing the door to crash to the ground. Outside, the guards inquired, What was that noise? Go check it out. Lin Tian turned and made his way toward the cave's entrance. Inside, Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, though they did not fully grasp the situation. They understood they needed to prepare for their own escape. Tony said to Ethan, "Hurry, Ethan, we must devise our own escape plan." With that, Tony moved toward Mark I, readying himself for the suit. Chapter 26. The birth of Iron Man. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Tian left behind the lifeless bodies of 2 terrorists guarding the entrance. He stood tall, his aura surging with intensity. His gaze was piercing, swiftly locking onto the scattered terrorists. A faint smile graced Lin Tian's lips as he unhesitatingly unleashed a minor punishment skill. In an instant, golden beams of light erupted from his palm, akin to a multitude of sharp divine arrows, precisely harvesting the lives of the terrorists. The scattered enemies, under the relentless onslaught, fell one by one, devoid of breath. Observing this, the leader of the terrorists hastily rallied the remaining forces to mount a counterattack. They swiftly congregated, attempting to reverse the tide of battle through sheer numbers. However, the bullets from various firearms struck against Lin Tian's shield as if they had fallen into an abyss, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Lin Tian glanced up. On the system's minimap, the red dots representing the terrorist camp had converged in one location. A thought crossed his mind, and he resolved to defeat them with a single strike. Thus, invoking the incantation, Shield, he soared into the air amidst the hail of gunfire, heading directly above the terrorists. Meanwhile, within the cave, Tony Stark, with Ethan's assistance, successfully activated the Mark I armor. He stepped out of the cave, piloting the somewhat crude yet painstakingly crafted suit, only to be met with a sight that left both him and Ethan utterly astonished, shattering their previous perceptions. There, Lin Tian floated above the terrorists, surrounded by a golden shield. Realizing their firearms were ineffective, the terrorists quickly brandished a rocket launcher and fired at Lin Tian. As the rocket exploded, it merely caused a slight ripple on Lin Tian's shield. Immediately afterward, he launched his counterattack, bellowing, "Holy Nova!" A dazzling beam of light emanated from him, spreading rapidly along the ground, enveloping the entire valley in the blink of an eye. Tony and Ethan stood frozen, mouths agape, rendered speechless. After 5 seconds, those terrorists shrouded in beams of light began to disintegrate as if under the influence of a strange magic, their bodies slowly dissipating into particles of dust until they vanished without a trace. "Good heavens! Is this God?" Tony exclaimed, finally regaining his senses. Ethan nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with shock and disbelief, as the two engaged in fervent discourse about this extraordinary spectacle that defied scientific understanding. Just as they were still immersed in their astonishment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A sniper stealthily emerged from the cliff above the cave, his gaze malevolent. As he aimed his rifle at Ethan, bang! The sharp crack of the gunshot shattered the air. Ethan, caught off guard, was struck in the head and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Tian reacted with remarkable speed, almost simultaneously with the gunshot. He unleashed a punitive skill directed at the sniper. The golden beam of light instantly penetrated the sniper's body, killing him on the spot. Subsequently, Lin Tian's mind focused, and he swiftly flew to Ethan's side, crouching down to examine him, only to find that Ethan had already drawn his last breath, utterly beyond salvation. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to rescue Tony. Reward, resurrection skill, revive a target who has died within the last day. Lin Tian felt a jolt of realization, contemplating that the system intended for him to alter the narrative. Meanwhile, Tony had exited the Mark I armor, kneeling sorrowfully beside Ethan, grasping his hand tightly, his face etched with grief. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian cast the resurrection spell upon Ethan. A gentle radiance emanated from his hand, enveloping Ethan's form and casting an angelic silhouette above him, which subsequently merged into Ethan's being. Tony, sensing the peculiarity, raised his head and gazed at Lin Tian with curiosity. Lin Tian gently patted Tony's shoulder and whispered, "Do not weep. Ethan is not dead." Initially, Tony believed Lin Tian was merely offering him comfort and was about to retort when he noticed a slight movement from Ethan's body. Gradually, Ethan sat up, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion, as he vividly recalled the sensation of his soul seemingly departing from his corporeal form, only to find himself returned. "What has happened to me?" Ethan inquired, his voice quivering. Tony, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Ethan, his voice choking with relief. "Ethan, It is truly wonderful that you are safe." Observing this poignant moment, Lin Tian took out his phone to capture the scene, inadvertently leaving the flash on. Tony, noticing Lin Tian's phone, suddenly became animated. "Hey, buddy, that won't do. Quickly delete that photo." Lin Tian stepped back, evading the request, while Ethan tugged at Tony's sleeve and softly murmured in his ear, "Have you forgotten how those terrorists vanished just moments ago? That does not justify taking a photo that tarnishes my image," Tony retorted. Lin Tian, with a teasing tone, replied, "I shall keep it for myself. I won't share it with anyone, just a personal hobby. Come now, strike a pose." He then produced his phone and took a selfie with the two of them. Tony and Ethan, still processing the events, numbly formed peace signs. And this photograph would later be humorously dubbed by Lin Tian as the birth of Iron Man. Meanwhile, Natasha and Coulson finally arrived. From a distance, they saw a golden beam of light shooting straight into the sky, filled with doubts and concerns in their hearts. At this moment, when they reached the camp, they found that aside from Lin Tian, Tony, and Insun, there was no one else. The entire camp seemed eerily quiet. Natasha and Coulson exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of astonishment on their faces. What was going on? Where were those terrorists? Natasha was the first to speak. Lin Tian smiled and gestured in the direction of the camp with a nod. "That pile of yellow sand over there is them." Upon hearing this, Natasha and Coulson looked towards the pile of sand, their faces full of shock. Natasha stepped forward, looking at Lin Tian and saying, "Lin Tian, your rate of growth is simply astonishing. It's only been a few months, and now I can only look up to you." Lin Tian touched his nose, saying somewhat sheepishly, "Not really, I'm just average." Coulson walked up to Tony. "Mr. Stark, hello. I'm Coulson from SHIELD. Pleased to meet you. We've been in this damn desert for 2 months in search of you." He then extended his hand, ready to shake Tony's. Tony looked towards Lin Tian, and Lin Tian said, "Don't look at me. I only accepted the commission to rescue you yesterday. But these two have indeed been in Afghanistan for 2 months to save you." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Tony said to Coulson, "Thank you for your 2-month search. But there's no need for a handshake. I'm not quite used to shaking hands with other men." After saying that, he bypassed Coulson and extended his hand towards Natasha. Natasha glanced at the embarrassed Coulson, then walked over to Lin Tian's side, embraced his arm, and said to Tony, "I'm not accustomed to shaking hands with anyone other than Lin Tian either." After saying that, she playfully raised her eyebrows at Tony. Hearing this, Tony quickly withdrew his hand and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Haha, Tony, you'd better go back and shake hands with Pepper. Hold her hand as long as you like." Having said this, Lin Tian took out a satellite phone and called Rhodey. While waiting for Rhodey, Tony flew his Mark I to detonate all the armaments in the camp. Lin Tian and the others thus enjoyed a spectacular fireworks display. Chapter 27 returned to New York, and the press conference half an hour later. A helicopter flew in from afar and landed steadily nearby. The dust stirred up by the propellers filled the air. Colonel Rhodey quickly stepped down from the aircraft, shouting at Tony as he walked. "Hey, Tony, are you still going to ride your happy Jeep?" With that, he opened his arms and gave Tony a warm and hearty hug. "It's good to be alive. Welcome back." Tony patted Rhodey on the back and replied with a smile, "Come on, Rhodey. I'll never ride in a Jeep again." Everyone boarded the helicopter and embarked on their journey back. On the way back, the atmosphere inside the helicopter was lively. As they traveled, they chatted. Natasha and Coulson took turns sharing various experiences and difficulties they had encountered during the process of looking for Tony. Tony listened quietly, occasionally showing a grateful expression. He was well aware that the two had made a great deal of effort to find him. When it came time for Tony to recount his experiences during his captivity, his eyes grew profound. He asked everyone what the weapons he had created had brought to the world, and the answer was nothing but pain. Lin Tian sat aside, listening quietly to everyone's stories, his gaze occasionally falling on the large hole in Tony's chest. Finally, he couldn't help but speak to Tony, saying, "I can heal the hole in your chest, but you need to find a brilliant doctor to remove the shrapnel inside." Tony looked down at the hole in his chest, casually waved his hand, and said, "It's all right. This isn't urgent. Removing the shrapnel from me requires a top-notch surgeon. Anyway, the reactor can hold the shrapnel in place for now." After saying that, he reached out and tapped the blue, glowing arc reactor on his chest, looking confident. After returning to the Afghanistan base, Tony contacted Pepper as soon as possible. The moment the call connected, Pepper's tearful voice came through, and she tearfully expressed her worry and longing for Tony. Tony gently comforted her, telling her that he was safe and sound. Coulson and Natasha also reported the mission to Nick Fury. On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury asked Natasha to hand the phone to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the phone from Natasha and asked, "What does Egghead want from me?" Natasha was sweating profusely. At this moment, Nick Fury's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Who is Egghead? Can you stop giving people nicknames?" "Okay, whatever you say. By the way, what do you want from me? You might as well call me Black Omelette. I just wanted to express my gratitude to you," Nick Fury said with a hint of resignation. Subsequently, Tony, along with Ethan, Lin Tian, and others, boarded a military aircraft and returned to the United States. Initially, Ethan had no intention of accompanying Tony. He was determined to return to his hometown and do whatever he could to help. He was well aware that his hometown had been devastated by terrorists, and he desired to go back and transform the current situation there. However, Tony tried his best to persuade him, painting a glorious picture of the future, saying that they would research the battle armor together. Once the battle armor was perfected, they would personally go to Ethan's hometown and wipe out all the terrorists. Hearing Tony's words, the passion in Ethan's heart was ignited, and he finally decided to follow Tony. When the aircraft slowly landed at the airport, Pepper Potts had already been waiting there. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and anticipation. The moment she saw Tony step down from the plane, her eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she quickly rushed forward. Tony also quickened his pace, and the two embraced tightly, reluctant to part for a long time. Seeing this, the surrounding journalists raised their cameras one after another, and the flashes went off continuously. At this moment, Lin Tian interjected, "You too, there are journalists all around. If you want a hug, do it at home." Only then did Pepper Potts notice Lin Tian beside Tony. Introduced by Tony, Pepper Potts stepped forward, sincerely held Lin Tian's hand, and thanked him repeatedly. Due to her excessive excitement, Pepper Potts held Lin Tian's hand for a long time without letting go. Tony watched from the side, his expression gradually becoming a bit unnatural, a flicker of jealousy flashing through his eyes. He coughed softly and deliberately said, "Hey, Pepper, that's about enough." Only then did Pepper come to her senses. She quickly let go of her hand and smiled somewhat sheepishly. She took out a Stark share transfer agreement from her bag, handed it to Lin Tian, and said, "This is from Tony. 2% of the shares of Stark Industries. It's a token of our gratitude for you saving Tony." Tony, standing aside, pretended to be generous and said, "I don't like owing people favors." Lin Tian looked at the agreement in his hand and thought to himself that this was quite a pleasant surprise. With the mentality of not taking it would be a waste, he readily accepted the shares. Tony said to Pepper, "Pepper, is the press conference you were asked to prepare ready?" "Yes, boss. We can go there right now." "Okay, but before that, I'd like a cheeseburger." "I haven't had a single bite of cheeseburger in that damn desert for 3 months, Tony complained. Subsequently, Tony and his entourage arrived at the press conference venue. The venue was already crowded with numerous media reporters, and camera flashes were constantly flickering. Tony stood on the stage, disregarding his image, holding a burger in one hand and a microphone in the other, taking bites from time to time. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, "As of today, Stark Industries will shut down its weapons division." The audience was immediately in an uproar, and reporters raised various questions one after another. Tony didn't explain much. As soon as the press conference ended, he led everyone to leave. Just as they reached the backstage, someone quickly caught up with Tony. His face was so gloomy that it seemed water could drip from it. He questioned, "Tony, are you crazy? Why did you shut down the weapons division? That was the core business of Stark Industries, the primary source of our profits." Tony stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Obadiah. His expression was calm, yet unwavering. "Obi, there are things one can only understand after experiencing them. The weapons we manufacture haven't safeguarded peace as we anticipated. Instead, they've brought more disasters. I can't continue like this." Obadiah's face turned beet red with anger, and he waved his hands. "You're being naive. Without the weapons business, the company's stock price will plummet, countless people will lose their jobs, and all our efforts over the years will go down the drain." Tony patted Obadiah on the shoulder, his tone softening slightly. "Obi, the times are changing, and we must change too. I've already envisioned a new development direction. Stark Industries won't collapse. Instead, it will embrace new vitality. Trust me." Having said that, he turned around and led everyone home, leaving Obadiah standing there, his face full of anger, yet with a hint of worry and unwillingness faintly showing in his eyes. Chapter 28: The Birth of Mark II. Before bidding farewell to Tony, Lin Tian looked at him with a solemn expression and intense gaze, saying earnestly, "Tony, You need to be cautious of Obadiah. I always have a feeling that something's wrong with him." Upon hearing this, Tony's face was instantly filled with confusion. His brows furrowed as he pressed. "Where did you get this information?" "Obadiah is a senior member of the company and has always been loyal to me and the company." Lin Tian shrugged and confessedly declared with a composed expression, "It's not from any source of information. It's just an ability of mine. I can sense that this incident of yours might be related to Obadiah. Believe it or not, in any case, it doesn't hurt to be more cautious. Also, this is my contact information. You can reach me if you need anything." Having said that, Lin Tian took out a slip of paper from his pocket, on which his phone number was written, and handed it to Tony. Tony took the slip of paper and regarded Lin Tian with skepticism. Although there were still doubts in his heart, he nodded solemnly, indicating that he would pay more attention. After bidding farewell to Tony, Lin Tian set foot on the road back to his residence in Chinatown. Along the way, his mood was particularly elated. Not only did he successfully complete the mission, but he also reaped an unexpected windfall of a 2 stake in Stark Industries. Moreover, by saving Ensign this time, he realized that the plot could be altered, which meant that he no longer had to be as timid as before when participating in the plot in the future. Natasha also accompanied Lin Tian back to his dwelling. Looking at Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with smiles, Natasha teased, "Lin Tian, you're now a shareholder of Stark Industries. I'm planning to enjoy a life of ease following you from now on." Lin Tian responded with a smile, "It's my great honor. By the way, Natasha, what are your plans for the future?" Natasha tilted her head slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I'll still continue to work for SHIELD, but whenever I'm free, I'll come back here to accompany you. After all, it really makes me feel at ease to be by your side." With that, she affectionately took Lin Tian's hand, and the two entered the master bedroom, pouring out their hearts to each other and savoring this rare moment of warmth. In the following days, Lin Tian wholeheartedly immersed himself in the study of his system skills. To his pleasant surprise, not only did the skills start to become conceptualized, but even the presentation methods of the map and the good, evil value underwent a transformation. No longer in the form similar to a game panel as before, they miraculously integrated into his perception. Now, as long as he concentrates his mind to perceive, he can clearly know all kinds of people and objects within a 100-meter radius. The detection of the good, evil value is the same, which greatly enhances his control over the surrounding environment. At the same time, he also keeps a constant eye on Tony's situation. Time flies by, and a week later, Natasha's vacation came to an end. She received an order from Nick Fury and was dispatched to a certain European country to carry out a mission. Although filled with reluctance in her heart, as an agent of SHIELD, she still had to fulfill her duties. One day, Tony suddenly contacted Lin Tian, and in an excited tone over the phone, he invited Lin Tian to visit his laboratory. Upon receiving the invitation, Lin Tian didn't hesitate at all. Immediately, he used the levitation technique and flew towards Tony's house like a bolt of black lightning. Before long, he flew above Tony's house. Just as he was about to enter Tony's villa directly, Lin Tian suddenly realized that it was his first visit here, and it would be impolite to barge in like this. It would be more appropriate to go through the main entrance. So he slowly landed in front of Tony's door. When Lin Tian arrived at Tony's doorstep, a steady and polite voice sounded. "Mr. Lin Tian, Mr. Stark is waiting for you in the laboratory." Lin Tian knew that this was the legendary Jarvis. As soon as the words were spoken, the door slowly opened. As soon as Lin Tian stepped into the villa, a plump robot greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, I'm Xiaoguai. Mr. Jarvis asked me to show you the way," Xiaoguai said in a muffled voice, then turned around, indicating that Lin Tian should follow. Under the guidance of Xiaoguai, Lin Tian smoothly reached the underground laboratory. The moment he stepped into the laboratory, the dazzling array of high-tech products in front of him immediately caught his eye. All kinds of complex instruments, flickering lights, and peculiarly shaped mechanical components all demonstrated Tony's exceptional scientific and technological talent. At this time, Tony was fully absorbed in adjusting the flight device on the legs of the experimental battle armor and didn't notice Lin Tian's arrival at all. Before Lin Tian could say hello, Tony, like an impatient child, rashly prepared to conduct a test flight. Seeing this, Lin Tian secretly thought something was wrong and hastily raised his hand to cast a true word spell, shield, on Tony. Sure enough, as soon as the shield took shape, Tony rushed around the laboratory like a runaway wild horse. He controlled the battle armor, crashing into the wall at one moment, and nearly hitting the experimental equipment the next. The entire laboratory was thrown into chaos. Ethan stood by, dumbfounded, wanting to help but not knowing where to start. Finally, Tony tumbled and crawled in front of Lin Tian and knelt on both knees. Lin Tian looked at Tony and quipped, "Tony, you don't need to perform such a grand ceremony. Although it's my first visit, there's no need to be so solemn." After saying that, he even took out his phone to take a photo of Tony, adding one more item to Tony's black history. Ethan on the side couldn't hold back any longer and laughed so hard that he was almost out of breath. Tony's face instantly flushed crimson. He awkwardly feigned a cough, rose promptly, and said to Lin Tian, "I happen to invite you here today to take a look at my recent achievements." Lin Tian's lips curled slightly in a teasing manner as he quipped, "Is this what you call your achievements?" Sensing his fault, Tony quickly shifted the topic and asked Lin Tian, "Do you possess any capabilities to assist me in my research?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian pondered earnestly. To his own surprise, he actually came up with a solution. He stated straightforwardly, "I do have certain abilities, yet I'm rather lacking in academic knowledge. I can enhance your and Ethan's states, but the research aspect still depends on the two of you." Having said that, Lin Tian murmured incantations under his breath while his hands danced nimbly. He cast the true word spell, Fortitude, on Tony and Ethan. In an instant, their bodies were imbued with power, and both their physical strength and body resilience were significantly enhanced, allowing them to engage in research for a longer duration. Subsequently, Lin Tian cast the Holy Spirit spell. The two felt their minds become instantly lucid, and their senses grew more acute. Finally, Lin Tian performed the healing spell. A gentle radiance enveloped Tony and Ethan, alleviating the fatigue they had accumulated from their recent research as well as the minor injuries sustained from the bumps and bruises during the experiments. Over the following period, Lin Tian took up residence in Tony's home. Since he needed to boost Tony and Ethan's states every few hours, he decided to stay, ready to offer assistance at any time. Pepper, like a considerate and doting figure, frequently returned, bringing delicious food for the three of them. With Lin Tian's assistance and the unremitting efforts of Tony and Ethan, as the days slipped by, their research finally achieved a major breakthrough. Chapter 29. The test flight of Mark II. Half a month later, through the arduous efforts day and night of Tony and Insun, with the full assistance of Lin Tian, they finally successfully completed the fabrication of the Mark II. At this moment, the Mark II presented a brand new look, donning a strikingly handsome red and gold color scheme. Under the illumination of the bright lights in the laboratory, its metallic exterior exuded a captivating and dazzling luster. Standing in front of the armor, Tony gently caressed it with his hands. He was impatient to don the Mark II and initiate its first test flight. Pepper Potts beside him, however, wore a face full of worry at this moment. Her hands unconsciously clenched tightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to do so. Lin Tian noticed Pepper's expression, and a thought flashed through his mind. He quickly stepped forward and softly comforted her, "Don't worry. I will safeguard Tony's safety." Pepper looked up at Lin Tian, nodded slightly, and forced a faint smile. With everything in readiness, the atmosphere in the laboratory instantly grew tense. Tony took a deep breath, and then he resolutely pressed the activation button. The thrusters of the Mark II instantly ejected blue flames, emitting a deafening roar. Tony slowly ascended, leaving the ground. His eyes were firm and focused, staring intently ahead. At the beginning, Tony carefully maneuvered the armor, conducting simple flight tests within the laboratory. He moved slowly, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, with every movement showing extreme caution. Lin Tian closely watched Tony, his hands slightly raised, ready to skills at any moment to come to Tony's aid if he encountered danger. Ethan and Pepper also held their breaths tensely, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on Tony. As the test progressed, Tony gradually mastered the control techniques of the Mark II. He began to attempt some high-difficulty maneuvers, such as rapid turns, sudden ascents and descents. After a series of tests within the laboratory, the Mark II performed extraordinarily well, without any problems emerging. A satisfied smile spread across Tony's face, and he decided to expand the test flight venue to the outdoors. He gently maneuvered the Mark II towards the rooftop and said, "Jarvis, open the passage to the outside. We're ready to conduct the test outside." At this moment, Jarvis, following the command, controlled the roof of the villa above Tony's head to open layer by layer. As the roof opened progressively, the starry sky of the night gradually came into view of everyone. Gazing at the starry sky before him, a surge of lofty sentiments welled up in Tony's heart. and he flew straight in the direction of the moon. As the flying altitude continued to rise, the surrounding temperature dropped lower and lower, and the outer shell of the armor started to freeze rapidly. Jarvis's voice sounded inside the helmet. "Sir, the surface of the armor has started to freeze. Given the current situation, the system is likely to malfunction. It is advisable that you do not fly any higher." However, Tony paid no heed to these warnings and continued to fly intently. Nevertheless, when his flying altitude exceeded 50,000 feet, an accident still occurred. The system of the armor suddenly malfunctioned, and various indicator lights flashed wildly. Subsequently, the system short-circuited, emitting crackling sounds. Tony attempted to control the armor, yet all was in vain. The armor completely lost contact and started plummeting uncontrollably. "Jarvis, restart Mark II. Jarvis. Jarvis, damn it." Lin Tian had long since employed the levitation technique and followed closely behind Tony at the beginning. Seeing that Tony was encased in ice, instantly losing the upward momentum and starting to plummet rapidly, Lin Tian's heart tightened. Without a second thought, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning and hurtled towards the direction where Tony was falling. When they were only dozens of meters from the ground, Lin Tian finally arrived. He stretched out his hands and firmly grasped Tony's armor. "Hey, Tony, isn't this exciting?" Tony didn't respond, merely gasping heavily. Just then, the functions of Tony's armor began to resume. Jarvis came back online. The system indicator lights stopped flashing wildly, and the thrusters spurted flames once more. Tony realized he could control the armor again, looked towards Lin Tian, and shouted, "Phew, Lin Tian, I owe you one." Lin Tian smiled and asked, "Tony, what would you do if you suddenly needed to use the restroom while wearing this armor?" This was a question that had lingered in Lin Tian's mind since his previous life. Tony, having regained control of Mark II, replied awkwardly, "There's no such function yet." He adjusted his flying posture and slowly flew towards the direction of home. This thrilling test flight experience made him keenly aware that there were still numerous aspects of the armor that needed improvement. After returning home, Tony gently landed in the laboratory. Pepper immediately rushed forward and hugged Tony tightly, with tears streaming down her face. "You scare me to death, Tony." Tony gently patted Pepper on the back and comforted her, saying, "It's all right, my dear. I'm back, aren't I?" Einstein also stepped forward and said with a smile, "Tony." This time it was really a narrow escape. Tony looked at Einstein, then at Lin Tian, and said with emotion, "Yes, it's all thanks to Lin Tian. Otherwise, this time would have been really troublesome." Lin Tian smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Next, you guys have to carefully fix the problems that occurred this time, and also solve the issue of using the restroom." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Tony said a bit angrily, "Thank you. I'll take care of it." In the following days, Tony and Einstein devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the improvement of the battle armor. They carefully analyzed the problems that occurred during the test flight of Mark II, and made improvements one by one, from system stability to cold resistance. Pepper, as usual, often came back to bring delicious food and warm care to everyone. Looking at the three busy people, she felt both, and she knew that everything they did was to make the world a better place. During the process of improving the battle armor, Tony didn't forget what Lin Tian had told him before, the warning about Obadiah. He started to quietly pay attention to every move of Obadiah, trying to find some clues. Although nothing unusual had been found so far, Tony remained vigilant in his heart. At the same time, Natasha's mission in Europe was progressing very smoothly. She often contacts Lin Tian, sharing her experiences and insights during the missions. For this reason, Nick Fury, that black egghead, often worries that Lin Tian might entice away his capable subordinates. As time passes, remarkable progress has been made in the improvement of the Mark II. Through countless experiments and tests, the performance of the armor has been significantly enhanced, and the system has become more stable. Finally, the day of the second test flight arrives. This time, Tony, wearing the Mark II, ascends steadily under the focused gaze of everyone. The Mark II's performance this time is nothing short of perfect. After completing the test, Ethan also officially bids farewell to Tony and returns to his hometown. Chapter 30. Obadiah's exposure. The sunlight lazily spills onto the balcony. Lin Tian lies comfortably on the deck chair, indulging in this rare, leisurely moment. Over the past week, the news on TV has been filled with reports of an Iron Man fighting terrorists in Afghanistan. This Iron Man is none other than Tony Stark, who has emerged in the public eye as Iron Man, becoming the focus of public discussion. Lin Tian merely smiles it off. As a shareholder of Stark, He can be considered financially free, and with Tony becoming Iron Man, the plot hasn't deviated significantly. Thus, Lin Tian begins to enjoy his life, paying little heed to the outside commotion. However, a sudden phone call shatters this tranquility. Lin Tian, I need help. My radar stealth device has been compromised. Upon returning from Afghanistan today, I was detected by the U.S. Air Force, and now 2 fighter jets are in pursuit. My energy reserves are critically low, leaving me utterly incapable of evading them. On the other end of the line, Tony's voice was tinged with urgency. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, straightening his posture, and inquired, "What would you have me do? Should I assist you in downing those 2 aircraft?" No. Just help me shake them off," Tony replied hastily. "Very well, Jarvis. Synchronize Tony's location with my phone. I shall be there momentarily." "Understood, Mr. Lin Tian," Jarvis responded. On Lin Tian's phone was a subroutine installed by Tony during his stay, designed to enhance the capabilities of Lin Tian's device, which lacked the features of a mobile phone from the year 2025. Mere seconds later, Lin Tian's phone successfully synchronized with Tony's location data. Without delay, Lin Tian activated his levitation and cloaking techniques, ascending to a considerable altitude. With a resounding boom, he created a shockwave as he sped towards Tony's position. Before long, Lin Tian arrived at Tony's side. At that moment, Tony, piloting the Mark II armor, was closely pursued by the 2 fighter jets, and the situation was dire. Lin Tian maintained his cloaking spell, carefully approached Tony, and then enveloped the Mark II in an embrace, unleashing a burst of unparalleled speed. Under the impetus of formidable power, Lin Tian whisked Tony away like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving 2 fighter jets far behind, unable to react in time. Within mere seconds, they successfully evaded their pursuers. Upon arriving at Tony's residence, Tony lifted his helmet, his face pale, exclaiming, "What was that speed? Couldn't you have slowed down?" He retched uncontrollably, evidently overwhelmed by Lin Tian's earlier velocity. Lin Tian replied, "You were the one who insisted I hurry to assist you. Well then, since all is well, I shall take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a beam of light and soared away, leaving Tony behind, still in a state of disarray and retching. However, the situation did not conclude there. At that moment, Obadiah had acquired the blueprints for Mark I and had successfully constructed the Ironmonger. Yet, his inability to produce the arc reactor plagued him greatly. In pursuit of the arc reactor, Obadiah made his way to Tony's home. That night, as Tony rested, Obadiah arrived at the villa. Caught off guard, he incapacitated Tony using an electromagnetic device and forcibly removed the 2nd-generation arc reactor from his chest. "Did you think this toy could protect you?" At that moment, Tony had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. He attempted to call out to J-A-R-V-I-S, J-A-R-V-I-S, but there was no response. Damn it, J-A-R-V-I-S must have been interfered with by Obadiah, leaving Tony without assistance. Fortunately, Tony's phone remained by his side, and he struggled to dial Lin Tian's number. Only moments after had just returned home and was on the verge of resuming his leisurely sojourn, the shrill ring of his mobile phone shattered the tranquility. With a tinge of exasperation, he answered the call, uttering with impatience, "What on earth is it now? I feel as if I'm turning into your nursemaid. Save me," were the only 2 words that escaped Tony's lips from the other end of the line, followed by the distinct sound of the phone clattering to the floor. A jolt of alarm shot through, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that Obadiah had made his move? He pondered inwardly. In the movies he'd watched before, there was no mention of these 2 events occurring on the same day. However, at this critical juncture, he had no time to spare for such thoughts. Without hesitation, he soared towards Tony's residence. In less than a minute, arrived at Tony's abode. He burst into the house and beheld Tony lying prostrate on the ground, the arc reactor on his chest conspicuously missing. Without a moment's delay, dashed into the basement, where he found the 1st-generation arc reactor that had been framed by Pepper. Grasping the reactor, he hastened back to Tony's side and installed it on his chest, cast a healing spell, and a gentle radiance enveloped Tony. Under the effect of the spell, Tony gradually regained consciousness. "Thank God, I feel like I owe you more and more." "Your so-called God is merely a high-dimensional being. What's the point of thanking him? He's long since left this world," retorted. Tony, thinking was jesting, had no time to dwell on it. Suddenly, he remembered that he had sent Pepper to the company to seek evidence of Obadiah's crimes today. Fearing for Pepper's safety, he earnestly entreated, "Today, Pepper happened to look for evidence on Obadiah's computer. Now Obadiah has taken my reactor, and I'm worried she might be in danger. You go there first, and I'll be there shortly. Lin Tian nodded, then transformed into a beam of light and flew away again. Tony also headed towards the laboratory, preparing to put on the Mark II and rush over. On the other side, Pepper discovered Obadiah's criminal evidence on his computer. Meanwhile, through a series of investigations, SHIELD also found that the mastermind behind this series of events was none other than Obadiah. And Agent Coulson also arrived at Stark Industries at the same time. On the first floor, Pepper met Agent Coulson of SHIELD. Coulson looked solemn and said straightforwardly, "Ms. Potts, we have obtained evidence of Obadiah's crimes. He has been secretly conducting arms deals with terrorists in Afghanistan, and it was he who ordered the abduction of Mr. Stark, with the intention of taking control of Stark Industries after Mr. Stark's death. I've also copied the transaction records between him and the terrorists from Obadiah's computer. It seems there's no doubt it's him. We SHIELD will arrest him in the name of threatening national security. We hope you can cooperate with our work." Pepper nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I will cooperate fully." Pepper walked towards the reception desk in the first floor lobby and asked anxiously, "Where has Mr. Obadiah gone?" The reception staff quickly checked the computer and then replied respectfully, "Mr. Obadiah went to the underground laboratory of Stark Tower 5 minutes ago." Chapter 31. Becoming the second largest shareholder of Stark, Pepper led Coulson and the others towards the underground laboratory. Upon reaching the entrance of the underground laboratory, Pepper took out her access card and swiped it on the access control, but it showed that she had no access rights. Strange. Why can't it be opened? Obadiah has revoked my access rights. Pepper furrowed her brows. She tried again, yet there was still no response. Seeing this, Coulson decisively ordered to blow up the door with a bomb. With a loud explosion, the door was blown open, and they saw the enhanced version of Ironmonger that Obadiah had made according to the Mark I blueprint. It was fully covered in a thick black and gold-colored metal armor, its shape resembling a walking fortress. It carried 2 machine guns on its shoulders and had sturdy and powerful limbs. At this moment, Obadiah had just placed the reactor taken from Tony onto Ironmonger. With the sounds of gears turning, Ironmonger was successfully activated. Seeing Pepper leading a large group of people barging in, Obadiah controlled Ironmonger to strike first. How could Coulson and his men with pistols withstand Ironmonger? Soon, they fled Stark Tower in a sorry state. Just then, Lin Tian arrived. Seeing that Pepper and Coulson were in danger and about to be hit by Ironmonger, he immediately cast the true word spell, shield, enveloping them respectively. In an instant, a transparent protective shield formed around Pepper and Coulson. Obadiah controlled Ironmonger to launch an attack, punching towards Pepper and Coulson. The two of them were sent flying by this powerful force, but fortunately, with the protection of the true word spell, shield, they remained unharmed. Lin Tianfei approached them with concern and asked, "Are you all right?" Little Pepper and Coulson shook their heads. Coulson said, "We're fine. Obadiah is inside, and ordinary firearms can't harm him at all." Lin Tian nodded, indicating that he understood. Just then, Tony also arrived. When he saw the Ironmonger, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the Ironmonger. Tony, piloting his armor, deftly evaded the Ironmonger's attacks while continuously launching counterattacks. As he controlled the armor, he roared at Obadiah inside the Ironmonger. "Obadiah, why are you doing this? I've always regarded you as my dearest uncle, yet you betrayed me for power and profit." However, as the energy of the old reactor was almost depleted, his attacks gradually weakened. Sensing this, Obadiah became even more arrogant. He kept taunting Tony, "Tony, you're finished. Today is your doom. You should have died in Afghanistan. Why did you come back? You're just like your dead father. I've dedicated so much to Stark Industries, yet in the end, I'm just working for you father-son duo." Lin Tian, watching from the side, knew in his heart that if things continued like this, Tony surely wouldn't be a match for Obadiah. He remembered that after defeating Obadiah, according to the original plot, he was only arrested, but later Obadiah still escaped. Thinking of this, Lin Tian decided not to hesitate any longer. He prepared to take direct action to eliminate Obadiah. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and the power within his body began to surge. He exerted the holy fire with all his might. Behold, a tornado imbued with sacred flames swept towards the Ironmonger. Obadiah clearly did not anticipate that Lin Tian would suddenly strike, and the power of this move was so immense that he had no time to evade. In an instant, the ironmonger was enveloped by the holy fire, emitting a pain-filled roar. The temperature inside the armor rose rapidly. Obadiah struggled desperately within the armor, attempting to break free from this terrifying inferno, yet all was in vain. Under the continuous searing of the holy fire, the armor of the ironmonger gradually started to melt, and Obadiah's life was slipping away bit by bit. Before long, the ironmonger crashed to the ground, and Obadiah had been reduced to charred remains. The battle was over. Tony, Pepper, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Tian looked at the ironmonger on the ground, his heart remaining completely calm. He knew that he had made the right decision. "Thank you, Lin Tian. I owe you another huge favor," Tony said gratefully as he walked up to Lin Tian. "It's okay. You'll get used to owing me after a while." Haha. Since Stark Industries was located in the most bustling block of New York, this battle had been recorded by countless passers-by and uploaded to the internet. The battle between the two Iron Men, as well as the scene of the Hell Priest's sacred flames melting the massive Iron Man, were also captured on film. After the matter was resolved, Lin Tian went home. Upon arriving home, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep immediately. So many things had happened that day, and he felt rather fatigued. The next day, Tony came to Chinatown. When he arrived in front of Lin Tian's house, Tony said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, inform Lin Tian that I'm here. Mr. Lin, Mr. Stark is outside the door." Lin Tian descended the stairs and opened the door. Tony, donning sunglasses and with his nostrils turned skyward, yet due to the height difference between him and Lin Tian, this gesture seemed more like he was looking up at Lin Tian. He handed Lin Tian a document and said, "This is for you." Lin Tian took the document, opened it, and discovered it was an 8 Stark share transfer agreement. He looked at Tony with some astonishment and asked, "What does this mean?" Tony explained, "These are Obadiah's shares. I believe they ought to be yours. Had it not been for you, Pepper and I might have perished yesterday. Moreover, you had cautioned me about Obadiah long ago. If I had taken precautions earlier, these subsequent events would not have occurred. Well, it's not wise to decline what's offered. At least with these shares, I no longer have to toil for a living. I can set aside more time to enhance my capabilities." Just like that, Lin Tian simply became the second largest shareholder of Stark. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters, the Triskelion building, in Nick Fury's office. After listening to Coulson's report on the incident, Nick Fury, that black egghead, could hardly contain himself. Damn it, Lin Tian's growth rate is astonishingly rapid. Just a few months ago, he was dealing with petty thugs and gangs in Hell's Kitchen. Now, with a casual wave of his hand, he can disintegrate the ironmonger who could overpower others. We can no longer suppress Lin Tian. Let's hope he doesn't turn to evil. On the other side, Coulson said, "Director, Lin Tian doesn't seem to be that kind of person. He is now a major shareholder of Stark Industries, and one of our SHIELD's charming agents has also fallen for him. Rest assured, as long as he has no intention of ruling the world, he lacks nothing now. Moreover, he stays at home sunbathing every day. At most, he spares some time to deal with major crimes and no longer bothers with ordinary minor offenses. He's rather laid back." You're right. Although Nick Fury said so, he tightly held a pager in his hand. Carol should be able to handle Lin Tian now, but it's uncertain whether there is an upper limit to Lin Tian's growth. Chapter 32. I am Iron Man that night. SHIELD prepared a press conference for Tony Stark. The night before, 2 Iron Man armors had an astonishing battle at the entrance of Stark Tower, which sparked countless speculations and heated discussions. And tonight, the purpose of this press conference was for Tony to clarify that he was not the Iron Man who caused the chaos. At the press conference site, Colonel Rhodes, dressed in a neat military uniform, stood on the stage, cleared his throat, and said, "Dear media friends, thank you all for coming here tonight. I believe you are all curious about the battle at the entrance of Stark Tower last night. Today, we have invited Mr. Stark to clarify the situation of yesterday for you." Immediately, a warm round of applause and a flurry of flashing lights erupted from the audience. Just then, Lin Tian also arrived at the press conference site. Pepper Potts greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Lin, welcome to attend tonight's press conference." Lin Tian nodded slightly and responded politely, "Thank you, Pepper. I've come to witness this historic moment." Hearing this, Pepper thought Lin Tian was joking and didn't say much. At the same time, Agent Coulson hurried forward, handed a speech to Tony, and whispered, "Mr. Stark, this is the speech we prepared for you. Just read it as it is, and try to explain things clearly." Tony took the speech, glanced at it casually, a smile curving his lips. Suddenly, he tore the speech into pieces with both hands, and the fragments fluttered down. The crowd below the stage immediately let out an exclamation. Tony picked up the microphone, looked firmly at the audience below, and shouted, "Everyone, I don't want to read some boring speech. That's all nonsense, because I am Iron Man." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place erupted in an uproar. Reporters stood up one after another, stretched their microphones forward, and shouted questions. "Mr. Stark, why did you admit that you are Iron Man? Is there any hidden story behind this? Aren't you afraid of bringing more trouble because of this?" Lin Tian stood in the audience, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly took out his phone and started recording this classic moment, muttering to himself, "This is really thrilling." Months later, Lin Tian was leisurely watching TV at home as usual. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. In the picture, Hulk was engaged in a fierce battle with Abomination in the city. The city streets were in a mess, and the crowd was fleeing in all directions. Originally, Lin Tian had no intention of meddling in this matter. After all, up to this point, he had no connection with Hulk, or rather Bruce Banner. Anyway, even if he didn't intervene, the Abomination would still be defeated by Hulk. However, when Lin Tian saw Natasha appear near the battlefield on TV, busily evacuating the crowd, he couldn't sit still any longer. What on earth was Nick Fury, that black-skinned fellow, thinking? Why would he send Natasha to deal with the Hulk issue? Damn it, wasn't it during the New York battle that Natasha went to find Hulk? Why is she here now? Lin Tian's expression instantly turned grave. Without hesitation, he activated the levitation technique, soaring rapidly into the air, and then, with a sonic boom, he flew towards the direction of the battlefield. When Lin Tian arrived at the battlefield, he saw that due to the inhibitor injected by Mr. Blue earlier, Hulk's power was severely weakened. Under the fierce attacks of the Abomination, he was retreating steadily. Meanwhile, Natasha, who was evacuating the crowd not far away, was hit by a car sent flying by the Abomination's slap and was sent crashing aside. Lin Tian quickly rushed to Natasha's side. Fortunately, she was only hit by the car and didn't directly face the Abomination's attack. She should have only suffered minor injuries. Lin Tian raised his hand and cast a healing spell, asking, "What are you doing here? Aren't both Hulk and the Abomination matters of the military? What does it have to do with your S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Natasha quickly hugged Lin Tian and said, "I just returned from my recent mission and was about to come to find you. But then this big battle broke out here. Seeing so many ordinary people suffering, I came to help." Lin Tian said helplessly, "All right, you can continue to evacuate the civilians." Having said that, he bestowed a full set of buffs on Natasha and cast a close, fitting prayer of mending, shield. Recently, Lin Tian had improved prayer of mending, shield. It was no longer an oval-shaped shield but a close, fitting one resembling clothing. From the outside, one could only see that the person's skin was glistening with golden light. Then Lin Tian approached Hulk, cast the Dispel magic skill to remove the negative inhibitor effect on Hulk. Subsequently, he applied a beneficial buff to Hulk, and Hulk's condition was restored instantaneously. With a loud roar, he charged towards Abomination again. At this moment, the battle between Hulk and Abomination had reached a fever pitch. Lin Tian seized the opportune moment and cast the Fade skill, his body gradually disappearing from the spot. He stealthily moved behind Abomination, and in an instant, a 3-meter-long white, gold punishing sword condensed in his hand, which he fiercely slashed down at Abomination. Abomination had no time to react and was split in two from head to toe by this strike. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian cast Holy Fire, incinerating Abomination's corpse into ashes. After dealing with Abomination, Hulk's emotions were still in a state of extreme excitement. Seeing that Lin Tian had snatched his opponent, he, like an unwilling gorilla, pounded his chest with his hands. Then he actually swung his huge fist and smashed it towards Lin Tian, shouting, "Little guy, stealing my kill." Hulk is not happy. Lin Tian quickly cast mind control to subdue Hulk and shouted, "Hulk, calm down and retreat into Dr. Banner's body." Due to Hulk's immature mental state, which is equivalent to that of a child, he was easily controlled. Upon hearing Lin Tian's command, his body gradually shrank, transforming back into the appearance of Dr. Banner, who lay unconscious on the ground. Just then, General Ross rushed to the scene with a group of soldiers. When he saw the scene before him, his face turned extremely ugly. He walked straight up to Lin Tian and demanded, "Who are you? Why did you kill Abomination? Both Abomination and Hulk were the result of our military experiments. They should be dealt with by the military. Lin Tian smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, General Ross. So it was your military that created Hulk and Abomination. Then, shouldn't your military compensate for the damage to these blocks in New York? Moreover, your military is actually conducting human experiments. Is this what your military should do? That's none of your business. However, you need to give me an account now. Lin Tian said to the heir, Jarvis, send the video just now to the internet and TV. I'd like to see if the account General Ross wants is sufficient. Upon hearing this, General Ross's face instantly turned ashen. He said angrily, You're provoking the military. You'll pay for this. At this moment, Tony arrived beside Lin Tian in his Mark armor. Really? I also want to see what kind of price your military wants the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries to pay. Chapter 33. Quake. General Ross left with his soldiers, looking rather helpless. He knew clearly in his heart that in the face of Lin Tian and Tony, he was indeed powerless. After this farce came to an end, the internet erupted like a boiling pot, triggering a huge public opinion tempest. The public began to impeach General Ross one after another. Under this intense public opinion pressure, the military could only reluctantly remove General Ross from his post and also had to compensate for the damaged streets caused by the battle between the two giants. Banner woke up leisurely and immediately sought out Lin Tian, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Lin Tian, I'm truly, deeply grateful to you. Since Hulk appeared, you're the first person who could subdue him. Lin Tian smiled and waved his hand, then said earnestly, Banner, in fact, you and Hulk are one body with two souls. The reason why Hulk's intelligence is not high is that he has just come into contact with this world, and you've been suppressing him, not allowing him to come out, which results in his slow growth rate. In his concept, the more you suppress him, the more he desires to come out. Banner furrowed his brows and asked, So what should I do? Lin Tian pondered for a moment and offered his suggestion. The best way at present is for you to reach an agreement with Hulk and let him out for some fresh air when possible. During battles, you can also let him come out to help. In this way, even if your heart rate speeds up, Hulk won't suddenly burst out and disrupt your daily life. When technology advances in the future, we can attempt to create another body to separate the two of you. As for the issues regarding the soul, I'll figure out a way to solve them. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Banner nodded slightly and sank into thought. After a while, he raised his head, his eyes resolute. Lin Tian, your suggestion sounds quite good. I'll try to communicate with Hulk. At this moment, Lin Tian's tone shifted. He cordially invited, Banner and Betty, I invite you to join Stark Industries. Staying there, the military can't do anything to you. Moreover, with me around, there's no need to fear any accidents happening to the Hulk. Aren't you the Hell's Priest? I've often seen news about you recently. Shouldn't the invitation for us to join Stark Industries come from Mr. Stark? Just then, Tony walked over and patted Lin Tian on the shoulder. He is not only the Hell's Priest, but also the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. So his invitation also represents that of Stark Industries. Banner and Betty exchanged a glance, and a hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes. But after a moment of thought, they decided to accept Lin Tian's invitation. After all, under the current circumstances, Stark Industries was indeed their best choice. Thus, Banner and Betty followed Tony and got into Happy's car, which had just arrived, and left. As for Lin Tian, he took Natasha home for a vacation. This one-week vacation was a rare period of relaxation for Lin Tian and Natasha. They enjoyed their time alone together and temporarily forgot about the hustle and bustle of the outside world. A week later, Natasha received a mission and had to go out to execute it. One noon, when Lin Tian was about to go to the Hot Pot restaurant next door to have hot pot and had just stepped out, a van sped past him. But soon, the van reversed and stopped beside him. The car door swung open, revealing the head of a Chinese-American girl. The girl pointed at Lin Tian and stammered, Yo, yo, you. Lin Tian was amused by her appearance. Imitating her, he replied, I. What about me? The girl quickly got out of the car and stood in front of Lin Tian. A hint of admiration shone in her eyes as she said, Are you the Hell Priest? On hearing this, Lin Tian promptly denied it 3 times. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. But the girl was absolutely certain. There's no mistake. I saw when the 2 giants were fighting the other day that you flew out from here. And over there you were the Hell Priest wearing a cloak and a mask. Moreover, I hacked into the nearby surveillance cameras and saw the Hell Priest bringing a red-haired beauty back to this house. This morning I saw that beauty leave. And now you came out of this house. You must be the Hell Priest. Lin Tian looked at the Asian American beauty in front of him. And the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. Taking a closer look, he exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this Sky, the Quake?" So he probed, "Sky? Daisy Johnson?" When Sky heard this, she was immediately shocked. "How do you know my name?" Lin Tian secretly laughed in his heart. But on his face he maintained a serious expression and said, "Didn't you say I'm the Hell Priest? It's quite normal for a priest to have some divination and future predicting abilities, isn't it?" Sky listened, scratched her head, tilted her head, and with a pure yet naive expression, said, "Yeah, that seems to be the case." Sky's expression nearly made Lin Tian burst out laughing. He forced himself to hold back his amusement and asked, "Sky, what do you want from me?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Sky's eyes. She said, "I had nothing to do just now. I've just been looking for a job around here recently. But now I do have something. I want you to help me find my biological parents. I've searched for a long time, yet I've got no clues." Lin Tian knew well that although he was aware of the plot, at this stage, the Inhumans hadn't shown up yet. And he had no idea where Sky's parents were exactly. However, seeing Sky looking so expectantly, he decided to tell her what he knew. "Well, I'm about to go for a meal now. Would you like to come along? I'll tell you what I know while we're eating." At the mention of food, Sky nodded eagerly. She parked the car in front of Lin Tian's house and followed him with eager eyes. Lin Tian looked at Sky and thought she was probably only 16 or 17 years old, an age that was easy to deceive. "Come on, let's go to the neighboring place to have hot pot." Lin Tian led Sky to their usual seat in the neighboring hot pot restaurant. After the hot pot was served, Lin Tian asked, "Why do you want to find your biological parents? They abandoned you. You should live a good life for yourself." "I just want to ask them why they abandoned me. I just want to find an answer." As she finished speaking, she was on the verge of tears, looking wronged. Lin Tian picked up a chopstick of cooked beef and stuffed it into Sky's mouth. "Sky, I know something about your background. However, the two of them are no ordinary individuals. Should you come to know of these things, perhaps you could no longer lead an ordinary life. I've had my fill of this ordinary existence. Having grown up in an orphanage, I was adopted several times, yet failed to integrate into the new families and was thus sent back to the orphanage. Please just tell me." With that, she looked at Lin Tian, her big eyes fluttering. All right, I'll tell you. Your mother is Jia Ying, the leader of the Inhumans on Earth who currently resides in a certain valley in the Himalayas. They travel in and out with the help of an Inhuman possessing the power of spatial teleportation. Your father is Calvin, an ordinary person who was once a scientist. Later, due to certain reasons, he acquired superpowers, but his mind became deranged, making him prone to losing control. He should now be living in seclusion by the sea somewhere. However, it's not possible to locate them at present. They will appear in a few years. Chapter 34, Celestial, Father Level. Upon hearing this, a tinge of disappointment flashed across Sky's face, but she quickly rallied. "So, I'll be able to find them in a few years?" Lin Tian nodded. "Well, according to my premonition, that's the case. But don't set your hopes too high. Although they are your parents, after all, they abandoned you." "Yes, I know. I just want to understand why they abandoned me. I want to find them and ask what was going through their minds. By the way, what are Inhumans? My mother is an Inhuman, so do I also possess special abilities?" The Inhumans, a product of the Kree Empire, one of the three great empires of the universe, conducted human experiments on Earth long ago. Initially, the Inhumans possessed no superpowers. They required an object known as Terrigen crystals to acquire such abilities. Upon inhaling the vaporized Terrigen crystals, their genes awaken, undergoing a secondary evolution, thus transforming them into true Inhumans. After having a bite to eat, Lin Tian remarked, "You possess a unique ability within you, related to seismic waves. However, without the Terrigen crystals, your seismic powers remain dormant." Sky, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of regret on his face. "What a pity. I wish to become a superhero like you. By the way, what are your plans next?" "It will be several years before your parents appear. I'm not quite sure. As I'm still a minor, I can only take on odd jobs. Ever since leaving the orphanage, my only possessions are the items in that car." With that, Sky revealed a look of helplessness. Lin Tian gazed at Sky's forlorn expression, reminiscent of a pitiful little kitten, and felt a pang of compassion. After contemplating for a moment, he proposed, "How about this? You can stay with me for a while. In due course, I plan to establish a superhero organization in my name. For now, you can be a reserve member, since you lack superpowers. Additionally, I know where to find Terrigen crystals, and I will make arrangements to procure them for you." By the way, what did you do before? Skye's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Lin Tian. I am capable of doing laundry and cooking, and I have even taught myself hacking techniques. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, Oh? Then your skills must be quite remarkable. Skye smiled proudly. Of course. In the hacking community, I'm somewhat well known. Since that's the case, before you become an inhuman, you can work as a little housekeeper in my home. I'll pay you $3,000 per month. Is that okay? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Thank you, boss, for taking me in. After saying that, she folded her arms across her chest and looked at Lin Tian with fluttering eyes. Just like that, Skye settled down at Lin Tian's place. Every day, she conscientiously did the housework like a little maid, keeping Lin Tian's house in perfect order. And Skye also used her computer skills to create a special fan website for the Hell Priest on the internet for Lin Tian. When Lin Tian went out to fight crime, she followed along, took pictures, and posted them online for publicity. As a result, Lin Tian's faith value finally exceeded 1 million in the recent period. When the faith value broke through 1 million, Lin Tian suddenly felt a sense of oneness with the world. His soul seemed to be sublimated, and his perception instantly enveloped the entire United States. Just then, a yellow aperture suddenly emerged in Lin Tian's home. Lin Tian was startled. As expected, a bald-headed woman in a yellow monk's robe stepped out from the aperture. Skye stood there dumbfounded, her eyes full of shock and confusion. Lin Tian stood up somewhat nervously and said respectfully, Welcome, the esteemed Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. It seems you've always been aware of my existence, young traveler from another world. In fact, I detected your presence when you emerged several years ago. The Ancient One, with a serene gaze, looked steadily at Lin Tian. Then why didn't you come to expel me? Aren't you always safeguarding the earth and resisting the incursions of beings from other dimensions? Lin Tian slightly furrowed his brows, a hint of perplexity flashing through his eyes. A faint smile played on the Ancient One's lips as he slowly said, Aren't you an earthling? Even if your body and soul don't originate from this particular earth, they ultimately stem from the earth. Why should I expel you? Having said that, the Ancient One gently waved his hands, and in an instant, countless images of the earth appeared before Lin Tian. Subsequently, these images overlapped and merged towards the middle. The Ancient One explained, You should be aware of the multiverse. This world is incredibly wondrous. Some universes lack Mars, Jupiter, Mercury, and even the solar system and the Milky Way. But Earth is an existence common to every multiverse. Precisely because of this, the Earth connects various multiverses, attracting the coveting of numerous dimensional demons who aspire to take over the Earth. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and then asked, Aren't you afraid that your appearance will affect the predetermined future? The future? It's rather laughable. Ever since you showed up, the future has become blurred and unpredictable. For any person or event related to you, their future is unforeseeable. Take Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff, and this young and beautiful girl, for example. As the Ancient One spoke, he nodded amiably towards Skye as a greeting. Skye nodded back in a somewhat dazed manner, the astonishment still lingering on her face. Lin Tian cast a glance at the adorable Skye, then turned his gaze to the Ancient One, asking, Aren't you worried that my arrival might affect your retirement plan? The Ancient One was slightly taken aback, then promptly replied, Indeed, you seem to know quite a lot. As long as you don't alter Strange's fate before he heads to Kamar, Taj, that's fine. Moreover, before your arrival, the timeline was in utter disarray. Now, as your power grows stronger day by day, the branches of the timeline are gradually diminishing. It was only after you broke through to the Heavenly Father level today that I decided to come and take a look. As long as you don't endanger the entire Earth, you can act as you please. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and the tense nerves relaxed accordingly. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me at the New York Sanctum, 177, Bleecker Street. After saying this, the Ancient One waved his right hand, preparing to open a portal and leave. Just then, Lin Tian interrupted, saying, Wait a moment, Ancient One. Can I learn how to open portals and create the mirror dimension from you? These two skills will be of great help to me in the future. The Ancient One scrutinized Lin Tian for a while, as if trying to see through him. Although you follow the path of a mage, your power system is completely different from that of Kamar, Taj. However, portals and the mirror dimension are released through the sling ring. As long as you have enough energy, you can indeed attempt to learn. But whether you can master them, I'm not sure. Chapter 35. The Portal and the Mirror Dimension. With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One conjured a portal that radiated a mysterious yellow glow. On the other side of the portal stood an ancient and solemn library, exuding an age-old aura. "Follow me." The Ancient One signaled to Lin Tian with her eyes. Lin Tian turned, looked at Sky beside him, and softly comforted, "Don't worry. I'll be back soon." Sky nodded obediently, yet curiosity and worry were hard to hide in her eyes. Lin Tian stepped through the portal, which gradually vanished behind him. Meanwhile, back at home, Sky went to the spot where the portal had disappeared and fussed around. Upon entering the library, Lin Tian found it permeated with an ancient atmosphere. The bookshelves were filled with volumes, bearing the imprints of time. At this moment, an Asian-looking stout man appeared beside the Ancient One. The Ancient One introduced, "This is Wang. He will teach you the two spells of the portal and the mirror dimension." Although Wang was filled with curiosity about the Ancient One's arrangement, years of cultivation had instilled in him the habit of not asking unnecessary questions. He took the sling ring handed to him by the Ancient One and then passed it to Lin Tian. Subsequently, Wang began to teach Lin Tian the hand gestures of the teleportation magic and how to coordinate with his own energy. Just then, a sound from his system suddenly rang out. Ding! Wang is teaching the host the portal magic. Learning in progress. In the blink of an eye, the system sound rang again. Ding! Congratulations! The host has mastered the teleportation magic. Lin Tian looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't even done anything yet, and to his astonishment, learning magic spells was as effortless as acquiring skills, mastered in an instant. The mage Wang, seeing Lin Tian's dazed expression, was about to open his mouth to teach again. Lin Tian hastily waved his hand and said, "I've already learned it." He followed the method of releasing skills in the past, silently recited portal in his mind, and casually drew a circle in the air. A faintly glowing portal took shape in an instant. Seeing this, the mage Wang's face was filled with shock. His eyes wide open. "Are you certain you've never learned the portal before?" Even the Ancient One couldn't help showing an expression as if seeing a ghost, evidently startled by Lin Tian's learning speed. Lin Tian replied honestly, "No, this is the first time I've learned it." After speaking, he scratched the back of his head. Helplessly, the mage Wang could only start teaching another spell, the mirror dimension. Lin Tian focused his mind again, and the system prompt sounded in due course. Ding! The mage Wang is teaching the host the mirror dimension magic, learning in progress. Before long, ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the mirror dimension magic. Lin Tian now showed a hint of embarrassment. The mage Wang couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Have you learned it again?" Lin Tian nodded awkwardly. The Ancient One let out a long sigh and lamented, "If it weren't for the fact that your power system is different and you can't learn other Kamar Tosh spells, the next Sorcerer Supreme should truly be you." Wang, listening by the side, was secretly shocked. It was the first time the Ancient One had held someone in such high regard. Lin Tian hastily waved his hands in succession and declined, saying, "The Supreme Mage's duties are far too arduous. I've grown accustomed to freedom and simply can't endure such constraints." Upon hearing this, the Ancient One mage felt a twinge of helplessness. This lad is truly exasperating, she thought. She raised her hand and opened another portal, then unceremoniously kicked Lin Tian through it. On the other side was Lin Tian's residence. Sky was aimlessly pacing around the room when suddenly, a portal materialized before her eyes, and Lin Tian tumbled out in a sorry state, landing with a resounding face plant. At the sight of this, Sky couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Boss, what on earth happened to you?" Lin Tian got up, dusted himself off, and irritably tapped Sky on the head. "Stop laughing. Go cook right away." A few days later, Tony Stark unexpectedly showed up at Lin Tian's doorstep. When Lin Tian opened the door, Tony immediately caught sight of Sky inside the house. His lips curled into a smirk as he teased, "Oh ho, Lin Tian, you've actually kept a little sweetheart at home? Aren't you afraid Natasha will be jealous?" Lin Tian shot Tony a disdainful look. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm planning to establish an organization composed of superheroes to deal with various potential crises in the future. I've foreseen that more and more perils will befall the Earth." Tony arched an eyebrow. "Oh, befall the Earth? Aliens? Then what does this little girl have to do with it?" Lin Tian, having no other choice, had to inform Tony about the Inhumans, emphasizing particularly, "Once Sky awakens her Quake ability in the future and grows powerful, its might will be sufficient to destroy the Earth." Upon hearing this, both Tony and Sky wore expressions of shock. Sky, in particular, widened her eyes, scarcely able to believe that she possessed such terrifying potential. If the Inhumans have so many abilities as you claim, why do they huddle in such a tiny village? Who told you that the Inhumans are only in that village? Most of the Inhuman tribes migrated to the moon many years ago. It's just that with our current technology, we can't detect them. Then Lin Tian continued. And do you think the Inhumans are that powerful? On the other side of our world, there has always been a group of ancient mages safeguarding the Earth. Their main task is to resist incursions from the magical side in higher dimensions. Otherwise, why do you think I've always looked down upon SHIELD? They think they're protecting the Earth, but in fact, they're nothing. So, you're from the mystical side too? You can put it that way. I've just learned 2 new spells from there in the past 2 days. I'll show them to you when there's time. Who do you plan to invite to join this superhero organization? Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, currently, there's you, me, and Sky as a reserve member, Hulk, and Natasha. That's all for now, and more people will join later. Tony quipped, I can understand that Sky might awaken superpowers in the future, but what about Natasha? Is she an Inhuman too? Natasha isn't. Later, I'll help her acquire an ability that suits her very well. There's no rush for these things. It won't happen so soon. By the way, what did you come to see me for this time? Only then did Tony recall the purpose of his visit this time. I came here to invite you, in the name of the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, to accompany me to a press conference in Washington. Those military guys want to take away the Iron Man technology. Lin Tian pondered briefly and then nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I'll accompany you. Soon, Lin Tian used the art of gradual invisibility and levitation to fly to Washington with Tony. On the way, Tony exclaimed, these invisibility abilities of yours are truly practical. Flying during the day, there's no need to worry about being discovered at all. The naked eye can't see you. And even Jarvis scans show nothing. When you have time, let me study this invisibility ability. I want to incorporate it into my mark armor. Chapter 36. The hearing. After arriving at the destination, the two entered the Senate side by side. In the venue, the atmosphere was solemn, and the eyes of everyone were focused on them. As soon as the two sat down, Senator Stern couldn't wait to ask Stark, excuse me, Mr. Stark, do you possess special-made weapons? And who is the gentleman next to you? Why is he also sitting there? Lin Tian looked at this Senator Stern and suddenly thought that this senator seemed to be from Hydra. No wonder he was so eager. Presumably, he originally wanted to obtain the Iron Man suit through SHIELD, but didn't succeed. Stark responded unhurriedly and composedly. He is the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. I don't think there's any problem with him sitting here. Moreover, I don't consider the Iron Man suit to be in the category of weapons. It's more like a set of high-tech prosthetics that helps me move better, not for actively attacking others. However, Senator Stern was not convinced, but it has formidable offensive and defensive capabilities and is undoubtedly a weapon. We hope you can hand over the Iron Man suit to the American people so that it can play a greater role in the country's security. Stark's face darkened, and he firmly refused. That's impossible. The Iron Man suit is one with me. Handing over the suit is like selling myself. I won't give up control of it. At this time, the other senators invited Justin Hammer, a weapons contractor. Hammer, with a beaming smile on his face, stepped forward and said, although I'm not an expert in this area, as everyone knows, Mr. Stark's father, Howard Stark, was an important figure in the era of military industry. And Mr. Stark has now created a double-edged sword with infinite possibilities. Yet he insists it's a shield, asking everyone to hide behind it and trust him. But in the real world, with numerous threats, how can Mr. Stark alone ensure the safety of everyone? At this moment, Lin Tian jested, we're planning to form a Superboys group, with each member equipped with a steel prosthetic limb. Is 10 people enough in the initial stage? If not, we can have 100 or even 1,000. And as far as I know, Iron Man is combating crime and rescuing the people. But where are you, the government and the military? In Afghanistan? A burst of uproarious laughter ensued. Subsequently, the committee invited Colonel James Rhodes to speak. The colonel cleared his throat and said, according to the content in paragraph 4, page 57 of the report, since Iron Man is not within any explicit governing branch of the government, he does pose a potential threat to the nation and its interests. However, it cannot be denied that the benefits he brings far outweigh the drawbacks. Therefore, we propose incorporating Mr. Stark into the existing command system to better manage and harness this power. As he spoke, Rhodes was about to showcase the relevant video as required. Hammer seized the opportunity to flaunt the leading position of his company in weapon development beside him, saying, "Our Hammer Industries has always been dedicated to providing the country with the most advanced weaponry. In some aspects, we've even surpassed Mr. Stark's technology." Lin Tian was well versed in the plot here. He secretly gave an order to Jarvis. "Jarvis, play the subsequent footage of the experiment that they edited out." Jarvis responded promptly, and on the big screen, there emerged the display images of weapons that various countries claimed to be ready for use. However, without exception, they all ended in failure. Especially the demonstration by Justin Hammer's Hammer Industries was truly appalling. Seeing this, Stark taunted mercilessly. "Is this what you call the definition of being ready for use? It's simply abysmal. Perhaps in another 20 years, you might be worthy enough to discuss technology with me." Facing the covetous looks of the crowd towards the Iron Man suit, Stark took a firm stance and emphasized once more, "I am a manifestation of nuclear deterrence. I have successfully privatized world peace. The Iron Man suit is the fruit of my labor and an important safeguard for maintaining peace. I will never hand it over." Having said that, he got up and left the Senate with Lin Tian. After going out, in the face of the reporters' numerous cameras, Stark declared his position. "I serve only the people. I will serve the country according to my own will and protect everyone's safety. The Iron Man suit will always belong to me and will only reveal its power when justice demands it. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Our Stark Enterprises is planning to enter the clean energy sector. In the future, your electricity bills will be 1/10 of what they are now." Lin Tian watched all this quietly, thinking to himself that it seemed the Avengers' initiative needed to be expedited. Indeed, Lin Tian also intended to name their organization the Avengers, following in Nick Fury's footsteps in such a way that Nick Fury would have no path left. When Tony and Lin Tian returned to Stark's home in Washington and were about to fly back to New York in their armor, Lin Tian looked at Tony, who was about to take off, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Wait, what's wrong?" Lin Tian didn't answer, but just raised his right hand and started drawing a circle. Then a golden ring of light appeared and gradually expanded, soon reaching a size large enough for one person to pass through. "Good grief. Is this the portal you were talking about? I thought you were kidding me." After saying that, he peeked inside the portal. When he saw Sky on the other side of the portal, he was completely taken aback. This is just not scientific. It's as if a scientist's belief has been trampled upon repeatedly. Lin Tian, seeing Tony peering around curiously, was seized by a mischievous impulse and gave Tony a kick in the butt. Tony, just like Lin Tian did last time, took a tumble in his own home, landing face first. Then Lin Tian himself entered the portal. After the portal vanished, Lin Tian greeted Sky. "Good afternoon, Sky. Go and make a cup of Westlake Longjing tea for our Mr. Stark." "Yes, boss." Sky, seeing Stark on the verge of flying into a rage at Lin Tian, quickly scurried off to make the tea. Tony, too stunned to care, exclaimed, "So, what you told me before was all true? You mean I thought you were joking? Oh, my apologies. If all that is true, then your Superboy organization really should be established as soon as possible." Lin Tian shrugged. "That's right. I'll leave the establishment of the organization to you. I plan to help Natasha or Sky acquire powers as soon as possible in the near future." Upon hearing this, Tony became agitated. "Is there any power I can use? Your greatest strength lies in the wisdom in your brain. You're suited to follow the technological path. If you come into contact with Kamar, Taj in the future, you can give it a try. Perhaps you can combine magic with your armor." Lin Tian remembered that in a certain branch, Tony Stark became the Sorcerer Supreme, indicating that he should also possess the talent for practicing magic. Then Lin Tian continued, "However, your primary goal now is to enhance the portability of your armor. The current process of donning your armor is far too inconvenient. Do you have any suggestions regarding this? I've also been pondering this issue lately. In the short term, the armor could be crafted to be foldable, preferably to the size of a briefcase for easy carriage. Subsequently, you might attempt to seek out a Korean-American scientist named Helen Cho. She has a research project called the Cradle. Through her technology, you could transform the armor into portable items like bracelets or watch, like jewelry." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes immediately sparkled. He drained the green tea that Sky had brewed for him in one gulp and said, "This tea is quite nice." Then he flew off from Lin Tian's residence in his armor. Chapter 37 The Symbiote. A few days later, Natasha returned to Lin Tian's home. The moment she laid eyes on Sky, this battle-hardened female agent found it difficult to suppress the jealousy welling up inside her, and she was instantly consumed by jealousy. Lin Tian spent a great deal of effort to finally soothe Natasha. And when Natasha learned of Sky's life story, the attitudes of the two women underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Just moments ago, they were as antagonistic as love rivals. But now they were like inseparable bosom friends, huddled in a corner whispering to each other and stealing glances at Lin Tian from time to time. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The emotional fluctuations of women are truly unfathomable. Just then, a news item caught Lin Tian's attention. On the television screen, an interview with Carlton Drake, the CEO of the Life Foundation, was being broadcast. It was reported that the Life Foundation had brought back some space samples via spaceship from outer space. However, the spaceship crashed unexpectedly during landing. Fortunately, these samples had been successfully retrieved by the Foundation. When Lin Tian saw this news, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. In fact, some time ago, Lin Tian had learned that the Life Foundation existed in this world and that they had dispatched a spaceship to outer space. Since then, he had been waiting for this opportunity, which was the perfect chance to prepare superpowers for Natasha. Lin Tian watched Natasha and Sky chatting animatedly. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind, which could kill two birds with one stone. He walked up to the two of them and said, "The chance for you two to obtain superpowers has arrived." Before the two could ask questions, Lin Tian quickly dialed Nick Fury's phone number. "Hello, you know what? The end of the world is coming." Lin Tian feigned anxiety on the phone. Nick Fury, disregarding Lin Tian's impolite address at the moment, asked hurriedly, "What on earth is going on? How could the end of the world come all of a sudden? Do you know about the Life Foundation and its recent activities?" Lin Tian retorted, "Sure, they were conducting space experiments, and the spaceship crashed on its return journey. What does this have to do with the end of the world?" Nick Fury was puzzled. Lin Tian snorted coldly and said, "You're the director of SHIELD. For goodness sake. Do you know what they brought back from outer space? For alien creatures." "What? They actually brought back an alien creature. But even an alien creature shouldn't lead to the end of the world." Nick Fury was evidently startled by this news. Lin Tian explained unhurriedly. "What they brought back are symbiotes. Symbiotes must rely on hosts to survive. They strengthen the host's strength, speed, and self-healing ability through parasitism. But you should know that symbiotes can control the host's mind and can also spawn new individuals on their own, much like slimes. What's even more terrifying is that they can fully attach themselves to a human body without being detected, and humans are their food." The four symbiotes that came this time are led by Carnage. Their goal is to establish a firm foothold on Earth and then guide tens of thousands of their companions from the symbiote planet to Earth. By then, humans will become their prey. Damn it. Nick Fury couldn't help but curse. "I'll send people to investigate right now. If the situation is true. If the situation is true, what then?" Lin Tian interrupted him. "Even Natasha and Hawkeye, the most powerful agents in your SHIELD currently, would be of no avail if they went. They might even become hosts and be controlled. All right, you go and investigate first. Come and contact me after you've made it clear." With that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury felt slightly relieved after hearing Lin Tian's words. He thought to himself, judging from what Lin Tian said, he seems to have a way to solve this. Fortunately, he's got our backs. Otherwise, we'd have to call Carol back. But where exactly is Carol now, and how far is she from Earth? Natasha and Sky overheard the gist of the matter. Natasha couldn't help but ask, "Is this the very opportunity you mentioned, the one for us to acquire new abilities?" "It's your opportunity. Sky's opportunity lies with Nick Fury," Lin Tian explained. Natasha looked puzzled. "Didn't you say that symbiotes can control their hosts?" Sky nodded in agreement beside her. Lin Tian looked at Natasha with a somewhat strange look in his eyes and tapped her forehead. "Have you forgotten my skill divine spirit? Moreover, among these four symbiotes, there is one who is a traitor to the symbiote planet, similar to a traitor during China's anti-Japanese war." The two women nodded, half understanding. Early the next morning, Lin Tian was sound asleep, embracing Natasha. Suddenly, a series of urgent phone rings shattered the tranquility. Ring, ring. Natasha drowsily reached out to pick up the phone by the bedside and answered it. "Hello?" On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury heard Natasha's languid voice, and an indescribable strange feeling welled up in his heart, as if the delicate cabbage he had carefully nurtured had been trampled by a pig. Let Lin Tian answer the phone. Nick Fury tried his best to keep his tone calm. Only then did Natasha clearly see the note on the phone, "Marv Faker," and she realized that this was actually Lin Tian's phone, a call from Fury. Natasha handed the phone to Lin Tian. then lay back on Lin Tian's chest and continued to sleep. "Hello, Nick Fury, what's going on?" Lin Tian yawned as he took the phone. There's indeed something wrong with the Life Foundation. Although Nick Fury's tone sounded quite calm, Lin Tian on the other end of the phone could almost envision him tightly clenching his fists at this moment, with an audible creaking sound. Had their CEO, Drake, seemingly transformed into a completely different person, undergoing a drastic change in temperament? Lin Tian inquired urgently. "Precisely. Yesterday, I dispatched men for an investigation and found that the entire Life Foundation was pervaded with an air of peculiarity. After delving deeper, we discovered 3 symbiotes. Just as we were in pursuit of the 4th one, Drake made his appearance. The last image transmitted back by our agents depicted Drake morphing into a liquid-like monster that devoured our agent in one gulp." A tinge of anger and anxiety colored Nick Fury's voice. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow and remarked, "So what are your plans? Besides being vulnerable to sound waves, symbiotes essentially have no other weaknesses." Nick Fury's eyes twitched slightly. He knew Lin Tian all too well. Since Lin Tian had brought up this matter on his own initiative, he surely had already formulated his own plans. "State your terms. You must have had everything planned out since you informed me about this," Nick Fury said helplessly. "Hee. You indeed know me well." Lin Tian let out a soft chuckle. "I have 2 conditions. First, Natasha should withdraw from SHIELD. But like me, she can be nominally an advisor under you. In case you encounter problems beyond your capabilities in the future, you can still seek our assistance. I'm currently intending to establish a superhero organization together with Tony." Upon hearing this condition, Nick Fury felt a pang in his heart. Natasha was the ace agent of SHIELD, after all. Yet, suppressing the reluctance in his heart, he inquired, "I can agree to this. However, I wish to know what the difference is between being a nominal consultant and continuing to serve in SHIELD. Could you tell me the reason? Of course, I don't want Natasha to be constantly on the go, carrying out those trivial missions. Moreover, I must remind you that your SHIELD is actually Hydra, infiltrated," Lin Tian stated bluntly. "Hydra, infiltrated SHIELD? What does this mean? How do you know?" Nick Fury's tone instantly grew solemn. "There are some things I can't disclose too much. Just consider that I have an ability similar to prophecy. In any case, there are already problems within SHIELD, and they are quite significant," Lin Tian said. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Nick Fury couldn't help but shudder inwardly. In fact, he had long had a faint feeling that there might be someone within SHIELD who could bypass him and carry out some unrecorded missions. Now, hearing Lin Tian's words, he increasingly suspected that there might be a large number of Hydra moles in SHIELD. Lin Tian continued, "The second condition is that after this matter is over, I need to borrow an item housed by your SHIELD, the obelisk with the code, name 084. How do you know about the obelisk?" "Prophecy again. We've never been able to figure out the function of the obelisk. What on earth is its use?" Nick Fury asked in shock. "The obelisk is a crucial item for the Inhumans to awaken their abilities. Only the Inhumans can come into contact with the obelisk without problems. For ordinary people, touching it means certain death," Lin Tian explained. "Inhumans? The SHIELD indeed has records of this race. Well, I agree to both of these conditions. I hope you can solve the symbiote problem as soon as possible, otherwise the Earth will be in danger." Nick Fury said helplessly. "All right, we'll set off shortly." Chapter 38 Venom. That night, Lin Tian made preparations and intended to take Natasha to the Life Foundation together. But just as they were about to depart, Sky came over full of anticipation, clamoring to go and broaden her horizons. Lin Tian originally didn't plan to take Sky, but seeing Sky's pitiful look, like an abandoned puppy, looking at him eagerly, Lin Tian's heart softened. Thinking that with his true word spell, shield, it should be more than enough to protect Sky and Natasha. Eventually, Lin Tian couldn't resist Sky and had to reluctantly agree. So, Lin Tian, with Natasha and Sky on either side, unfolded his body and flew toward San Francisco, the location of the Life Foundation's headquarters. A portal can only be opened if one has been there before or has the spatial coordinates. So the first time they had to fly there. When they arrived outside the headquarters of the Life Foundation, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from the shadows. It was Hawkeye Barton. Seeing this, Natasha couldn't help but frown slightly and asked in confusion, "Barton, what are you doing here?" Barton replied with an embarrassed look, "Fury asked me to follow and carry out the mission with you." Lin Tian slightly narrowed his eyes, activated his perception ability, and instantly detected that 3 symbiotes and Carlton Drake, the host of Riot, were gathering in one place. At this moment, without the slightest hesitation, he promptly cast a full set of buffs on himself, Natasha, and Sky, and then unleashed the power word, Shield. The light was gentle yet resilient, enveloping the 3 of them. As for Hawkeye, Lin Tian wasn't familiar with him. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, Lin Tian always had a hunch that Hawkeye's arrival this time seemed to harbor some ulterior motives. Although it was already deep into the night, as an important institution, the Life Foundation should have security guards on patrol. However, at this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Not a single security guard was in sight, let alone any other figures. Hawkeye also sensed something amiss. With his brows tightly knitted and a look of deep confusion on his face, he said, "Strange. I've been keeping an eye on this Life Foundation since last night, and I haven't seen anyone come out of it. Where have all the people gone?" Lin Tian looked at Hawkeye with a suspicious expression, and then snorted, saying, "Didn't Nick Fury tell you that the symbiote's food is humans? Weren't the agents you sent yesterday swallowed by the monster transformed from Carlton Drake?" Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's face alternated between white and red, and he was so embarrassed that he couldn't utter a word. Since that was the case, Lin Tian didn't delay any longer and strode straight towards the direction where the 4 symbiotes were located. The others followed closely behind, and their footsteps sounded particularly distinct in the quiet night. Soon, they arrived at a laboratory. Inside the laboratory, there were 3 huge containers, each holding a black symbiote, a yellow symbiote, and a blue symbiote respectively. In front of the containers lay 3 unconscious humans, their faces as pale as paper, devoid of any vitality. Just then, Drake slowly approached the symbiotes. A strange smile played on his face as he said, "These 3 individuals are the hosts prepared for you. After you parasitize them, we'll find a way to return to space and then use our abilities to inform our clansmen to come to Earth. This planet, abundant with food, will soon become our symbiotes' pasture." As he spoke, the 3 symbiotes, as if summoned, squirmed restlessly in the container. Seeing this, Hawkeye didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly took out his weapon, the bow, knocked an arrow, and shot towards Drake. Lin Tian, watching Hawkeye's actions, was filled with suspicions. He thought to himself, that Nick Fury is really paranoid, believing no one. Hawkeye probably wants to take this opportunity to test the symbiote strength. Sure enough, the first arrow Hawkeye shot couldn't even scratch the layer of gray skin on Drake formed by Riot. Seeing this, Drake let out a cold and eerie laugh. In an instant, several pairs of tentacles extended from his body and stabbed towards Hawkeye like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Hawkeye's hands and feet were pierced, and his whole body was lifted high. Drake didn't seem satisfied. The tentacles then stabbed towards Hawkeye's head. At the critical moment, Lin Tian took action. He instantly casted the power word, Shield, on Hawkeye. That layer of shield appeared in time, blocking the fatal blow aimed at Hawkeye's head. Subsequently, Lin Tian conjured the Sword of Chastisement. The sword glowed with a sacred light. With a flick of his wrist, the Sword of Chastisement flashed like a bolt of lightning, cutting off all the tentacles that extended from Drake's body one by one. Finally, Lin Tian let out a loud shout and unleashed the holy fire. In an instant, a tornado ablaze with raging flames emerged out of thin air, tightly encircling Drake. Under the searing of the flames, the riot enveloping Drake gradually evaporated like moisture. Eventually, Drake was reduced to ashes. After dealing with Drake, Lin Tian turned his gaze towards Hawkeye. There, on Hawkeye's chest, a tiny camera was flickering with a faint red light. Lin Tian's lips curled slightly as he jested. "Nick, you're really suspicious. Afraid that I'd deceive you in this matter?" Nick Fury's voice came through the camera. "I'm just taking an extra precaution." Lin Tian snorted softly. "Fine. Anyway, your S-H-I-E-L-D is just like that. You really don't need to guard against me like this. If I were truly planning to act against you, even if you were to call Carol back right now with your beeper, she might not be a match for me." Nick Fury on the other end was stunned into silence. Having said that, he raised his hand and cast a healing spell. A gentle beam of light landed on Hawkeye, instantly curing his injuries. Subsequently, Lin Tian approached the black symbiote, Venom. He stared at Venom and said slowly, "I know everything about you, Venom. I know you've been ostracized by your kind, and that you want to return to outer space and call your kin to Earth. But I'm also aware of your weaknesses, fire and sound waves. At this moment, Venom, not yet attached to a host and unable to speak, began to tremble rapidly within the container after hearing Lin Tian's words, as if it had been greatly stimulated. Lin Tian paused for a moment and then continued. I know you are different from those others. You can become a comrade on our side, standing with the Earth. If you agree, spin around. If you don't, like this. Before he could finish, Lin Tian casually released 2 streams of divine flames. The flames, carrying immense power, instantly reduced the yellow and blue symbiotes to ashes. Venom, upon seeing this, trembled in fear. Subsequently, it started spinning rapidly, as if wishing it had a few more legs to express its eagerness. Lin Tian, seeing this, nodded with satisfaction. Then he pulled Natasha over and said, "This is your host." After that, he raised his hand and opened the container of venom. Natasha, upon seeing this, felt a bit nervous and unconsciously clenched her hands. Lin Tian sensed her unease and tightly grasped her hand. The moment venom came into contact with Natasha, it flowed like a liquid and slowly merged into Natasha's body. Chapter 39. Natasha's Black Widow form in an instant, thick, inky black substance gushed out, tightly coiling around Natasha's body, like a form-fitting combat suit adhering to her skin. In the blink of an eye, it remolded her, making her look brand new. Lin Tian's eyes widened suddenly, and he stared intently, too astonished to close his mouth. After merging with venom, Natasha exuded an air of mystery and danger. At first glance, she resembled a dark version Spider-Man, but her fierce and sharp style was even more intense than that of Spider-Man. Perhaps the code name Black Widow inherently carries a fatal and mysterious aura, rendering her at this moment even more exuding a unique charm. One has to admit that the black and red battle suit, as if meticulously carved, perfectly delineates Natasha's graceful and supple body curves, exuding a cold and enchanting allure. Just then, a hideous little head slowly emerged from Natasha's shoulder, emitting a rough and ear-piercing cackle. Gagaga, this host physique is incredibly powerful. Before its laughter faded, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to deliver a fierce slap. Venom was left dazed by this unexpected blow, its head swaying several times as it stared at Lin Tian in bewilderment, evidently not expecting to be attacked. Lin Tian's expression was solemn, and his tone was icy as he enunciated each word. From this moment on, she is your master. Henceforth, you must obey her every command. Do you understand? Also, change your voice immediately. I know that you Venoms have no gender distinctions, but I don't want to hear a male voice coming from my girlfriend's mouth. Upon hearing this, Venom was quite reluctant. Its tentacles wriggled as if it wanted to retort. Lin Tian was quick-witted and instantly cast a dispelling spell. A flash of light passed, and Venom was forced to separate from Natasha's body, reverting to that sticky black liquid, squirming restlessly on the ground. It was extremely anxious, eager to return to Natasha's body. Just as it was about to take action, Lin Tian raised his hand to stop it. In Lin Tian's palm, the sacred flame blazed fiercely, exuding a searing heat. He coldly uttered a warning. If I detect even a trace of disrespect from you towards Natasha, I'll send you to join those in the riot, so you can be reunited. Do you understand? Venom shuddered all over in fear. Its previously menacing demeanor vanished in an instant, and it nodded repeatedly, obediently complying. Seeing this, Lin Tian allowed it to reintegrate into Natasha's body. Only then did Natasha come to her senses and softly ask, "Lin, is this the ability you prepared for me?" Lin Tian's lips curved upwards, revealing a gentle smile as he nodded in response. Yes. Venom's abilities are quite formidable. Besides being able to manipulate sonic weapons and endure powerful flame attacks, you are now nearly invulnerable to weapons. As for the specific attack methods, you'll have to explore them gradually on your own. Venom has diverse means, so you two should get better acquainted. By the way, where's the chocolate you brought? Sky, who had been standing aside, mostly silent, promptly stepped forward at this moment. Clutching a small bag in her hand, she rushed over to Natasha, looking at her cool outfit with envy all over her face and saying, "Here's your chocolate. Your outfit is simply envy-inducing." As soon as Natasha took the chocolate, before she could do anything, Venom, like a glutton who had been starved for ages, swiftly swallowed the chocolate. Then, imitating Natasha's voice, it mumbled, "If I had known there was food, I would have agreed readily." Beholding this scene, everyone wore an expression of helplessness. Who could have anticipated that the death threat which had been so imposing moments ago, held no sway in the face of a piece of chocolate. Lin Tian turned his gaze towards Venom and admonished, "As long as you behave yourself and follow Natasha, you'll have an ample supply of chocolate. However, you must bear in mind that under no circumstances are you to consume humans." At the mention of chocolate, Venom's eyes sparkled. Nodding eagerly, it exclaimed aloud, "No problem." Subsequently, Lin Tian learned from Venom that 4 symbiotes had their substantial samples extracted, and those samples were currently scattered in various corners of this building. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian had no intention of clearing these samples one by one. They escorted 3 hapless fellows out of the Life Foundation headquarters and casually discarded them by the roadside. Lin Tian's eyes fell upon the camera on Hawkeye's chest. After a brief pause for thought, he decided to issue a warning to Nick Fury. Taking a deep breath, his aura suddenly surged. Then, a sacred flame gushed forth from his palm, instantly transforming into a gigantic fiery tornado that enclosed the entire Life Foundation building, including its underground part, tightly. The flames raged and roasted, causing the building's walls and steel frames to gradually distort and melt under the intense heat. In merely half a minute, where the building had once stood, there remained only a pool of seething, boiling magma. Everyone witnessed this awe-inspiring scene and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Venom, in particular, was so frightened that it shrank its head back into Natasha's body with a whoosh sound, too scared to show itself again. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury stared intently at the camera footage. Upon witnessing this terrifying scene, his arm involuntarily trembled slightly. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and, with a slightly quivering hand, dialed Coulson's phone number. "Coulson, retrieve item 084 from the containment chamber and then deliver it to Lin Tian," he said. When everything had settled, Lin Tian turned to Hawkeye and asked, "We're about to return to New York. What about you? Where do you intend to go?" "I have to return to SHIELD headquarters in Washington to report my work to Fury," Hawkeye replied truthfully. Lin Tian nodded slightly, then gracefully waved his right hand in the air. Instantly, a faintly glowing portal opened. On the other side of the portal was none other than Fury's office. The coordinates were deliberately left by Lin Tian during his last attendance at the Washington hearing. With Lin Tian's current life level approaching that of a sub-Heavenly Father, it was but a trifling matter to perceive and cover an entire city. Unfortunately, he had just broken through not long ago and hadn't fully mastered the teleportation skill. Otherwise, leaving coordinates in various cities would have made traveling much more convenient in the future. Hawkeye, observing the familiar scene on the other side of the portal, stepped in. Seeing that he passed through smoothly, Lin Tian raised his hand and closed the portal, leaving Hawkeye and Fury in the office, looking at each other in bewilderment. Subsequently, Lin Tian, accompanied by Natasha and Sky, returned to his home in New York's Chinatown. While they were conversing, a sharp alarm suddenly rang from Sky's computer. It turned out that she had been using hacking techniques to monitor the New York police system. Whenever a serious criminal incident occurred, the computer would issue a warning. The 3 of them hastened to the computer. A video popped up on the screen. In front of the Osborn building, Spider-Man, clad in red and blue form-fitting attire, was engaged in a fierce battle with a huge green lizard. Lin Tian watched Spider-Man nimbly swinging and vigorously fighting on the screen, then turned to look at Natasha. A bright idea struck him, and he said, "Natasha, your Venom should be able to imitate Spider-Man's ability to shoot Spider-Silk." As he spoke, he pointed at the scene on the screen where Spider-Man was using the silk to shuttle through the skyscrapers. Upon hearing this, Natasha's eyes instantly sparkled. She responded excitedly, "Perfect, I've been eager to test out this new ability." Lin Tian gazed at the radiant glow in Natasha's eyes. For a moment, it was as if he saw a little girl's eyes brimming with joy and anticipation when she set her eyes on her beloved toy. Natasha briskly walked outside, aimed at the opposite high-rise building, and controlled Venom to extend a thin tentacle that precisely adhered to the outer wall of the building. Subsequently, she began to contract the tentacle, preparing to swing over. But who could have expected? Boom! There was a dull, thunderous sound. Natasha crashed heavily into the outer wall of the building, her body flattening like a squashed pancake and sticking to the wall in a spread eagle position. Lin Tian, upon seeing this, was filled with anxiety. In an instant, he transformed into a stream of light, flew to Natasha's side, and carefully pulled her out of the wall. Then, he raised his hand and applied a set of buffs to her. However, He didn't cast the prayer of mending, S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, after Natasha merged with Venom, her defensive power has become quite remarkable. Moreover, the black, red battle suit she wore was not easily detectable under the cover of night. If she were to use the true word spell, S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be too conspicuous and likely to expose her. With the boost of the buff state, Natasha gradually regained her sense, became more proficient in controlling Venom's abilities, and her movements became increasingly smooth and natural. Meanwhile, relying on his all-round perception of New York, Lin Tian opened another portal. The moment he stepped out of the portal, he saw Norman Osborn standing in the laboratory, picking up an experimental sample in his hand. It was the incomplete lizard serum. As the years went by, the long, inherited curse of the Osborn family pressed down on Norman more and more heavily, and the fire of his life seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Helplessly, he decided to take a risk and inject this serum. In his view, even turning into a lizard was better than losing his life. However, at the critical moment when he brought the syringe close to his arm and was about to inject it, a portal suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. A handsome Chinese-American youth stepped out of the portal with steady steps. Lin Tian looked at Norman with a calm gaze and earnestly advised, "Mr. Osborn, I sincerely suggest that you don't do this. The curse of your family cannot be eradicated by this serum. Injecting it rashly may lead to unforeseeable consequences." Chapter 40. 10 of Osborn's shares. Norman Osborn stared intently at the youth emerging from the portal and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you Lin Tian, the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries?" "You know me?" Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. "I saw you at the hearing in Washington last time," Norman explained. Lin Tian secretly sensed Norman Osborn's good, evil value. Fortunately, Norman, who hadn't turned into the Green Goblin at this moment, still had a positive good, evil value. If his good, evil value had been extremely low, Lin Tian wouldn't have bothered to save him. "I'm deeply honored to be remembered by you. However, I'm here to meet you in another capacity, the Hell Priest," Lin Tian said. Upon hearing this, Norman Osborn's eyes widened in shock. "So you're the Hell Priest? Who would have thought that the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries and the Hell Priest are the same person?" After the shock, Norman then asked, "What's your purpose for seeking me out? And how do you know about my physical condition?" Lin Tian was straightforward. "I can cure the curse of your Osborn family. Of course, I also have my own motives. After all, I'm not a philanthropist." "Can you really cure it?" Norman was skeptical. "Yes, since I'm a priest. It's normal to have some prophetic abilities." Without waiting for Norman's response, Lin Tian continued, "I've prophesied that if I don't stop you today, after you get the potion and go home, you'll inject it. This potion will combine with the curse in your body and give birth to an evil personality within you. After that, you'll live in seclusion, and your son, Harry Osborn, will have no choice but to take over Oscorp. But the other shareholders will take the opportunity to strip Harry of his power and gradually kick him out of the board of directors." Norman's heart sank. After careful consideration, if what Lin Tian said was true, Harry's situation was likely to turn out that way. By the time you become aware of this situation, the evil persona within you will don the Green Goblin armor, pilot a glider, and proceed to massacre those board members. Norman shuddered involuntarily as he envisioned that dreadful scene. Lin Tian walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, pointed at the scene below where Spider-Man and Black Widow were besieging the lizard, and motioned for Norman to look. "Do you know who that kid in the red and blue bodysuit is? Peter Parker, Harry's only friend. Eventually, you'll be killed by this superhero. What will your son do when he finds out that Peter is the one who killed his father?" At this moment, the battle downstairs was drawing to a close. The lizard, severely wounded, fled in a sorry state. Spider-Man and Black Widow, repulsed by the filth of the sewer, hesitated for a moment, allowing the lizard to escape through the sewer. Norman clenched his fists tightly and then slowly relaxed them. Looking at Lin Tian, he said, "You coming to me means I have other options, right? Tell me, what do you want?" Lin Tian looked at Osborn with a resolute gaze. "I want 10 of the shares of Osborn Corporation, just as Stark gave me. Additionally, Osborn Corporation should form an offensive-defensive alliance with Stark Industries. However, this alliance has nothing to do with American politics and military affairs. It mainly focuses on extraterrestrial civilizations and those crises that threaten all of humanity. Although it may sound rather grandiose and unrealistic, the world will only become more dangerous in the future. Of course, it's still too early to talk about this. At present, Stark and I are planning to establish a superhero organization. By then, you and Stark just need to help with its operation." Norman pondered. If what Lin Tian said was true and he could cure the curse on my family, then what I would lose was merely some money. Moreover, as long as I could continue to live, this sum of money could be earned back in a year or even just a few months. Having thought of this, Norman no longer hesitated and said, I accept your terms. However, you must cure my illness first. No problem. After saying this, Lin Tian cast the cleaning technique on Norman Osborn. This skill could eliminate negative states on the target, such as poisoning and curses. Since he obtained it, he had never used it, and today it finally came in handy. A glistening white light instantly enveloped Norman, and wisps of black chi drifted out from his body, finally condensing into a phantom that roared at Lin Tian. Damn human, you've ruined my plan. Once this man's son also dies, I will be able to descend to Earth in my true form. I've been planning this for 500 years. I, Sit Horn, the god of the underworld, will not let you go. Lin Tian looked at the phantom of Sit Horn, the god of the underworld, and taunted, Is that so? How about I call the Ancient One Mage right now to have a chat with you? Do you dare to descend in your true form? After saying this, without waiting for Sithorn's response, Lin Tian directly condensed a pure white sword of punishment and struck at the phantom with one blow. What kind of power is this? How could it affect my power? Before Sithorn could finish his words, the phantom disappeared without a trace. Norman Osborn suddenly felt extremely relaxed and said, So it was he who cursed our Osborn family. In the family records, one of our ancestors once borrowed Sithorn's power for certain matters. From that time on, no one in the Osborn family has lived beyond the age of 40. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was stunned. Not live past 40? How old are you then? I'm only 39. Sorry. As he spoke, Lin Tian cast another healing spell on Osborn, restoring the vitality he had overdrawn over the years due to the curse. The wrinkles on Norman's face gradually disappeared, and his once slightly bent spine straightened. Gazing at his reflection in the glass, the tycoon couldn't help but shed a tear at the corner of his eye. Looking at the revitalized Osborn, Lin Tian exclaimed with emotion, Unexpectedly, after you're cured, you look even younger than Tony. Norman felt a bit embarrassed. When will you be free? Could you also treat my son, Harry? I don't want him to experience the suffering I've endured. Sure, when you're free, bring him to my place. I live in Chinatown. After saying this, Lin Tian created a portal and returned home. Norman Osborn stared at the disappearing portal and sat on the stool, remaining in a daze for a long time. When Lin Tian arrived home, Natasha had just returned as well. The moment she saw Lin Tian, she rushed towards him and hugged him tightly. Lin, it was so exhilarating. In all my years as an agent, I've never felt this thrilled. From now on, my hero code name will be Black Widow. It matches my battle suit perfectly. At this moment, Sky also came over, looking at Lin Tian eagerly. When will I be able to awaken my superpowers? I also want to be a superhero like Natasha. Lin Tian reached out and ruffled Sky's hair into a mess, saying, It depends on Fury's speed. I surmise that the thing capable of rousing your awakening shall arrive tomorrow morning. Alas, must we wait until tomorrow? If not tomorrow, then when? It's already the middle of the night. Who on earth would be working overtime at this ungodly hour? Coincidentally, the kind-hearted Coulson is working overtime at this moment. He is driving towards New York overnight with the containment object 084. Chapter 41. Sky's awakening. Early the next morning, Coulson arrived downstairs at Lin Tian's residence. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Before the bell could ring a second time, the door was flung open with a swish. There stood Sky, sporting a pair of panda-like eyes. Coulson smiled politely and said, Good day, madam. I'm looking for Lin Tian. Are you sent by the Black Egghead? Sky inquired. Coulson's lips twitched slightly. Although inwardly he was rather helpless about the appellation Black Egghead, he still nodded. Upon hearing this, Sky, as if possessed, turned and dashed towards the second floor. Arriving at the door of Lin Tian's master bedroom, she burst in without even knocking. Seeing Lin Tian and Natasha sleeping in each other's embrace, she felt no embarrassment. She reached out to pull Lin Tian, attempting to drag him out. Lin Tian was roused from his slumber by her sudden act. He flicked Sky on the head with his finger and said, Are you out of your mind? A young lady like you, so impetuous. What a sight. The Black Egghead is here. No, the person sent by the Black Egghead is here, Sky said, pointing downstairs. So what if he's here? Is there any need to be in such a rush? Lin Tian was rather speechless, watching Sky with her eyes red from grievance. On the verge of tears, Lin Tian felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. Hastily, he put on his clothes and followed Sky downstairs. The moment Lin Tian saw Coulson, he immediately went up enthusiastically and gave him a hug, saying, "Long time no see, Coulson." Indeed, the two hadn't met since the vampire incident. "Long time no see, Lin Tian. This is the containment object 084 that the director asked me to bring to you. Are you certain you know how to use this thing?" Coulson inquired. Lin Tian nodded. "I'd like to record a video when you use this item. Is that okay?" Coulson asked again. "All right. There's actually not much to film. But since you want to, then go ahead. It'll save you the trouble of explaining to the Black-Eyed Peas when you get back," Lin Tian said. After Coulson entered the room and closed the door, Lin Tian looked at Sky, who was extremely anxious, and sighed helplessly. He casually picked up a few slices of bread from the kitchen and then opened a portal. Lin Tian said to Coulson and Sky, "Please. On the other side is an uninhabited island I discovered when I passed by before. When Inhumans awaken their abilities, there will be a brief loss of control. If the awakening happens at home, I'm afraid our home will be demolished." The portal was truly amazing to Coulson, who was using it for the first time. One second they were in Lin Tian's New York home, and the next, by checking the phone's location, they found themselves on the mountaintop of an island off the west coast of the United States. This portal is truly miraculous. Coulson couldn't help but exclaim. Sky was quite accustomed to such situations. Her eyes were intently fixed on the box in Lin Tian's hand, which contained the 084 containment object, and she was impatiently urging Lin Tian to take out the item. Lin Tian blocked Sky's hand that reached out to snatch the thing and asked with a serious expression, "Are you certain that you are ready to become an Inhuman?" "Of course. I've been looking forward to this for ages. Give me the box quickly," Sky replied eagerly. All right. Here you go. But don't open it now. Go to the beach over there to awaken on your own," Lin Tian said. "Why can't I do it here? I have to run that far?" Sky muttered softly. Lin Tian tapped her forehead and explained, "You're an Inhuman, but we too aren't. If we were to come into contact with the Terrigen crystals released by the obelisk, we'd be doomed. I'd probably be okay, but Coulson would be in danger." Lin Tian stated this with full confidence. Coulson, who was standing, rolled his eyes inwardly upon hearing this. "So it means I'm too weak, huh? Thanks a lot, you two." Sky then strode briskly towards the beach with her long legs. When she reached a place far enough away from Lin Tian and Coulson, she opened the box. Inside the box stood an entirely pitch black obelisk. Moments later, numerous gray mists were released from the obelisk, quickly enveloping Sky. A few seconds later, Sky's feet began to petrify, and she felt a bit flustered. At this moment, Lin Tian's voice came from afar. "Don't be afraid. Petrification is part of the awakening process. You'll succeed in awakening in a few hours." Coulson was already holding a camera, ready to record this process. Lin Tian looked at him and said, "This process will last for several hours. Are you sure you'll keep holding the camera with your hands? It really is quite a long time, haha." Coulson smiled awkwardly. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly, opened a portal, and stepped in. Soon, he started carrying out tables, chairs, a barbecue grill, and various ingredients from the portal. At this time, Natasha also woke up and followed Lin Tian to the island. Coulson looked at their setup and said, "You're planning to have a barbecue? Isn't this a bit disrespectful to the matter of awakening?" Lin Tian sneered and said, "Once she touches the Terrigen mist, it determines whether Sky can succeed in awakening. If it were an ordinary human, they would have died long ago. Since Sky has already succeeded, what else do we need to worry about? Besides, you came so early that we haven't even had breakfast yet. It just so happens that we can have a picnic here and solve both breakfast and lunch together." Coulson nodded. After setting up the camera stand, he also came over to Lin Tian and the others to enjoy this rare vacation time. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. Lin Tian and Natasha set up a parasol and lounge chairs on the beach far away from Sky, leisurely enjoying the sea breeze, feeling extremely cozy. Suddenly, there was a commotion over at Sky's place. Stones began to peel off slowly from above Sky's head. Invisible ripples emanated from her body, spreading out in all directions. The entire island started to tremble, with the earth shaking and the mountains quaking. Lin Tian somehow took out a loudspeaker and shouted towards Sky in the distance, "Sky, control your power. If this goes on, you'll sink this island." Upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, Sky gradually began to attempt to rein in her power. The shock waves gradually diminished and were finally drawn back into Sky's body. Phew! The four people present simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that Sky was about to run towards them, Lin Tian immediately stretched out his hand, signaling her to stop, then pointed at the box containing the obelisk. Sky instantly understood, ran over to close the box, and then excitedly rushed towards Lin Tian. Leaping onto him and embracing him tightly, Lin Tian, I'm so thrilled. I've finally awakened my power. I can be a superhero just like Natasha, Sky exclaimed with excitement. Lin Tian patted Sky's bottom, motioning for her to get down, and said, while it's still not dark, quickly go and adapt to your new power. I don't want you to accidentally demolish my home when we return. Natasha looked at Lin Tian, then at Sky in the distance who had already started practicing her new power, lost in thought. Just then, Coulson, the third wheel, walked over. Lin Tian, I think it's time for me to go back and report, Coulson said. All right, Lin Tian replied, then opened a portal for Coulson. On the other side of the portal was still Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury, as he did last time, stared at them with his one eye and said, Lin Tian, could you not open the portal in my office next time? No problem, old patch. Next time, I'll open the portal either in your home or in Hill's room. Or. Lin Tian's words were cut short as Natasha gave his waist a 180-degree twist. Natasha said in a gloomy voice, so, apart from us, you also have designs on Hill. No, other than you two? You two? Cough, cough. I just admire Hill. Having you two is enough. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, and his speech became halting. You rascal. I was just testing you, and it turns out you have feelings for Sky too. Humph. Natasha feigned anger and said, Sky, over there, was straining her ears to listen to the conversation, and her face flushed all the way to the roots of her ears. Nick Fury watched Lin Tian and Natasha flirting. Although he didn't really want to interrupt, he still said, next time, you'd better open the portal in my office. Other places aren't quite as welcoming. Before Nick Fury could finish, Lin Tian directly closed the portal. Chapter 42, furiously slapping Stark's rear head in the evening. The two beautiful ladies dragged Lin Tian along and started giving Sky a nickname. Natasha, with a serious expression, spoke first. I think Quake Girl is quite suitable. Upon hearing this, Sky quickly retorted, No. Tremor Girl sounds more in line with the characteristics of my abilities. Lin Tian scratched his head, thought for a while, and said, In my opinion, Shockwave Girl is the most exciting name. Sky was extremely conflicted, vacillating among the three nicknames and unable to make up her mind. Who would have thought that in the end, the three of them actually played rock, paper, scissors to decide? Hey, it was really a coincidence. Lin Tian won. And thus the title Shockwave Girl was firmly bestowed upon Sky according to the original historical trajectory. Lin Tian couldn't help but grumble inwardly that the naming skills of foreigners were truly unimpressive. Having settled on their nicknames, Natasha and Sky, the two girls were beside themselves with excitement, brimming with eagerness to set out and combat crime. Lin Tian promptly halted them, saying, When going out to fight crime in the future, it would be advisable to use the name Avengers Alliance. Tony and Norman have already made contact and are preparing to promote the Avengers Alliance. Just as he was speaking, Lin Tian's phone suddenly rang. It was Pepper Potts calling. On the other end of the line, Pepper's voice was fraught with anxiety. Lin, I finally managed to get through to you. I've been trying to call you all day, but couldn't get through. Pepper, don't panic. Take your time. What exactly happened? I might have been on an island with no signal during the day, Lin Tian consoled. Lin, Stark has gone mad. These past few days, I felt that his state isn't right. He transferred the CEO position of Stark Industries to me. Now, he's throwing a party at home. He just had a fight with Rhodey while wearing their armors, and Rhodey drove away with his armor. Pepper spoke at a rapid pace, her words full of concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian understood in his heart. Presumably, Stark, unable to solve the problem of palladium poisoning, had started making arrangements for his affairs. But he also felt strange, thinking, why didn't Stark think of coming to me when he had a problem? Could there have been some change in the timeline? Well, he thought, it's better to go and take a look first. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Tian quickly comforted Pepper. Pepper, don't worry. I more or less know Stark's situation. I can handle it. It's nothing too serious. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the weight on Pepper's heart finally lifted. Then, Lin, please come over quickly. Very well. Since Rhodes has left, let the others disperse too. I'll arrive shortly. After saying this, without waiting for Pepper's response, Lin Tian hung up the phone, stepped out of the balcony, cast the levitation spell, and flew towards Stark's villa in New York. When Lin Tian reached the villa, he happened to see a large group of beauties in revealing attire filing out of the main gate. He flew into the villa, and Pepper immediately came up to greet him. Pepper, where is Stark? Lin Tian asked. Pepper pointed to the stage in the center of the hall. There Stark was, sitting dejectedly on the edge of the stage in his armor, gulping down liquor one mouthful after another. Looking at Stark in such a state, Lin Tian's anger welled up. as if he were looking at his own good, for nothing son. He walked up, raised his hand, and slapped Stark on the back of the head. Stark turned around with a puzzled look on his face, looking at Lin Tian. Lin Tian said irritably, "Have you seen Norman Osborn today?" "Yes, I have. But what does that have to do with you hitting me?" Stark mumbled with bleary eyes. "You've seen him, yet you don't know that I can even cure Norman's genetic disease? Do you think I can't cure your palladium poisoning?" Lin Tian questioned. "Even if the current palladium poisoning is cured, won't I still get poisoned again when I wear the Iron Man armor in the future?" Stark said with a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped Stark on the back of the head again, after it's cured. "Can't you take the reactor out of your body and install it on the armor? Didn't I tell you before that finding a skilled surgeon can solve this problem?" Before Stark could open his mouth, Lin Tian followed with another slap. "Even if you're being peculiar and don't want to remove the reactor from your body, couldn't you find a new element to replace palladium?" Seeing Lin Tian about to strike again, Stark quickly raised his hand to block and said, "I've searched for a long time, but couldn't find a new element to substitute." Noticing Stark's hand blocking, Lin Tian grabbed his hand with his left hand and slapped the back of Stark's head with his right hand. "Couldn't you have asked me? Don't you know that I, the Hell Priest, can prophesy? Your father, Howard Stark, had long left a way out for your disappointing son, yet you're so unpromising." "What did you say? My father had already found a new element? Then why didn't I know?" Stark asked in surprise. "The technological conditions back then weren't good enough for your father to realize it, but he did discover a new element, which is in the architectural model of Stark Industrial Park that he left for you," Lin Tian explained. Upon hearing this, Stark immediately shook off his previous dejection and shouted, "Jarvis, scan the Industrial Park model in my office." Jarvis' voice came, "Yes, Mr. Stark. By the way, I think Mr. Lin is quite right. You're just too stubborn." Stark was so frustrated. He had just been lectured by Lin Tian as if he were a child, and now even his own AI was teasing him. He could only shout at Jarvis, "Jarvis, if you tease me again, I'll reset you." Jarvis didn't respond, and the model was slowly projected in the center of the living room. Stark looked at the model and said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, remove the pedestrians and vehicles, and then remove the greenery." "Yes, Mr. Stark." In the blink of an eye, a complete new element appeared in front of Stark. Only then did he confirm that his father had indeed left him a new element. Stark looked at Lin Tian and said, "Lin Tian, I need a larger laboratory. Can you help me expand the laboratory? Have you figured it out? No longer decadent? Go and comfort Pepper first. She's been most worried about you." After Lin Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and cast the cleaning spell and the healing spell, which restored Tony's physical condition considerably. Tony walked up to Pepper and said with a look of guilt, "I'm sorry, Pepper. I made you worry. I found a solution. Don't worry anymore." Pepper looked at Tony, whose complexion had obviously improved, and said, "As long as you're okay. I've been worried sick these past few days, and you didn't tell me the reason." After comforting Pepper, Lin Tian followed Tony to the basement. In an instant, a 10-meter long sword of punishment appeared in Lin Tian's hand. He brandished the sword, and it was as easy as cutting tofu, expanding the walls around the laboratory tenfold. "Hey, Lin, this skill of yours is perfect for engineering work. It's done in just a few strokes. I don't know how long it would have taken me to do it myself," Tony said with a smile. All right. Hurry up and start researching. You can find robots to do the cleaning work. I'm leaving now. Remember to inform me when you complete the new element." After Lin Tian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Chapter 43, Spider-Man joins the Avengers. A week later, on the balcony of Lin Tian's house, Tony Stark made a cool entrance, piloting the latest Mark V. Lin Tian, looking at the brand new arc reactor on Tony's chest, asked curiously, "Is this the new element reactor?" "Exactly," Tony replied with a face full of pride. "The output power of the new element reactor is 3 times that of the palladium-based reactor. From now on, there's no need to replace the palladium ring so frequently. It can operate normally for several years without any problem. The energy issue is completely resolved. So, can our clean energy promotion plan start to be implemented?" Lin Tian immediately became interested. "Yes, I'll announce the clean energy plan in a month. We'll start with a pilot in New York, replacing all the electricity in the entire city. Aren't you worried about cutting off other sources of income? Won't those Middle Eastern oil capitalists come after you? What's there to be afraid of?" Hardly had the words left his mouth when the armor on Tony's body peeled off piece by piece, began to fold automatically, and finally compressed into a portable suitcase. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows and scolded with a smile, "So, you came here today just to show off? Is this the Mark V? Haha. I didn't come here to show off. Tony was in an excellent mood, getting rid of the sickly look from a few days ago. I came today to tell you that Norman Osborn and I have bought the building between Stark Tower and Oscorp Tower. From now on, that will be the headquarters of our Avengers Tower. You two tycoons are really wealthy and powerful. Don't forget, what supports me is the top-notch capital of the United States. However, the building still needs to be decorated for a while. It is estimated that it will be completed in about a month. Tony said, his face full of pride. Okay, you're amazing. By the way, I remember you're going to participate in a racing competition in Monaco soon? When the palladium element problem hadn't been solved, I intended to go racing to indulge myself. Now that there's a new element, I won't go. Tony responded resolutely. All right, but you have to keep an eye on a guy named Ivan Vanko. His father, Anton Vanko, used to develop the arc reactor with your father. Now his father is presumably dead of illness, and Ivan Vanko will come to take revenge on you. He thinks his father's death was caused by your father driving him out of the United States back then. Tony was a bit surprised. Ivan Vanko? I'll keep an eye on him, but I've already replaced it with a new element reactor. The palladium element reactor is long outdated, and his father must have done something wrong to be expelled from the United States. It can't be for no reason. As long as you know what's going on in your heart. Well, the matter is settled, and it's time for me to leave. Pepper manages Stark Industries alone. She's too tired, and I have to go back to reward her. With that, the suitcase instantly unfolded and began to dress Tony. A few seconds later, Tony, piloting the Mark V, roared away from Lin Tion's house. Lin Tion entered the room and saw Natasha and Sky sitting at the dining table having a meal. Their eyes turned towards Lin Tion in unison. Their expressions clearly showed that they had something to say. Lin Tion asked in puzzlement, "Why are you both looking at me like this? What's up?" Natasha and Sky said in unison, "We want to invite Spider-Man to join the Avengers." Spider-Man? Natasha then explained, "Yes. In the past few days when we were on missions, we often encountered Spider-Man and solved quite a few things together. Yesterday, we even dealt with the lizard, who had escaped a few days ago. This Spider-Man, apart from being a bit talkative, is quite reliable in other aspects. All right, you can go and invite him then." Tony had just told me that the building between Stark Tower and Osborn Tower will be the headquarters of our Avengers Alliance from now on. Hearing this, Natasha and Sky couldn't help but sigh that Tony and Osborn were really rich and willful. However, the two women didn't pursue this topic, but still looked at Lin Tion eagerly, as if they wanted to say something but held back. As soon as Lin Tion saw this situation, he instantly understood. Do you not know where to find Spider-Man or who he really is? The two women nodded vigorously at the same time. Lin Tion slapped his forehead and said to Jarvis in his phone, "Jarvis, help me check if there is a teenager named Peter Parker in Midtown High School in New York. He has an uncle named Ben Parker or a relative named Aunt May." Jarvis quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Lin. There is indeed a high school student in Midtown High School who fits your description, named Peter Parker." After listening to Jarvis' report, Lin Tion put on his coat, drove the off-road vehicle he got from Tony some time ago and modified with the arc reactor, and took the two women straight to Midtown High School. When they arrived at the school gate of Midtown High School, it happened to be the school's dismissal time. It didn't take long before Lin Tion saw a familiar figure walking out of the school gate. Hey, wasn't it Peter Parker, the Spider-Man played by Tobey Maguire? Hey, Peter Parker. Peter looked around and saw a handsome Asian man waving at him from an SUV across the way. At that moment, the rear window slowly rolled down, revealing the face of an Asian girl. Peter recognized her immediately. She was Quake, who had often fought side by side with him recently. Since Sky didn't have a battle suit, she always fought with her face exposed. Peter rushed over and asked in confusion, "Quake? What do you want with me?" Hearing Peter call her Quake, Sky was more certain that the person in front of her was Spider-Man. She then said, "Get in the car and we'll talk." After Peter got in the car, Sky pointed at Natasha and introduced, "This is Black Widow, and the one driving is the Hell Priest." Peter looked at Lin Tion with eyes full of enthusiasm. "You're the Hell Priest? That's great. Could you give me an autograph? I'm a huge fan of yours." Lin Tion felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "We'll talk about the autograph later. We came to you today to invite you to join the Avengers." "Who are the members of your Avengers?" Lin Tion counted on his fingers as he introduced, "There are 3 of us here, and there's also the Hulk, Iron Man Tony Stark, and the father of your good friend Harry Osborn, Norman Osborn. However, Norman Osborn is mainly in charge of managing the Avengers and doesn't participate in battles." "What? Mr. Stark and Uncle Norman are also members of the Avengers?" Peter was shocked. Then he added, "But I'm sorry, I can't join you. Sky asked curiously, why can't you join? I have to take on several jobs every day. Over the years, it has been Uncle Ben and Aunt May who have supported me and financed my education. I need to earn more money to ease their financial burden. Seeing that Sky was about to speak, Lin Tian promptly interrupted, a monthly salary of 10,000. Your daily tasks will be similar to what you're doing now. Sky and Natasha looked astonished, and the glances they cast at Lin Tian seemed to convey, with such meager pay, can one really hire Spider-Man? Unexpectedly, Peter immediately agreed. No problem, boss. Thank you so much, boss. His obsequious manner was quite evident. Hey, he agreed way too quickly. Noticing the disdain on Natasha and Sky's faces, Peter hastily explained, the reason I take on multiple jobs is to make money. The salary the boss offers is more than what I could earn from 10 jobs. So why not join? Chapter 44, The First Assembly of the Avengers in a Flash. Several months passed. The Avengers successfully moved into Avengers Tower. Some of Tony and Banner's experimental projects were also relocated here, thanks to Tony's early discovery of a new element. The new energy plan of Stark Industries was advanced to be fully implemented in New York. At present, the electricity bills of New York citizens have dropped to 1/10 of the original amount, and the stock price of Stark Industries has soared. Our Spider-Man, Peter, now receiving a salary from the Avengers, no longer has to scurry around for a living as before and can wholeheartedly combat crime. A week ago, Lin Tian, Norman, and Stark all received an invitation from Justin Hammer, inviting them to the Hammer Industries Expo, which is today. At the scene of the Hanmo Industrial Expo, Lin Tian, accompanied by Natasha and Sky, met Pepper and Banner, the young couple, at the entrance. Lin Tian inquired, Pepper, where's Tony? Pepper wore a helpless look and replied, Tony said he wanted to give Hanmo a surprise. I just hope it won't turn into a fright. Is everyone here? If so, let's go in. Lin Tian remarked as he glanced at the entrance of the expo. Just then, Sky interjected, Peter hasn't arrived yet. I just contacted him, and he said he's almost here. As she spoke, Peter's voice came from afar. Coming. Sorry, everyone. The traffic was terrible on the way. Peter was seen approaching from afar with a beautiful girl. This girl was none other than Mary Jane. A few months ago, when Peter was fighting crime, he accidentally saved the goddess he had long been secretly in love with. As a result, his mask was damaged and his identity was discovered by Mary Jane. Moreover, with Peter now having a decent monthly salary and less living pressure, he became bolder and took the initiative to pursue Mary Jane. And now, the two were together. When Peter and the others reached them, they all entered the Hanmo Industrial Expo together. Inside the exhibition, Lin Tian and the others encountered Norman Osborn. Norman asked Lin Tian, Lin, what's going to happen today? Since the establishment of the Avengers, this is the first time you've summoned all of us. The exhibition hall was too noisy. Lin Tian took out a Bluetooth device for internal communication within the Avengers, pointed at it, and several people took out theirs and put them on. Lin Tian remarked in the communication channel, according to my predictions, Han Mo is set to collaborate with a fellow named Ivan Vanko to create uncontrollable armored suits. Do not underestimate this Ivan. Much like Tony, he is capable of crafting an arc reactor with his own hands. He continued, that fool Han Mo still believes Ivan will work for him. In reality, Ivan is merely using Han Mo to produce these armored suits with one objective in mind, to target Tony. Therefore, if Han Mo showcases an uncontrollable armored suit shortly, everyone must be prepared for battle, as the conflict is likely to erupt the moment Tony arrives. Meanwhile, at the center of the exhibition stage, Justin Hammer, resembling a jester, pranced onto the platform, performing a tap dance. Hammer seized the microphone and bellowed, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hammer Industries Expo. Today, I am thrilled to present our latest achievement, the land, sea, and air unmanned drones. They are undoubtedly a groundbreaking invention that surpasses Iron Man. No sooner had he spoken than numerous drones, representing the Navy, Army, and Air Force, began to ascend behind him. He approached one of the armored drones, caressing it before boasting, Behold, this is our masterpiece. In future battles, they shall reign supreme. Observing the drones reminiscent of his memories, along with the arc reactors emblazoned on each drone's chest, Lin Tian could not help but voice his thoughts in the team channel. Seeing this, I am increasingly convinced that my premonitions are on the verge of coming true. Everyone, get ready. Shortly, prioritize destroying the arc reactor on the chest of the drone. Ivan has likely installed self-destruct devices on it. At this moment, Ivan Vanko is observing the scene through the perspective of the Iron Drone. searching everywhere for the figure of Tony Stark. Then, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes, wearing the Iron Man suit that Tony gave to him in the military, walks over and stands aside. Hammer approaches Rhodes and proudly introduces, "Let me especially introduce to you all. This is the Iron Patriot piloted by our Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. With him, we won't need Iron Man anymore in the future." Lin Tian can't bear to watch this any longer. He stands up and says to Rhodes, "Hey Hammer, isn't the Mark II suit that Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes is wearing the one Tony gave him? Since when did it become yours, Hammer?" Hearing this, Hammer still wants to quibble. "We've added a lot of weapon systems to the Iron Patriot." Lin Tian immediately teases, "So, if I put on your father's clothes and fasten your father's belt, can I be your father and even whip you with the belt?" The people in the audience burst into laughter upon hearing this. Just then, Tony, flying in on the Mark VI from afar, lands on the stage with an extremely handsome, heroic pose. The whole audience immediately erupts into cheers for Iron Man. At this time, Tony also joins the team channel and says, "Guys, I just received a call from a guy named Ivan Vanko. He said he has taken control of all the drones in the venue and is about to come and kill me." As soon as Tony finished speaking, Rhodey's Iron Patriot and all the other drones instantaneously extended their weapons, aligning to aim directly at Tony. With an anxious expression, Rhodey exclaimed, "Tony, I can't control myself." Before Rhodey could finish, Lin Tian hastily advised Tony, "Tony, take care of those in the air first. We'll handle the rest, and then come to your aid." "Got it." Tony responded affirmatively, leading Rhodey and the flying iron drones as they broke through the roof and soared into the distance. Meanwhile, within the exhibition hall, the remaining iron drones began to ruthlessly unleash their assault on the people inside. Observing this, Lin Tian immediately bestowed a powerful set of buffs upon all the Avengers, while also casting a protective spell, shield, over Norman, Pepper, Jane, and Betty. Upon seeing Jane secured, Peter swiftly shot out 2 strands of webbing, ensnaring 2 iron drones. With a vigorous tug, the drones collided, shattering into fragments. Banner was not idle either. He transformed into the Hulk and charged at the iron drones, delivering powerful punches that obliterated them. After months of practice, Banner had mastered the seamless transition between his own self and the Hulk. He remained as Banner in his daily life, but transformed into the Hulk whenever battle commenced. Sky unleashed a shockwave towards the front, instantly scattering the approaching iron drones. Meanwhile, Natasha was enveloped in symbiote, and 6 sharp spider legs sprouted from her back, piercing through the arc reactors of the iron drones in her path. Lin Tian directed a sacred flame towards the most densely clustered steel drones, instantly conjuring a fiery tornado that drew the surrounding drones into its powerful vortex. Subsequently, he materialized a cannon the size of an automobile and unleashed it upon the fiery vortex, swiftly obliterating the multitude of steel drones in that vicinity. However, the remaining drones surged toward the crowd, and Lin Tian, unable to utilize his previous devastating techniques, resorted to firing precision strikes with his punishing finger gun, targeting the arc reactors nestled within the drone's cores, shooting them one by one. At this moment, Justin Hanmo, terrified, cowered behind the mecha operators, shouting, "What is happening? Technicians, hurry and check." Lin Tian, observing Hanmo's distress, retorted, "Check what? It's evident you've been duped by Ivan Vank. He is the one with the highest authority. You are merely his subordinate, foolishly assisting him in counting money." Thanks to the Avengers' unwavering defense, the guests in the hall had largely evacuated the exhibition area. Nonetheless, a few unfortunate souls lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Lin Tian hurriedly employed healing magic on those fallen individuals and urged them to evacuate swiftly. As the steel drones faced imminent annihilation, Hanmo screamed in terror, "No, this cannot be. My hard work. Stop the assault." The last steel drone crashed down with a bang. Lin Tian promptly informed Tony via the team channel, "Stark, you can bring back the batch of drones in the air." Just then, Jarvis's voice sounded in the channel. Suddenly, 100 Air Force drones have emerged in the southeast direction, led by a strange aircraft whose weapons are 2 energy whips. "It seems Ivan Vanko is here. Tony, do you need me to deal with him?" Tony's arrogant voice came from the team channel, "No need. I'll handle Ivan. This is a feud between the Starks and the Vankos, and I have to solve it myself. You guys deal with those behind me. I'm going to bring them back to the hall. Oh, and go easy on Rhodey." From Tony's words, a hint of resentment and banter towards Rhodey could be detected. Tony flew into the exhibition hall, swooshing over everyone's heads. Peter, with quick eyes and agile hands, shot out Spider, Silk, and pulled down 2 armors. Subsequently, Natasha, leveraging the power of Venom, extended 2 long tentacles and yanked down 2 more drones. The remaining 6 drones were sent reeling by a shockwave from Sky and crashed one after another. Hulk was really excited, hitting the drones one by one like playing Whack-A-Mole. He got more and more excited, almost smashing Rhodey's Iron Patriot to pieces. Fortunately, Peter reacted swiftly and yanked Rhodey with Spider, Silk. Otherwise, Rhodey might have lost his life. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated within the Patriot. Colonel Rhodes, I have restored your control over the armor as per Mr. Stark's instructions and rectified the vulnerabilities exploited by Ivan Vanko. You may continue to utilize the Iron Patriot. Rhodes muttered, so you all left a backdoor in my armor? I nearly met my demise at the hands of that green behemoth. Is there no one to offer me a word of solace? In the instant Tony soared over the crowd, Lin Tian unleashed his levitation technique with utmost fervor. Charging towards Ivan, Tony, mistakenly believing Lin Tian intended to usurp his prey, shouted, Hey, Lin Tian, leave Ivan to me. All right, I understand. When did you become so chatty? I'm merely going to assist you in clearing the minions. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Tian accelerated, darting to stand before Ivan in the blink of an eye. Ivan trembled in fear, convinced his end was nigh. To his astonishment, Lin Tian bypassed him entirely, racing towards the iron drones in the rear. In that moment, Lin Tian transformed his combat style, conjuring a 4-meter-long sword of retribution, held at his side, and surged toward the swarm of drones with remarkable speed. He finally grasped why the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj favored close combat over ranged spells. The visceral thrill of direct confrontation far surpassed that of distant attacks. Like peeling an apple, Lin Tian circled the drone horde with rapidity, his orbit tightening. In less than half a minute, he obliterated every last drone. What a delightful experience. After traversing the Marvel Universe for so long, he finally savored the exhilarating sensation of a true massacre. In Lin Tian's heart, there was an indescribable sense of elation. Over here, both Tony and Ivan were so astonished that they completely forgot about the fight between them. Ivan was severely intimidated by Lin Tian's combat prowess, while Tony said with a discontented expression, Hey, Lin, is this your true strength? Judging by this situation, is my armor as vulnerable as these drones in front of you? If I had known this earlier, why did we bother coming here? You alone could have handled it. Is it so strange that I can deal with these small fries? If I can handle everything, then what's the point of having you guys? What if a more formidable enemy shows up in the future and I can't handle it? Are you just going to wait to meet your maker? It seemed quite reasonable. Well, never mind all that. It was time for him to start his battle. Tony shook his head and said. At this moment, Rhodey, who had regained control of the Iron Patriot, also arrived at the battlefield. Tony, count me in. I want to give Ivan a good beating. I'm fed up with the feeling of being controlled by him. Tony put away his battle stance and said, No problem, Rhodey. You can start this battle. Thanks, Tony. Watch me blast him with my ex-wife. With that, the missile launchers on the Patriot's shoulders opened, and a missile flew out with great momentum. The missile instantly hit Whiplash's armor, and a clear metallic clashing sound resounded throughout the area with a clang. Then, astonishingly, the missile didn't explode and was directly deflected, falling to the ground. The flames on the missile were extinguished by a puddle of water on the ground. Tony took a glance and asked, Made by Hammer? The scene was once extremely awkward. Rhodey said helplessly, That's right. Ivan on the opposite side had already come to his senses, activated 2 energy whips, and lashed out at Tony and Rhodey. The two quickly dodged. Tony launched a bunch of miniature missiles, but they were all blocked by Ivan's armor. Rhodey, on the other hand, extended his hands and the machine guns on his back and started firing frantically. As a result, not only did it not cause any damage, but the barrel of the Patriot machine gun was also whipped and broken into 2 pieces. Helplessly, the two could only circle around Ivan and engage in a guerrilla fight. Yet they couldn't inflict effective damage on him. At this moment, Ivan's 2 whips wrapped around the 2 of them and started to output energy through the whips to cut through their armors. It seemed that they were about to be overwhelmed. Tony, not wanting Lin Tian to intervene, could only say to Rhodey through the team channel, Rhodey, fire together. Subsequently, the two simultaneously released their palm repulsors at full power. The palm repulsors from 2 directions met on Ivan, and finally, a violent collision occurred. Bang! With a loud noise, Ivan's armor was finally blown up. However, Ivan wasn't dead yet. He said through gritted teeth, Tony Stark, you've lost. I've detonated all the drones. Enjoy the fireworks show I prepared for you. Haha. Half a minute passed. Ivan, Tony. Rhodey. Lin Tian cleared his throat and said, Ahem, sorry. Just now, when fighting those iron drones, we and the Avengers would always destroy the reactors of the drones at the end. So, I'm afraid you won't be able to see your fireworks show. Ivan, utterly exhausted, stared at Tony with a heart full of regret and departed from this world. When Lin Tian and the others returned to the Hammer Industries exhibition hall, they happened to see Justin Hammer being escorted into a police car by the New York police. Tony walked over and jested, Haha, Hammer. You said you were going to defeat Iron Man, create a new milestone, and dominate the battlefield? You'd better just go to prison and dream. For there everything can be found. This was all Ivan's doing. I have nothing to do with it. Hammer, who had just been stuffed into the police car, stuck his head out and shouted. Tell that to the judge, Tony said, and then he extended his hands towards Hammer, making a universally recognized gesture. Seeing everyone gather gradually, Lin Tian smiled and said, Today, the first team, building of the Avengers ended perfectly. Let's go to the hot pot restaurant next to my house. Let's go. We love Chinese hot pot. But could you not make it too spicy? Tony said. That's not possible. A non-spicy hot pot has no soul. Oh my god. However, we can have a double flavor hot pot. One side spicy and the other side non-spicy. Ding. The system prompts that the hidden achievement, the Avengers' first gathering, has been completed. The host is rewarded with the activation of the team mode. The adoration and faith obtained by the entire Avengers will be converted into the host's faith value. The system hadn't appeared for a long time. Since the protagonist had reached the level of Heavenly Father, the system would weaken its presence and reduce its appearance frequency. After graduating from the novice period, there was no need to go back and fight small monsters. In the future, the system would only appear at certain important junctures. Chapter 46. The Hammer is coming the next day, in the director's office of the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. In Washington, the atmosphere was oppressively stifling. Last night, the astonishing performance of the Avengers at the Hanmo Industrial Expo had triggered a rush of reports from global media, and related news had spread to every corner of the world in an instant. Nick Fury violently threw the documents in his hand onto the table and cursed, Damn it. What on earth is this Lin Tian up to? It's bad enough that he poached Natasha, but he even stole my painstakingly prepared Avengers initiative without even bothering to change the name. Agent Coulson, standing opposite him, slightly furrowed his brows and cautiously reminded, Director, it seems that the Avengers Alliance was founded several months ago. When did you start preparing your plan? A complex look flashed across Fury's one-eyed gaze. He hesitated for a moment and said, It seems to be around the same time. Maybe they were even earlier. Coulson looked awkward, glanced at Fury, and said with a forced smile, Calculated this way, it seems that you copied Lin Tian and the others. Look, in this plan, Tony, Banner, Natasha, and Lin Tian were already members of the Avengers Alliance long ago. As he spoke, Coulson stretched out his finger and pointed at the documents on Fury's table, which listed the profiles of Tony, Banner, Natasha, Lin Tian, and Hawkeye. First, Fury glanced at the file, then shifted his gaze to Coulson. His eyes seemed to be questioning. Whose side are you on exactly? Just as Fury was about to flare up, the phone on the office desk rang abruptly. Fury quickly picked up the phone and said in a deep voice, This is Nick Fury. An urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Director, just now, we found a hammer that fell from the sky in New Mexico. We've tried all kinds of methods, using cars, cranes, but no one can lift this hammer. Understood. Fury replied concisely and then hung up the phone. Fury's single eye turned towards Coulson and he gave an order resolutely. Coulson, you and Hawkeye lead a team of agents there. Meet up with the people there and investigate the specific situation carefully. Yes, Director. After receiving the order, Coulson turned around and left the director's office in quick steps. Half a day later, in New York's Chinatown, in front of Lin Tian's house, Nick Fury, a one-eyed black-skinned man, rang the doorbell. It was Skye who opened the door. She sized Fury up and down. Fury put on a smile he thought was amiable and said, Hello, little girl. Is Lin Tian at home? Yes, come in. Skye said as she turned her head and shouted into the house, Lin Tian, a one-eyed black-skinned man is looking for you. After that, she rushed back to the computer and was soon immersed in the game again. Defeat. A voice came from the computer speakers. I lost again. Skye stamped her feet in anger. Skye is playing the Avengers IP game that Lin Tian designed and Tony's team developed recently. Lin Tian has incorporated all the superheroes and villains encountered so far into the game. He distributes dividends to the heroes, while the villains, either dead or captured, don't need to receive any. Since its open beta 2 months ago, the game has soared to become the most popular MOBA game at present. Seeing Sky's disgruntled look, Nick Fury is completely at a loss. Black Egghead, what brings you to me today? Lin Tian put down the newspaper in his hand, picked up his coffee, and leisurely looked at Nick Fury. Nick Fury, with a solemn expression, handed Lin Tian a document and said, "I would like to invite you to join my Avengers initiative." Hearing this, Lin Tian sprayed out a mouthful of coffee directly, which landed right on Fury's face. "Sorry, I didn't catch that clearly. Could you repeat it?" Lin Tian said as he picked up a tissue to wipe. Nick Fury, helplessly, picked up a tissue to wipe his face and repeated, "I said, I want to invite you to join my Avengers initiative. Is it a plan regarding the superhero team? Up? So, how many members does this plan have currently?" Lin Tian asked curiously. Nick Fury's expression turned a bit awkward. He slightly lowered his head and said, "At present, there's only Barton. However, apart from Spider-Man, everyone else in your Avengers is on my invitation list." Lin Tian stared at Nick Fury with a look as if he was looking at a fool and retorted, "Are you serious?" Nick Fury nodded resolutely. "These people are under my command, and the name of the Avengers Alliance is also mine. Moreover, I have the backing of 2 major capital forces, Stark and Osborn. I lack neither people nor money. Do I have nothing better to do than find myself a superior who can order me around? Why should I? Just because you have a dark complexion? Or because you don't bathe?" Nick Fury was suddenly stunned. After careful consideration, what Lin Tian said seemed to make sense. After a moment of thought, Nick Fury tried to persuade Lin Tian from another perspective. "Join our SHIELD. Get a formal establishment. And then you can handle things with legitimate justifications. Come on, your SHIELD belongs to the United Nations Security Council. Strictly speaking, it doesn't even have law enforcement power within the territory of the United States. Don't you still have to borrow the names of the FBI or CIA when you handle affairs? Where do you get the confidence that we would join?" Lin Tian refuted unmercifully. Nick Fury still wanted to argue, leaving aside the facts. More than half of your SHIELD members are from Hydra. I reminded you last time. You can't have had no reaction at all, right? Do you think we would join an organization that even you, the director, can't control? Lin Tian forcefully interrupted Nick Fury. "All right, it seems I really shouldn't have invited you. How about this? Let Hawkeye and the others join your Avengers Alliance. I've got some clues about Hydra, but it's a matter of great importance, and currently I don't have full confidence to completely eliminate them." A glint of wisdom flickered in Nick Fury's single eye. Lin Tian felt that he had been tricked. He said with a mixture of amusement and annoyance, "Good heavens. I wondered why you were spouting all those strange things before. So this is what you were leading up to. Hawkeye can join. Who else do you plan to include?" Nick Fury said methodically, "Coulson and Maria Hill. One is in charge of field operations, the other of internal affairs. And there's also Brock Rumlow." Lin Tian shook his head and firmly refused. "Coulson and Hill are fine. But Brock Rumlow won't do. Doesn't he have a nickname, Crossbones?" "Yes, he does. But why is he unacceptable?" Nick Fury asked, looking puzzled. "He's a Hydra agent. Do you think I'd want to invite trouble for myself? Don't ask me how I know. Just say I have the gift of prophecy. Although I'd welcome Hill's help. For now, let her and Coulson continue working under you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be left with no one to use later." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Nick Fury felt a heavy weight in his heart. He thought to himself, are there so few reliable people in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper echelons? It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. has been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. Lin Tian, seeing Fury lost in thought, dropped another bombshell. "Let me tell you something else. Captain America, Steve Rogers, is still alive. He's frozen under a certain glacier in the Arctic. You can search according to his flight path at that time. He should be a great asset." Nick Fury's single eye widened in shock. "What did you say? Captain America is still alive?" Coulson would surely be quite satisfied with this task. However, he has just gone to New Mexico today. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately perked up. "Coulson has gone to New Mexico? Did a hammer fall from the sky? How do you know a hammer has fallen from the sky? Is it another prophecy? Do you know the origin of this hammer?" Nick Fury looked extremely suspicious. Chapter 47. Thor was knocked down by a taser on the same night at the Hammer Industries Expo on the wasteland of New Mexico in the United States. Our golden-haired Thor, like a shooting star, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto this desolate wilderness with a loud bang. He had been stripped of his divine power by his father, Odin. At this moment, his body was limp, and his mind was in utter chaos, filled with confusion. All around was deathly silent. Besides the sand covering the ground, there was only the howling wind by his ears. Coincidentally, the astrophysicist Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, and their assistant, Darcy Lewis, were conducting astronomical observations nearby. They saw a colorful beam of light streak across the sky. Jane's eyes lit up, and she quickly said to Eric, "Eric, look at that light. Could it be the legendary Einstein-Rosen bridge?" The group drove to the crash site. A dark figure stumbled out. Before they could react, the figure was sent flying several meters by the car. Jane and the others were terribly frightened. They quickly jumped out of the car to check. Seeing that the person who was hit seemed unharmed and stood up again, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Thor paid them no heed and shouted at the sky at the top of his lungs, "Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the Bifrost at once and take me back to Asgard." Jane stared wide-eyed at the pattern left after the Bifrost had vanished. "My goodness, this is an Einstein-Rosen bridge," she exclaimed. Then, she turned to Eric and Daisy and said, "You two take this man to the hospital for a check-up. I'll stay here," since Heimdall didn't respond to him. Thor looked at Jane and the others and asked, "Who are you? Which star domain is this, Alfheim or Nornheim?" Daisy, upon hearing this, wondered if this man was out of his mind. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "This is New Mexico." "And who are you?" "I am Thor, the son of Odin, the prince of Asgard." "Who are you?" Thor said, holding his head high and looking proud. Daisy felt even more flustered upon hearing this. She quietly took out a stun gun from her bag and aimed it at Thor. Thor, seeing this small device, didn't care and strode towards Daisy, muttering, "Do you think such a tiny weapon can scare me? I am Thor Odinson." Before he could finish, Daisy let out a terrified scream, pulled the trigger, and the stun gun shot out an electric current with a whoosh. Thor shuddered all over and fell straight to the ground with a thud. Jane, seeing this, rushed to Thor's side immediately. She checked his breath and listened to his heartbeat. After making sure he was okay, she heaved a sigh of relief, turned to Daisy, and complained, "Why did you fire without saying a word?" Daisy looked innocent and said plaintively, "He charged at me, shouting and yelling, claiming to be the god of thunder. Who would have thought the god of thunder could be taken down by a stun gun? How could I not be afraid?" The three of them looked at each other and, finding Daisy's words quite reasonable, nodded in agreement. The scene shifted back to the next day, at Lin Tion's home. As soon as Nick Fury heard that Lin Tion seemed to know something about the hammer, his eyes immediately lit up, and he promptly dialed Coulson's video call. "This is Coulson, director. What are your instructions?" Coulson's familiar voice came through the phone. "I'm at Lin Tion's place. Have you found the hammer? Show it to us." Nick Fury's tone carried a hint of urgency. "Yes, director," Coulson responded, then turned the camera to point at the hammer. Through the phone screen, it could be seen that Hawkeye, leading a group of SHIELD agents, was setting up a perimeter around it. Lin Tion took a glance and immediately said, "Yes, that's it. Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor." "The hammer of Thor? Isn't that something from Norse mythology?" Nick Fury and Coulson exclaimed simultaneously, their faces full of doubt. Lin Tion shook his head and said seriously, "If I were to tell you that those mythological stories are real, just that many of them have been mythologized, would you believe me? How is that possible?" The two still looked utterly disbelieving. "What's impossible? Just consider those mythological figures as aliens, only with longer lifespans. The gods of the Odin system in Norse mythology all hail from a planet named Asgard, and the story of the World Tree is also true. In the eyes of the Asgardians, our Earth is called Midgard, or the Middle Realm." Lin Tion expounded on this with great eloquence. "How do you know so much?" "Well, never mind you explaining. I understand. It's prophecy. So what should we do now?" Nick Fury was rather flustered by this matter and was too lazy to delve deeper. Lin Tion glanced at his phone and said to Coulson, "Coulson, when the hammer fell yesterday, there should have been someone else who landed nearby. He is Thor, the god of thunder. Odin stripped him of his divine power and exiled him to Earth. Go search the nearby towns. He is probably with a few astrophysicist doctors right now. In terms of appearance, he has curly golden hair and is a muscular man. I'll make arrangements here and come to meet you soon." "Okay, Lin Tion. I'll try my best to find this exiled Asgardian prince," Coulson replied. Lin Tion added another reminder. "Oh, be polite to those people who are with Thor. Don't worry, I understand. Diplomacy is no trivial matter," Coulson responded with a smile. After the phone call and Nick Fury's departure, Lin Tion quickly took out his phone and sent a message in the Avengers WeChat group. "Lin Tion, everyone. Meet at the Avengers Tower in an hour to discuss the diplomatic policy between Earth and the planet Asgard." As soon as the message was sent, the group became lively. Peter Parker, where is Asgard? Received. Tony Stark, what? There are aliens? Received. Banner, 1. Received. Norman Osborn, I've arrived at the building. I'll go prepare the conference room. Natasha, I'm going downstairs right away. Sky, received. An hour later, Lin Tian, accompanied by Natasha and Sky, arrived at the conference room of the Avengers. Once everyone was present, Lin Tian didn't beat around the bush and directly said, here's the situation. After listening, Tony raised an eyebrow and quipped, isn't this just an extraterrestrial version of a court drama where an alien prince is set to inherit the throne, but angers the old emperor? The old emperor, to test him, exiles him to Earth. He can return to inherit the throne only when he meets certain requirements. It's quite the cliché plot. Indeed, the summary was quite on point. However, currently, this plot has just begun. I'm telling you all in advance that none of you should travel far in the near future. I'll go participate in the plot first. Right now, Odin has fallen into Odin's sleep. When Thor's younger brother takes control of Asgard and sends Odin's destroyer armor to deal with Thor, I'll then open a portal and take you all there. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment and he exclaimed, wow, this court drama even has a second season plot of fighting for the throne? Yes, Lin Tian nodded. This time, when going to New Mexico, Lin Tian wasn't sure how long he'd be away, so he didn't bring Natasha and Sky. In the past few months, the two of them, along with Peter and Tony, had become the spokespersons of the Avengers and were extremely busy. Yesterday, after Lin Tian received the team bonus, following the news media's report of the Avengers' first battle, they gained 300,000 belief points in just one day. As long as those few of them keep promoting the Avengers, the belief points of Lin Tian will increase at an increasingly rapid pace. Thus, he is loath to let the two of them be away for so long. From then on, the Avengers has become Lin Tian's experience ATM, constantly providing him with belief points. Moreover, in the future, more superheroes need to be recruited for the Avengers, such as a certain prince who is about to be encountered. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Tian came to the top floor helipad of Avengers Tower. Lin Tian levitation magic, and with a bang, he instantly exceeded the speed of sound and flew towards New Mexico. Chapter 48. Being Thor's babysitter shortly after. Relying on the positioning, Lin Tian flew above the small town where Thor was in New Mexico. Suddenly, he felt the surrounding space shaking, and then was yanked into the mirror dimension. Standing opposite was the Ancient One, the Supreme Mage. Lin Tian was quite astonished. Master Ancient One, what are you doing here? He glanced at the small town below, pondered in his heart, and then asked, is it about Thor? The Ancient One nodded with a smile. That's right. Odin came to me yesterday and told me the situation. He wants to temper his eldest son and hopes that someone can take care of Thor during his stay on Earth. However, what? You should also come for Thor, so I'll leave this matter to you. Recently, the demons from other dimensions have been rather restless, and I have to go and guard the dimensional border. Goodness, just assigning tasks like this? Lin Tian was a bit speechless. All right, compared with the dimensional demons, Thor really doesn't require you to take action personally. It's no problem for me to handle. What are Thor's dietary restrictions? No, I misspoke. Are there any points to note? For example, how has he been on Earth and whether he is in a good mood? The Ancient One slightly narrowed her eyes and said, as long as he doesn't die, everything else is insignificant. If with your help, Thor can complete his trials and return to Asgard, I can take you to ask Odin for some benefits. That's even more no problem. But regarding Odin, can you cover me? Lin Tian asked curiously. Both of us are approaching the end of our days. There's no such thing as covering or not. Besides, after my death, the safety of Earth will still depend on you, Strange, and your friends to protect. I can't let you suffer losses, right? The Ancient One looked up and gazed in a certain direction of the starry sky. Hearing the words still depend on you, Lin Tian was startled. Ancient One, don't speak in such a suspenseful way. I thought you didn't want Strange anymore and wanted me to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Fortunately, it's not the case. After saying that, he patted his chest. The Ancient One's eyes turned dangerous. What? You don't think highly of the Sorcerer Supreme? It seems you really don't want to be one? No. The Sorcerer Supreme is so powerful. It's just that I'm used to being free-spirited. I'm afraid I'm not worthy. Let Strange be it. Hee. Lin Tian scratched the back of his head. All right, I'm leaving. Thor is in your care. After saying that, the Ancient One waved her hand to open a portal. On the other side was the endless void and the dimensional barrier surrounding the Earth. Okay, leave it to me here. The Ancient One stepped into the portal. and the mirror dimension where Lin Tian was located shattered piece by piece, like glass. Had it not been for meeting the Ancient One today, Lin Tian would almost have forgotten that he could also create the mirror dimension. He really should have used it during the Hanmo Industrial Exposition. What was he thinking? With that thought, he slapped his forehead. When the fragments of the mirror dimension dissipated, Lin Tian happened to see at the entrance of the small town hospital below a burly blonde man, Thor, the god of thunder, running out of the hospital in a panic, wearing a hospital gown. And then, boom, Thor was hit by a car again. Moreover, it was the same person in the same car. Jane and the others were sorting out the data of the celestial anomaly from last night and happened to capture Thor landing along with the beam of light from last night. They thought Thor's identity might really be as he claimed. Therefore, Jane, along with Daisy and Eric, planned to go back to the hospital to find Thor today. And then they witnessed the scene where Thor was knocked down again. Just then, Coulson arrived with a team and surrounded Thor and the others. Thor stood up. Seeing a large group approaching, he immediately straightened up and stood in front of Jane and the others. Before Thor could get angry, Lin Tian descended from the sky and landed between the two sides. First, he turned around and nodded to Coulson and the others behind him. I'll handle this. I was just entrusted by an elder to receive him. Then, he turned to face Thor. Thor, the Crown Prince of Asgard, welcome to Midgard. On behalf of the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, I welcome your arrival. Upon hearing this, Thor's face lit up with delight. At last, someone recognized him. The Ancient One. The Sorcerer Supreme? Kamartaj? My father often spoke of a powerful being in Midgard as formidable as he. First, let our men take you to change your clothes, said Lin Tian, gesturing at the hospital gown Thor was wearing. All right. Thor nodded and followed Agent Coulson's men to change. At this moment, Coulson walked up to Jane and the other two and said, on behalf of SHIELD, I hope you can hand over all the relevant experimental records of yesterday's anomalies. Why? What right do you have to take our experimental records? The three of Jane shouted simultaneously. Lin Tian patted Coulson on the shoulder. Just go to their camp later and make a copy of the experimental records. There's no need to take them away. As long as they don't make Thor's matter public, that'll be fine. We don't want to have an unpleasant situation, right? The last sentence was addressed to Jane and the other two. They nodded, heaving a sigh of relief. Coulson looked at Lin Tian and said helplessly, then I have to ask the director for instructions. What instructions? You and Hill were supposed to join our Avengers today. I only let you work with Fury first because I was worried he had no one available. At this time, Nick Fury's voice came from the camera on Coulson's chest. Coulson, do as Lin Tian says. Listen to Lin Tian for this operation. Yes, director. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. You're just too rigid and inflexible. You're likely to suffer losses like this. Having said that, without waiting for Coulson's response, he walked towards Jane and the others, reaching out his hand to Jane. Hello, I'm Lin Tian, the second largest shareholder of Stark and a member of the Avengers. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Jane Foster, Dr. Eric, and this lovely Miss Daisy. With Lin Tian's current strength, there is no need for him to hide the fact that he is the Hell's priest with a mask. Jane looked at Lin Tian, her eyes seemingly shining. Hello, Mr. Lin Tian. Thank you for helping us preserve the research materials. Seeing Jane's gaze, Lin Tian felt puzzled. Something's not right. Why is Jane looking at me so strangely? Shouldn't she have a crush on Thor? No, Jane and Thor should have fallen for each other after this. Did I come a bit too early? At this moment, Thor, who had changed his clothes, walked over. The mysterious Kamar, Taj Mage. I heard from them that you know where MJ Ulnur is. Can you take me there? I want to retrieve my weapon. Grumble, grumble. Just as Thor finished speaking, his stomach protested. After all, Thor hadn't eaten since last night. Sure, but let's have something to eat first. I'll take you there after we're done. With that, he nodded towards the restaurant ahead and walked forward. After taking a few steps, Lin Tian seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned around and said to Coulson, Coulson, arrange for some agents to accompany Dr. Eric and the others to make a copy of the data. Yes, sir. What a quick change of attitude. Chapter 49, Preparing to CPU Thor. Dr. Eric left with several agents, but Jane and Daisy stayed and sat down to have a meal with Lin Tian and the others. At the dinner table, everyone was gobbling up food. Well, actually, it was only Thor who was gobbling, while the others were quite genteel. Thor raised his head and drained a glass of beer, then shouted, delicious. Another glass. With a bang, he smashed the glass hard on the ground. This sudden noise startled everyone. Lin Tian slapped his forehead and inwardly chided himself. How could I have forgotten about this? He quickly explained to Thor, hey, Thor, in our Midgard, there's no such habit of smashing glasses. If you want another glass, just say so directly. There's no need to smash the glass. Thor glanced at the diners around who were staring at him, smiled awkwardly, and then buried his head and continued eating. At this moment, Jane leaned close to Lin Tian, her eyes shining with curiosity as she asked, "Which member of the Avengers are you?" Lin Tian was puzzled. He thought, "Shouldn't you be asking Thor about Asgard? Why are you asking me?" He questioned Jane, "Who do you think I am?" Jane started analyzing with a confident look on her face. "According to the settings in the Avengers game, you're definitely not the Hulk. Before transforming, he's a middle-aged doctor wearing glasses, and you don't look like him. The remaining ones are Spider-Man and the Hell Priest. Spider-Man can't fly. He can only shoot Spider-Silk, and you just descended from the sky. In the game, the Hell Priest can fly, so you must be the Hell Priest." Lin Tian looked at Jane, amused in his heart. It seemed that this game of the Avengers was quite captivating, and even the female doctor was deeply enthralled by it. He diverted the topic. "Ahem. Aren't you an astronomer? I thought you'd be more interested in Asgard and the Bifrost." As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Thor. Goodness. Daisy was hugging Thor's arm with both hands, rubbing her rather voluptuous part against him, persistently prying into things about Asgard and the Bifrost. Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded at this point. This plot development was off. Looking at Thor again, he had an expression of sheer enjoyment. Lin Tian couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Thor, I never thought you were such a person. I've seen through you now." After Lin Tian and the others finished eating, Dr. Eric and the agents also returned. After paying the bill, the group drove to the location where Mjolnir was. Half an hour later, they arrived at the gate of a heavily guarded temporary base. Hawkeye was on the platform above the gate. Lin Tian and Coulson got out of the car and greeted Hawkeye. "Hey, long time no see, Barton." Barton nodded and replied, "Long time no see, Lin." Everyone got out of the car and walked up to Mjolnir. The moment Thor saw Mjolnir, his eyes went wide. And like an excited husky, he rushed over and hugged Mjolnir tightly. He stroked it gently, as if caressing a precious treasure, muttering, "Mjolnir, I've finally found you. I've missed you so much." His demeanor made everyone present feel a bit queasy and ill at ease. Lin Tian took out his phone, and with a click, he took a photo and sent it to the Avengers group. He also added a caption, "All members, Thor is holding Mjolnir and stroking it. JPG." As soon as the message was sent, the group became lively. Tony was the first to speak. "You say this thing is Thor?" Banner then said, "The hammer he's holding does resemble Thor's hammer in Norse mythology." Natasha also joined in the teasing. "Why does he look like a fool?" Sky was even more straightforward. "You. His expression is so sleazy." After sending the photo, Lin Tian walked up to Thor and asked, "Thor, are you sure you can lift Mjolnir now?" Thor, upon hearing this, looked full of indignation. "Of course I can. Mjolnir is originally my weapon. How could I not be able to lift it?" As he spoke, he reached out and grasped the hammer handle, exerting all his strength to lift the hammer. But Mjolnir seemed to be rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Thor's face turned red from straining, yet he couldn't make it budge even a little. "No. Mjolnir, how could you treat me like this? There should be the BGM of snowflakes floating here." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in Lin Tian's mind. "Ding. A system mission has been triggered. Find a way to lift Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, and the reward is a 22-slot glacier backpack." Lin Tian pondered in his heart. The word lift was in quotation marks. Could it be hinting that there was a trick to it? He remembered that the rule power of Mjolnir seemed to only apply to the area directly beneath the hammer. So, Lin Tian turned to Coulson and asked, "Have you tried all kinds of methods to lift this hammer?" Coulson replied, "All methods have been attempted. Even when 10 cranes were summoned from the town to pull it together, it remained completely immobile." Lin Tian scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Then have you ever considered using a forklift or an excavator to remove Thor's hammer along with the soil beneath it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent instantly. Coulson quickly drove an excavator from outside the camp. Thor had already been carried aside by Lin Tian and was hiding in the corner, looking at Thor's hammer with a broken heart. Coulson operated the excavator and dug a shovel beside Thor's hammer, but there was no response. Just as Thor heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the hammer must be fine, the next second, the bucket dug up the hammer along with the sand beneath it. "No, you're taking shortcuts." Thor anxiously stretched out his hand and shouted, looking exactly like Urkong in the meme. Lin Tian glanced at the system. Since the mission wasn't completed, he could only say to Coulson helplessly, "Coulson, put the hammer down first." Let me have a try. If it doesn't work, we'll use the excavator to move the hammer away. Lin Tian walked up to MJ Lnur, reached out to grab the hammer handle, and tried to lift it, but it didn't budge. Seeing this, Thor secretly felt relieved. Lin Tian thought for a moment and cast an upgraded version of the True Word spell, Shield, from now on. The upgraded version will be called True Word Spell, Armor, and immediately a layer of golden film enveloped his entire body. He reached out to hold the hammer handle again, and to his surprise, this time he easily picked up Thor's hammer and even tossed it around in his hand. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the Pickup MJ Lnur mission, you've been rewarded with a 22-slot Glacier Backpack 1. You can check it in the Attribute panel. Lin Tian immediately opened the Attribute panel and indeed, the icon of the Glacier Backpack appeared in the lower right corner. With a click, the 22-slot space opened instantly. He held MJ Lnur, and with a thought, the hammer whooshed and disappeared from his hand, then stably appeared in the backpack slot. Lin Tian's playful spirit surged, and he kept trying to take it out and put it away, enjoying himself immensely. Looking at Thor aside, his eyes were wide as bells, his face full of disbelief, looking exactly like a cute and dumb husky. Should I embezzle MJ Lnur? But it seems it's of little use to me. Wrapped with True Word skill, I can't unleash its lightning power. At most, it can only serve as a sturdy hammer. Lin Tian was tossing the hammer with one hand, pondering in his heart. Seeing this scene, Thor felt heart ache again. You're just taking shortcuts. Besides me, no one can pick up MJ Lnur and become the god of thunder. Chapter 50 Thor's Tao heart collapsed. Lin Tian looked at Thor's proud appearance and muttered in his heart. Who says no one can pick up this hammer? Odin, Hela, Captain America, Vision, and Jane Foster standing over there. They can all lift it. Maybe Natasha can too. Thinking this way, Lin Tian's gaze fell on Jane, and an idea instantly popped into his mind. He quickly took out his phone and sent Jane a WeChat message. Lin Tian, later. I'll find a way to distract Thor's attention. You take the opportunity to try if you can pick up MJ Lnur. Remember, don't actually pick it up. First, try to sense it. An expression of raising an eyebrow. Jane, what? Can I lift Thor's hammer? An expression of a question mark. Lin Tian, do you want to become a superhero and join the Avengers? If so, do as I say. If you can truly lift it, send me a message immediately. An expression of temptation. Jane, all right, I'll go and give it a try. In order to help Jane attract Thor's attention, Lin Tian walked around to Thor's back and asked, Thor, I've always had a doubt. Could you explain it to me? At this moment, Jane was walking towards Thor's hammer. Thor turned around and looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression, asking, what question is it? Is it about me? Yes, I just want to ask, are you the god of thunder or the god of the hammer? Of course I'm the god of thunder. I'm Thor. The god of thunder. Thor puffed out his chest and said loudly, then show me some lightning. Even just a tiny arc. Thor was immediately at a loss for words. He opened his mouth. The people around. At this time, Jane had already reached the side of Thor's hammer and stretched out her hand to pick it up. Thor came to his senses and quickly made an excuse. That's because my father sealed my divine power. Otherwise, I could release lightning casually. When the crowd heard this, they all showed expressions of sudden realization. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian rolled his eyes inwardly and said, as far as I know, even when you hadn't been sealed of your divine power by the god King Odin, you seemingly still had to rely on MJ Lnur to unleash thunder and lightning, didn't you? Just as he was speaking, Lin Tian's phone rang with a ding-dong. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Jane. Jane, I seem to be really able to lift Thor's hammer. Shocked emoji. Lin Tian looked up and saw that Jane had already returned to Eric and the others. Thor was still being stubborn and evading the crucial point, saying, impossible. Once I regain MJ Lnur and restore my divine power, I surely can freely release thunder and lightning. With a mischievous smile on his face. Looking like a wolf grandmother coaxing a child, Lin Tian said, all right. But Thor, let me tell you. There really is someone here who can lift MJ Lnur. Do you believe it? Thor said assertively, I don't believe it. No one but me can lift MJ Lnur. Then how about we make a bet? If someone present can lift MJ Lnur, I win. Thor scanned the people around, thinking that even Lin Tian, who was so powerful, couldn't lift it. Surely no one else could either. So he asked, making a bet is okay, but what shall we bet on? Seeing that Thor had taken the bait, Lin Tian quickly said, bet on MJ Lnur. As long as someone can lift it, this hammer will belong to us. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Thor shook his head like a rattle drum. No. MJ Lnur is my weapon and can never be given to others. Seeing this, Lin Tian threw out another condition. Well then, if someone can lift it, we won't take it away for now. When I find you a weapon even more formidable than MJ Ulner, and then you give it to me later. Is that acceptable? Moreover, regardless of victory or defeat, we will take care of all your daily needs including food, accommodation, transportation, and other aspects during your stay on Earth. Seeing that Thor seemed somewhat intrigued, Lin Tian continued to sweeten the deal. There's one more thing. I can also help you make MJ Ulner recognize you again sooner. These conditions are quite favorable, aren't they? You really have nothing to lose either way. Thor pondered for a moment, and thinking that it indeed seemed like a good deal, he nodded and said, All right, I'll take this bet. I swear by the name of my father, Odin the All-Father. If anyone here can lift MJ Ulner, once I obtain a new weapon in the future, I will give MJ Ulner to Lin Tian. However, you also have to swear by the name of the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Lin Tian secretly rejoiced in his heart, thinking that although Thor seemed simple-minded, he was actually quite shrewd. But it was just as well, for he himself was worried that even if Thor agreed, Odin might go back on his word. So he quickly responded, Very well. I swear by the name of the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Whether or not anyone here can lift MJ Ulner, I will help Thor complete the trial set by Odin the All-Father as soon as possible and regain the ability to wield MJ Ulner. After saying that, he even high-fived Thor. In the distant Asgard, Odin, who was in a deep sleep, twitched his hand slightly. At the border of dimensions, the Ancient One looked in the direction of Earth, shook her head with a smile. Coulson, Dr. Eric Selvig, and the others stood by the side, looking completely bewildered, having no idea how these two had suddenly made a bet. After making the bet, Lin Tian looked at Jane and nodded slightly. Jane had been waiting impatiently. The moment she saw Lin Tian's signal, her face flushed with excitement, and she immediately took off running towards MJ Ulner again. Thor watched Jane running past and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Lin, surely you don't mean to say that Jane could lift MJ Ulner? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As he spoke, Jane had already reached the hammer of Thor. She grasped the hammer handle tightly with both hands. A mischievous idea suddenly popped into her mind. She stole a glance at Thor, deliberately shook the hammer, and feigned an inability to lift it. Thor's movement froze, and his heart seemed to leap into his throat. When he saw the hammer move, he was so startled that he nearly jumped up, but then he let out a sigh of relief. Just as Thor let down his guard, Jane gave a sudden, powerful heave and actually managed to raise MJ Ulner above her head. In an instant, the clear sky was suddenly overcast with dark clouds, and a fierce gale whipped up. Fine shards of lightning flickered within the clouds first, and then, with a loud crack, a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket struck down towards Jane. For a split second, the whole world was as bright as day. And then it returned to tranquility. Looking at Jane again, she held MJ Ulner in her hand, with lightning coiling around her body. The lightning gradually congealed into a suit of medieval female warrior's armor, and the red cape on her back fluttered in the wind. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. Their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. There seemed as if someone had snatched away his beloved goddess. He was in a daze, muttering non-stop, No, this can't be. How could this happen? MJ Ulner, how could you abandon me? At this moment, Thor knelt on the sandy ground, as if forsaken by the whole world. Lin Tian, seeing Thor's pitiful state, felt a twinge of pity in his heart. He walked up to Jane's side and whispered, That's about enough. Put the hammer down for now. After some time, once all matters are settled, I shall devise a way to reclaim the hammer for you. For now, feign excessive exertion in lifting the hammer and simply discard it. Do not be too harsh on Thor. Why should I heed your words? Unless you can withstand my assault. I wish to ascertain whether this man possesses sufficient strength. With a sense of resignation, Lin Tian took a few steps back and cast a protective spell, Shield. Jian, seeing Lin Tian prepared, swung the hammer towards him, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a person, which struck down from the heavens. Daisy and Eric were taken aback, wondering if this was still the Jian they knew. Thor felt an acute pang of sorrow, realizing that the lightning he summoned seemed to lack potency. The bolt collided with Lin Tian's shield, creating ripples upon its surface before dissipating into the ground. Chapter 51, The Hulk's Fall. The lightning struck Lin Tian's shield without inflicting any harm. Jian winked at Lin Tian, and in the next moment, the hammer fell with a resounding clap, and Jian collapsed to the ground. Lin Tian rushed to Jian's side upon seeing her fall. Thor observed as Jian unleashed a bolt of lightning only to succumb to unconsciousness, and he comforted himself with the thought that her singular display of power was no match for his own. This thought restored a measure of his composure. Lin Tian knelt beside Jian to assess her condition. Jian slightly opened her eyes, glanced at Lin Tian, and whispered, "Carry me back." She then resumed her pretense of unconsciousness. At that moment, others began to gather around. Lin Tian turned to Coulson and inquired, "Is there a designated place for rest in the camp?" Jian is merely exhausted. "I will carry her back to recuperate." As the night deepened, Lin Tian suggested that everyone make do for the night at the campsite. Those who wished to return to the town could leave the next day. Everyone then went to find their places to rest. Lin Tian escorted Jane to an empty room and gently laid her on the bed. However, Jane tightly hooked her hands around Lin Tian, reluctant to let go. Lin Tian wore an expression of helplessness. What on earth was this woman up to? The plot seemed to have deviated beyond recognition. He said, "What are you doing?" "I already have a girlfriend." With that, he attempted to pry Jane's hands loose. Sensing that she was about to be, Jane, in a bold move, simply leaned in and kissed him. Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock. Was he being flirted with in return? Just then, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. A system mission has been triggered. Beat up Loki in front of Thor tonight. Reward, skill, mind flay. Shoot a long mental whip at the target, inflicting continuous mental damage on the target. Originally, this skill in WoW dealt continuous shadow damage and slowed the target down. But it has been modified. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Tian quickly broke free from Jane's advance and said, "There's still important business tonight. Thor's younger brother, Loki, the god of mischief and lies, is coming tonight. I need to keep an eye on Thor to prevent any mishaps." Lin Tian went out and found Coulson and Hawkeye, cautioning them, "Thor's younger brother Loki might come tonight. Keep a close eye on Thor. If he starts talking to himself, notify me immediately. Loki is not as friendly to us as Thor." Coulson nodded and then asked, "In mythology, isn't Loki Thor's uncle?" Lin Tian rolled his eyes and said, "You know that's a myth. Aliens can be regarded as gods. Some discrepancies are quite normal, aren't they?" The two of them, upon hearing this, thought it made sense and nodded. Hawkeye returned to the watchtower, and Lin Tian followed Coulson back to the monitoring room, continuing to keep an eye on Thor. At this moment, Thor ran to the side of Mjolnir again, gazing intently at the hammer. A few hours later, Lin Tian suddenly sensed a powerful energy flash in the distance. He thought to himself, "It should be Loki. He even knows to make the Bifrost land in the distance so that people here won't notice." Lin Tian pretended nothing had happened and continued chatting with Coulson, but secretly activated the good and evil value detection function that he hadn't used for a long time. This function was like a wall hacking cheat. Soon, he saw an outline with a faint red glow walking towards Thor, who was emitting a green glow, yet no one else could be seen on the monitor. Lin Tian quickly informed Coulson and Hawkeye, "Loki is here. You can't see him. I'll go handle it." Upon hearing this, the two looked towards Thor. Indeed, Thor was talking in a certain direction. When Lin Tian walked out of the monitoring room and looked towards Thor, the great Thor started crying again. "I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, mother. Loki asked me to return to Asgard. I want to see father one last time." Lin Tian shook his head, finding it unbearable. He applied a full set of buffs to himself, then slowly rose off the ground using the levitation spell. With a bang, in the blink of an eye, he was beside Loki, grabbed Loki's calf, and started throwing him around, the classic Hulk-style throw. People in the camp, some looked through the windows, while others ran outside directly, watching Lin Tian thrash the air. The three doctors gathered together again. Just as they were about to ask Lin Tian what was going on, Loki, due to being thrashed by Lin Tian, had his divine power wane and revealed his form. Loki was seen wearing a dark green robe and a helmet with two large horns. Thud. Loki lay in the sandpit, too weak to move after being thrashed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian clapped his hands and said, "This god is too weak." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and the reward is the skill Psychic Lash. Loki lay in the pit, muttering, "Why don't you play by the rules? I haven't even taunted you Midgardian weaklings yet. Why did you just start attacking?" Lin Tian ignored Loki and said to Thor, "You big oaf, Odin is fine. It's just that his divine power couldn't be suppressed, so he entered the Odin sleep." "Loki deceived you. How could you believe everything he said?" Thor retorted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Loki deceive me? We grew up together. He's my dearest younger brother. You won't deceive me, right, Loki?" After saying that, he looked at Loki in the pit. Lin Tian patted his own head, not knowing what to say. Thor had been setting up flags all day long. Under Lin Tian's gaze, Loki turned his head away, ignoring this silly big brother, Thor. Seeing Loki's reaction, Thor felt a pang in his heart. "No, Loki, I'm your elder brother. How could you deceive me? As he spoke, he even attempted the classic gesture like Urkox. Lin Tian couldn't bear to watch any longer. He walked up to Thor and slapped the back of his head, saying, "You are the god of thunder. What kind of god is Loki? The god of mischief and lies. So what?" Lin Tian slapped Thor again. "How did you get your title? And how did Loki get his? I can control lightning, so I became the god of thunder." Loki, he. At this point, Thor was stunned. At this moment, everyone who had gathered was looking at Thor. Loki stood up and laughed heartily. "Ha ha. Thor, my foolish brother, you are a brainless brute. I am the most suitable candidate to inherit Asgard. You can just continue your banished life on Earth." This was simply rubbing salt in his brother's wound. Loki turned to look at Lin Tian. "You damned Midgardian mortal. I am the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. We'll see about this." Then, Loki looked up to the sky and shouted, "Heimdall, take me back." As soon as he finished speaking, a colorful beam of light shot towards Earth from the depths of the universe, enveloping Loki and taking him back to Asgard. Lin Tian looked at Thor with a strange expression. "Are all you Asgardians so proud? Or is it just you two brothers?" Thor remained silent. Lin Tian patted Thor on the shoulder. "Starting from tomorrow, I'll teach you how to complete the trials and become a qualified king." Chapter 52. The Avengers reunite again the next day. Jane and the others returned to the small town. Without much delay, they went back and moved their camp here. After all, when Loki left last night, the Bifrost left an Impernet S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary camp. Living closer would facilitate the research. And our Thor? Thor was forcefully required by Lin Tian to stay in his room and watch TV. Yes, just watch TV. Lin Tian kept sending Thor soft drinks and various food and drinks. During this period, Lin Tian also continuously helped Thor maintain the state of divine spirit. In order to make him a bit smarter, Thor stayed in the room for many days. A week later, an excited roar came from his room. "I understand. I finally understand." His shout attracted everyone around. Lin Tian and Coulson rushed to the door of Thor's room and knocked. "Thor, what are you shouting for? What's going on?" Thor rushed over in an instant, gave Lin Tian a big hug, and said excitedly, "Lin, my best Midgardian brother, thank you. I seem to understand what kind of person the All-Father wants me to be." The others were all confused. Could watching TV make Thor understand? Everyone was curious about what kind of TV Lin Tian had shown Thor to help him complete Odin's trial. Everyone took a look into Thor's room. The TV was broadcasting a new episode of a TV drama, and the English title The Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty was displayed on the screen. Coulson turned to look at Lin Tian. "The Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty? You let Thor watch a Chinese palace drama? This is just fooling around." Lin Tian nodded and said, "Yes, Emperor Wu of Han was so remarkable. I think Thor can learn a lot from it." Thor, upon overhearing, promptly chimed in, "Indeed. Emperor Wu of Han was an exceptionally great sovereign. I have gleaned numerous qualities befitting a ruler from him." Emperor Wu quelled the rebellion of the 7 states and implemented the decree of enfeoffment to weaken the vassal states, which bears a striking resemblance to the 9 realms. After my father, the All-Father, pacified the 9 realms during the turmoil, he took similar measures. A king should not merely rely on bloodshed but must also possess a merciful heart. Thor continued, "Moreover, my current situation is akin to the process of Emperor Wu regaining power after being exiled." The others, upon hearing this, nodded with a somewhat confused understanding. Their hearts deeply stirred. Of course, aside from Lin Tian, most of them didn't quite grasp what Thor was saying. After speaking, Thor stepped out of the accommodation area, gazed at MJ Lilnur in the distance, extended his right hand, and cried out, "MJ Lilnur, return. I believe I have understood the requisites of being a king." Behold, MJ Lilnur seemed to sense Thor's summons and began to quiver. However, Thor's elation was short-lived as the hammer soon ceased moving. Unwilling to give up, Thor rushed to the side of MJ Lilnur, reached out to grasp it, but it remained motionless. Lin Tian, observing this scene, pondered in his heart. That's right. For Thor to lift the hammer, there is seemingly another condition, that is, the spirit of sacrifice. Does he really have to be nearly beaten to death by the destroyer armor? With this thought, Lin Tian walked over to Thor and said, "You have already met one of MJ Lilnur's conditions. You must also understand what sacrifice means. Don't be hasty. There should be a turning point in these couple of days, and you will soon be able to lift MJ Lilnur again." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Thor's fighting spirit was reignited. "Yes, I must not lose heart." As there was still time, I decided to watch Hanwoo Da-Di once more. At that moment, a flock of crows flew overhead. The following morning, just as dawn broke, The light from the Rainbow Bridge illuminated the vicinity of the camp once again. Hawkeye, stationed at the lookout, spotted 4 individuals clad in medieval Norse armor approaching the camp from a distance. Through the communicator, he relayed to Lin Tion and Coulson. Lin Tion, Coulson. The Rainbow Bridge has manifested again, and this time it has brought 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Lin Tion, roused from his slumber by Hawkeye's call, disentangled himself from his embrace of the blanket, akin to an octopus, donned his attire, and stepped outside. Understood, I shall inform Thor. They may very well be his subordinates. Lin Tion hurried to Thor's door and knocked. Thor, your friends have arrived. Thor opened the door, holding a bag of chips in his left hand and a soda in his right. My friends? Who are they? 3 men and 1 woman. Just crossed over from the Rainbow Bridge. You're indulging in chips and soda so early in the morning. Aren't you concerned about gaining weight? Lin Tion remarked, gesturing towards Thor's hands. Upon hearing that 3 men and 1 woman had descended from the Rainbow Bridge, Thor surmised with considerable certainty that they were likely Hogun, Volstagg, Fandral, and Sif. Lin Tion then opened the Avengers group chat. Lin Tion, everyone, assemble at the Avengers headquarters immediately. We are on the brink of a great battle. Prepare yourselves. Tony replied. After lingering there for so long, a battle has finally arrived. Rubs hands in anticipation. JPG Banner commented, it seems Hulk will have a splendid time once more. Natasha quipped, after so many days without news, were you out chasing women? A dagger. JPG. Sky. 1. Peter. 1. Norman. I won't go over. My Green Goblin battle suit hasn't been fully developed yet. I can only participate in the battle after some time. Thor and Lin Tion walked out of the camp. Seeing 4 people not far away, Thor ran over and gave each of them a bear hug. So delighted to see you again, my friends. At this moment, Lin Tion also walked up to the group. Thor introduced to Lin Tion, Lin. They are my dearest friends and most significant comrades, in arms in Asgard, Hogun, Volstagg, Fandral, and Sif. Then, turning to Sif and the others, he said, this is Lin Tion, my best friend on Midgard. After everyone got to know each other, Sif couldn't help but say to Thor, Thor, Odin, the king of the gods, is in a slumber, and Queen Frigga is accompanying him nearby. A few days ago, Loki led Laufey, the king of the frost giants, to Asgard, attempting to assassinate the king of the gods. However, later Loki killed Laufey. Now Loki has taken control of the entire Asgard, and he intends to send the destroyer battle suit of the king of the gods to hunt you down. We secretly asked Heimdall to let us down to find you. I'm afraid Loki will discover it soon. Half an hour later, Lin Tion opened a yellow portal in the camp, and the Avengers walked out of it one by one. Natasha saw Jane holding Lin Tion's arm and thought to herself, I knew it. Just a few days of separation, and he has hooked up with another little vixen. She walked to the other side of Lin Tion, hugged his other arm, and provocatively glanced at Jane. Tony looked at Lin Tion, envious in his heart. Why hasn't this turned into a love triangle chaos? At that moment, the Rainbow Bridge reopened, and from within emerged a towering figure clad in a 3-meter-tall suit of shimmering silver-gray armor. At the center of its helmet was an organ resembling an eye, and the surface of the armor was intricately engraved with numerous runes. Coulson turned to Tony and remarked, if you weren't here, I might have mistaken this for yet another one of your new armors at first glance. Tony replied, that's hardly amusing, Coulson. It clearly does not align with my aesthetic sensibilities.